Time. Time doesn't stop. No matter what you do, you can't stop time from flowing. It won't stop. But what time does do is forget. The bad events become bad memories, which become bad dreams, which fade into the smallest of dark stains on history. This is good. This is natural. This buries things that should be buried, that must be buried for the world's sake. And the worst thing you can do is to go around digging those things up, making time remember what should be forgotten for eternity. I live in New Mexico, out in the country. I never get bored with the outdoors. There's so many weird rock formations to climb, so much odd geography to explore. But the one thing that interests me most about where I live is the archaeology. Hundreds and hundreds of years ago, this area was colonized by Native Americans, known as the Anasazi. The word is actually Navajo, meaning ancient ones or ancient enemy. They built cities out of stone, sometimes sprawling across the ground, sometimes built into the sides of cliffs. I saw some of the biggest ones at Chaco Canyon. That's what captured my interest to begin with. If you ever see them, you'll know what I mean. There's just something about those strange circular structures that fills you with a sense of awe. But now, those cities have been ground down by the wind. They're little more than ruins anymore. That's because they were abandoned long ago. No one knows what happened to the people who live there. They just all vanished, leaving nothing but ruins and a few pottery shards. There have been theories, of course, that it was drought or famine that drove them away, but I never liked that explanation. It just didn't seem right. 1 week after my 16th birthday, I went out and got my driver's license. I was thrilled. Finally, total freedom. That weekend, me and some friends decided to go on a camping trip out in the hills. So Saturday morning, I picked everyone up and we headed out. After a few hours of driving, we found a place that was secluded enough. Stopping the car, we decided to stretch our legs a little before setting up camp. We were parked at the end of a small valley with hills rising up on 3 sides. Deciding to explore a little, we climbed up the nearest one. Getting to the top, we were greeted with an amazing sight. It was a ring of large hills with an enormous depression in the center. Rising out of that depression was the oddest mountain I'd ever seen. The half on the far side from us was normal, rising up at a steep slope. Facing us, however, the mountain came out into a huge overhang, obscuring our vision of what lay beneath. We looked at each other and then started sliding our way down towards it. Upon reaching the bottom, we were greeted by an even more impressive sight. It was a huge Anasazi city spread out under the overhang. Better yet, it looked almost completely undamaged, located in such a place as to be perfectly sheltered by the wind. Looking at it, I knew that we were the first people to see it in hundreds of years. As excited as I was, something made me hesitant to explore. I don't know what it was, but after a few seconds it had passed and I was jogging forward towards the ruins. Seeing the city as it had been originally built was amazing. I thought of how useful it would be to studying their culture. The one thing that put me off, though, were the skeletons. Human bones littered almost every floor. I didn't know enough to be able to determine what killed all of these people, but it looked like they all died at once. I suddenly realized I'd gotten separated from my friends. Calling out, I got no answer. I started walking through the ruins looking for them, then jogging, then running. Coming around a corner, I nearly ran smack into them. They were standing in the doorway to the largest room I had seen so far, staring in. Annoyed, I pushed past them to see what they were looking at. I found it. The skeletons were intact in this room. I wish they weren't. That way my brain could make up excuses. Most of them were still definitely human. The other ones, though, I don't know what they were. It was as if a human skeleton had been partially molded into that of a coyote. The skulls were elongated, the spine stooped, the fingers clawed. In the center of the room was a jet black pedestal. On it lay another skeleton. None of us really wanted to go in, but we did anyways. Walking towards the bizarre skeletons, I almost tripped over a strange rod. Picking it up, I couldn't tell what it was or what it was made out of. I asked my friends to come look at it. One of them took it and, as a joke, jabbed it into the chest of my oldest friend, Pete. Not expecting the attack, Pete stumbled backwards and tripped, landing on the pedestal. He didn't move again. The guy who had jabbed him walked over to help him up, rod still in hand. As soon as that rod touched the pedestal, there was a flash of light and a rushing sound. Clearing my vision, I saw that Pete was moving now. He was writhing in pain, and once my hearing came back, I realized that he was screaming as well. The guy who had jabbed him moved to help, but jumped back as Pete rolled onto the floor, scattering bones. As he thrashed, I saw that his body was starting to warp. Then, without warning, he lay still. Looking at him in horror, I realized that his features matched the weird skeletons next to him. He had somehow been transformed. Pete stared up into the eyes of the guy who had, by accident, done that to him. What he did next, I don't like thinking about. It was horrifying, and I ran. Sprinting through the ruined buildings, I heard another person yelp as he went down, then another. Then it was just me and what used to be Pete. Bursting out into the sunlight, I sprinted to the base of the hill. Turning back, I saw Pete standing in a doorway watching me. Before my eyes, his body twisted and shrunk until he just looked like an ordinary coyote. I took a step backwards. The coyote snarled and ran towards me. Whimpering, I turned and scrambled up the hill. The coyote was faster, much faster. By the time I had reached the top, it was upon me. I could feel its body slam into my back, sending us both rolling down the other side of the hill. Twisting to face the thing, I pulled my arm back and slammed my fist into its muzzle. It yelped in pain. I tried to hit it again, but this time the thing was expecting my blow. Just before my fist made contact with its face, the coyote opened its mouth and bit down on it. Yelling, I smashed my head into it, making it let go. We hit the bottom and rolled apart. Struggling to my feet, I saw the coyote twisting and warping back into Pete's form. He was scratched up and his nose was broken. He was wearing nothing but a coyote pelt wrapped around him. "Jack, please help me," he moaned. I walked over and started to stoop down to help him up. Then I saw his eyes. They were coyote eyes. I started back, and with a snarl he lunged at me. Only now remembering the knife in my belt, I pulled it and stabbed it into his chest. His body shuddered, then went still. I stepped back as his skin began to crumble into dust. It blew away, leaving nothing but a skeleton of human crossed with a coyote. I told the police and the therapist that a madman in the hills had killed my friends. I gave them the wrong location for where it happened. I think those ancient cities died for a reason. that humans aren't ready for that kind of magic that had been discovered in them. The magic that let people transform into those things that I now know are called skinwalkers. I didn't used to believe in magic and monsters and the paranormal, but now I know the truth. I love the forest, and I don't see how anyone couldn't. The chirping of the birds and rustling of leaves drew me like a fly to honey. A poet once said, "Man's soul lie within the trees," and I'd be inclined to agree. Near my home was a national park with plenty of trails, creeks, and caves, a beautiful place in the Daniel Boone National Forest. Long stretches of nothing but nature and its beauty. I never understood some people's fear or hate of the woods until a few months ago. A cold April morning, I was off of work. For the first time in my busy life of the past few weeks, I didn't have to commute to Louisville. I could stay in my small town and enjoy the bachelor life as best I could. I went out onto the trail that morning, athletic shorts and a t-shirt, embracing the cold air rather than being opposed to it. I set out on the paved gravel trail from the parking lot, up past the yellow upon brown sign welcoming you to the National Forest. The parking lot behind me was pretty empty that morning. There were one or two cars, and on the far side, a park ranger's Crown Vic, the ranger sitting on his hood and enjoying a cup of joe. I was glad to know I'd have the trail mostly to myself, and so I broke out on a jog. Earbuds set in and the volume pumped up. The trees breezily shook in the morning air. The sun clouded out. Overcast, maybe rain later. I huffed and shook my head, continuing on down the trail. I passed another jogger at one point, and we shared waves, but I saw no one else for a while. I think half an hour passed, judging by how many songs I'd cycled through, until I came up to Big Bend Fork, a split in the trail leading up two different paths. One path was a little more overgrown, and I'd only been up there a few times. It led past an old grill and bench, along with an abandoned power box shack, which had since been transferred to the other path, my normal one, which went past some campgrounds and a fishing dock. However, to my surprise, a park ranger was there, armed, with what looked like a tranquilizer rifle in his hands. He seemed to be guarding the trail and keeping an eye out. I stopped my jog and took the earbuds out, asking him what exactly was wrong. Luckily, it wasn't anything too scary. A few large bears had been spotted wandering around and upon the campgrounds up ahead, a mother and father and cubs, and they'd ripped up a vacant tent of another hiker. Black bears aren't the most dangerous bears, not at all, but with cubs the parents tend to be highly protective. Better safe than sorry, the ranger told me, and that the trail should reopen the next day when they could relocate the bears deeper into the woods. Another ranger had headed up the second path and reported nothing abnormal, so he assured me it was safe. The path that way was shorter and would probably let me finish my jog before the rain came, but I had no choice. I jogged along the other path and up into the more overgrown part of the park, and hoped the storms would be delayed long enough for me to finish my jogging routine. Another half hour or so along the gravel path, grass starting to overcome it farther on up. It clearly saw some level of disuse, that much was clear. I reached the rusty bench and felt my legs begin to give out. Time for a break. I slowed my pace down and walked off the trail to the bench, taking a seat and giving my body a rest. My head tilted up to the sky, and I shut my eyes, lost in the world of 80s music. I'm not sure how long I sat there, but after a while, I started to smell something. Something wafted over to me, and I couldn't tell fully what it was. It seemed to be coming from farther up the trail, near the power shed. Whatever it was, I hopped off of the bench begrudgingly, stretching out and doing a few toe touches before continuing on the trail. The smell became more pervasive as I made my way further up, and I started seeing some kind of material along the trail. Bits of red, black, and some gray. They were strewn along the sides of the trail in odd patterns. I stopped and picked a few pieces up, pieces of black hair stuck to them thanks to static. They were pieces of tarp. Maybe from that fence? It would make sense. They continued up the grassy trail towards the distant power shed. Something told me not to check, that it may be the bears, but I knew there was another ranger out here, so I carried on. That's when the smell got worse. The smell got much worse, and I could see red spray on the grass. Reddishness over parts of the tarp leading up to the old, rusty, cream-colored shed building. Breaking off the trail, I walked up to the shack, which itself had a small gravel trail, a sign on the wall reading "Keep Out," rusted and grimy. The smell was unbearable by now, and I could see what it was. Behind the shed, off to the angle I couldn't see from the trail, was a large black body, hairy, fat, animal-like, and ripped open. Flies massed around it. I clasped a hand over my mouth, holding back the urge to vomit. I got a better view of it as I closed in on the shed. I could tell its face, its skin there. Parts of it were ripped clean off, leaving bone or muscle or flesh behind, but no skin. However, the red trail didn't go to the bear. It went inside the shed. The door was open slightly, and the shed itself wasn't too bad nor too small. It could hold a few power terminals and breaker boxes, and could maybe hold 8 or 9 men standing together. The smell got even worse. Flies buzzed about as I neared the door. Every instinct told me to turn back, and I nearly did, until I heard a chewing noise, a chomping, spitty, chewing sound, a breathing, a shuddering, like a human. I thought someone may be getting attacked by an animal. I couldn't just leave, not if they were in danger. I pressed the door open slowly but surely. Pale light from the outside beaming in, dust particles scattering from it as more of the room was opened up and illuminated. The old power boxes and monitoring systems were dusty, destroyed, long since vandalized and abandoned. The red trail continued, blackened and thick inside the shed, to a dark corner. I could make out a silhouette in the dark, something huddled, or maybe sitting or laying. I couldn't tell. My hand remained over my mouth, the smell absolutely unbearable by now, but I pushed the door further open. The sounds of chewing stopped, and as the wave of light rushed over from the open door, I wish I hadn't been there. A man, but not a man, a humanoid, maybe, sat there. His palms were bloody and bony, bare claws shoved into his fingers where nails had seemingly been ripped off. His body was pale and patchy, with thick hair and what seemed to be fur, some gray and falling out, some black and fresh. As I looked over his, or its, full body, I noticed then what gave me chills to this day. The bear's face was badly plastered over his own skull, his eyes pale and features gaunt. Bits and pieces of the mutilated bear attached to his own body, his nose ripped off and left with a poorly fitting black one of the bear I'd seen outside. Further in the corner behind him, the unmistakable off-violet uniform of a Kentucky park ranger. His legs, or what was left of them, stuck out, his chest completely torn open and his entrails hanging from the thing's fingers. A look of terror and shock was solidified on his half-eaten face. The thing stared at me, head tilted in curiosity. I was absolutely silent, as was it, like we were locked into some kind of staring contest, like it was looking upon me with the same shock and awe I had looking upon it. Then it smiled. A toothy, bloody grin, its mottled yellow teeth jagged and barely fitting together. My blood went cold. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. But a sudden lightning strike and a rumble of thunder from the coming storm broke the silence, and it startled me. I couldn't help but scream, losing my cool in that one moment. The creature didn't like that. He didn't like it at all. Maybe he perceived me as a threat or as prey, but it let out a howl, an unnatural howl, and it lunged off the floor. I was startled, but I'd been running and jogging since middle school, and as soon as it started moving, I took off in a sprint down the trail and back the way I came, away from the shed, away from whatever the hell was chasing me. But it screamed like a banshee, and it ran like one too. I could hear its footsteps right behind me. I could hear its grunts and screams as it pursued me. I lost all track of time as I ran, all sense of being. Adrenaline rushed through me, and I was on autopilot. I sprinted for what seemed like an eternity until I nearly reached the Big Bend Fork. I looked behind me to see if I could still see it, but I couldn't. I couldn't see anything behind me for the length of the trail. And then I tripped. I fell on something hard but soft, fleshy and squishy, and immediately felt very warm all across the front of my body and my face, warm and uncomfortably slick. I struggled to stand, but my hands only melt something squishy, a mass of wetness and disgusting, slimy surfaces. I sat up from whatever it was and could see only red. I wiped my eyes clean and then discovered I'd fallen onto the corpse of the park ranger. On his back, his face ripped to absolute shreds, his abdomen torn open and half of his torso ripped off. I screamed louder than I ever have in my life and scrambled up to my feet, standing over his mutilated corpse until I heard that familiar banshee cry from behind me. I looked over my shoulder, and that smell hit me again, the smell of that creature. I then remembered. The rifle, I said, thinking out loud, and looked to the ground. Sure enough, the bloody rifle of the park ranger lay just off the trail. I grabbed it and checked it. It was loaded, and it was an actual gun, not just some tranquilizing tool like I initially thought. Low caliber, but good enough for me. I couldn't check if it was loaded or if the safety was on, but I aimed it up the trail just as that beast of a man was gaining distance on me. It looked more horrific in the open light, and I could see every vein, every patch of mottled and rotted flesh, the blood streaming from where it had attached the mutilated bare parts. I shut my eyes, expecting death to be coming. But I pulled the trigger. A loud crack resonated throughout the forest. I don't know if I hit the thing or not, but I heard a howl and the rustling of leaves. I opened my eyes after a moment and looked ahead. It was gone. Nothing beside me, behind me, or in front of me. The rustling of bushes got quiet until there was absolute silence. Me, with this rifle, standing above a dead man. Utter silence. I stood there like a statue, rifle still aimed, finger on the trigger, and I waited. I thought it would ambush me. I thought it was waiting for me. But another rumble of thunder woke me from this frozen position. Droplets. Then a sprinkle of rain began to fall, and without any further consideration of the situation, I took off running back down the trail. Minutes seemed like an eternity, and my body slowly gave out from the sprint. I couldn't push myself any longer, and soon I came in sight of the parking lot through the trees. I mustered up my best jog to safety, down the trail and out to the pavement, but then I noticed it was no longer empty. 3 Ranger cruisers were parked in a wall-like fashion against the trail. I was panting, my vision blurry as my body continued to recoil from the fierce push I'd put it through, but I remember seeing men behind the cars, black and white cars, weapons aimed at me. Were they police? Rangers? Had someone called them here? I didn't know. I couldn't think. "Drop it," was the last clear phrase I heard before I collapsed to the pavement. The patter of rain on my blood-soaked clothing, the final thing I heard before it all faded away. I blacked out entirely. I didn't sleep well, nor feel well, even when they let me out of the hospital I woke up in, because all that awaited me was a ride in the back of a state police truck to the local detention center. Details were fuzzy, and it all seemed like a blur, but the looks I got from some of the cops told me all I needed to know. I appeared in court not long after. 2 counts of first-degree murder of 2 Kentucky park rangers. They never found the bodies of the mangled bear nor the ranger in the shed, but with my clothes caked in blood and a crimson-spattered weapon in my hand, I was the only possible suspect to them. With the amount of blood found in the shed and 1 dead ranger left on the trail, I was to blame. I tried to plead my story. I wanted to, but even running it in my head sounded ridiculous. What, that a bear man had killed both men and I was only out for a jog? That my DNA was on the corpse of one and his blood was on me because I tripped and fell on him? An idiot might believe that, but sadly for me, the justice system wasn't as dumb as some people say it is. It's been 8 months since I was placed in this prison. 8 months that I've had to wear this jumpsuit, shower in a public shower, eat the slop they give us. 8 months because of my curiosity and my love of jogging. They're still doing tests and trying to determine every possible factor, but their search across the forest turned up no signs of the dead ranger. No other body to prove the case that I had nothing to do with the deaths of these men. Hell, they thought I was potentially insane, with the trauma I had of that day showing through and my story of a monstrous bear man being the murderer. My assigned therapist gave me this journal to write my thoughts in, and even if I'm not insane, it still comforts me to write my story. It comforts me to know that maybe, just maybe, I'll be proven innocent, and I'll get to be out of this place and back to my normal life. But I'll never go jogging in the woods again. There are multiple things out there in those woods. Old things that maybe not even Appalachian folklore speaks of. Monsters existing as shadows among the trees, howls at night, shrieks in the morning, figures in the fog. The things grizzled hunters spoke of while clutching a rifle to their side. They're still out there. Word of advice to you. Be careful what trails you go hiking on. You never know what you'll find. Big Bend National Park. The sign announced my arrival in a familiar font of all official Park Service communication. The ranger's booth beyond it grew large as I approached. I slowed down to halt alongside the squat yellow hut and paused my podcast. "Afternoon, friend." The attending ranger greeted me with a bored smile that reached barely to the corners of her mouth. I nodded my head in response. "Entrance fee increased to $30 this year," she intoned. "We can take cash or charge." I fished my wallet from the backpack on the seat next to me and handed her 2 20s. She returned a 10, but kept a hold of the bill as she handed it through the window. "Be safe out there." We locked eyes, and she fixed me with a meaningful glare that seemed to say she was more concerned with my behavior than my safety. "And don't talk to the animals." She relinquished the change. I shook my head, marveling at the strange warning, and drove on, hitting play on my phone. "Indeed, listener, it's best if you don't acknowledge these creatures at all." The podcaster pronounced this final sentence of the program in a tone that he no doubt imagined to convey solemn gravitas. Cheesy music and a cheap howling wind sound effect signaled the end of the episode. I fiddled with my phone, tapping into a playlist I'd labeled Old News. The Eagles crooned back at me. The sound cut out. I wrestled with the auxiliary cord that connected my phone to my car speakers and glanced at the home screen. No service. I stared at the now useless brick for a moment before turning my attention back to the road in front of me. Without my primary source of entertainment, I scanned through the radio stations, hoping to find something other than the breathless preaching that dominated the airwaves outside of the state's major population centers. I found only static. Admitting defeat, I turned my focus from the dashboard to get a proper look at my surroundings. Tall yellow grass grew mysteriously from rocky soil that did not appear capable of supporting life. Crooked trees, all limbs bent at impossible angles from the terrain. The scrubland, dotted with cacti, gave way to jagged mountains that stretched far into the horizon, and foliage seemed to grow thicker with elevation. Across the alien landscape, tiny roadrunners bolted back and forth, chasing some elusive prey on their impossibly fast little legs. Or, I chuckled to myself, perhaps they were eluding a dim-witted coyote. My car jolted as if I'd hit a pothole. The explosion of feathers across my windshield, however, indicated that the bump had not been the result of a shortfall in the park's maintenance budget. I cursed aloud. The view had distracted me. I resolved to focus on the road rather than the environment, figuring there'd be time enough to appreciate the majesty of nature during my hike. A nearby sign indicated the Lost Mines Trail, my destination, to be several miles further. After another eerily silent half an hour on the road, I reached the trailhead. A smiling older couple, each wielding 2 walking sticks, lumbered off the path as I pulled into a nearby parking space. I collected my phone from the dashboard and my backpack from the seat next to me, along with my boots from the floor. Stepping out of the car, I stretched my legs and popped the trunk. The older gentleman, presumably husband to his hiking partner, walked around behind my car and greeted me with a friendly wave as I sat to change my shoes. "Looks like you'll have the trail to yourself this afternoon, pal." He flourished his hand magnanimously at the empty parking spaces around us. "Oh, you didn't see anyone else out here?" I pulled on my dusty brown boots as he shook his head. "Nope. Just that old boot over there." He gestured towards his wife. I laughed, as if his joke had been funny, and double-knotted my laces. "You have the most beautiful eyes," croaked the old woman, cued by his gesture. "You just don't see that color blue every day." I chuckled and thanked her. "You folks have a good evening now," I said. Shouldering on my backpack, I pulled my hat low over my eyes to keep what I now realized to be a blazing afternoon sun off of my face. The blue of the hat's brim now occupied nearly half of my visual field, and it obscured the old folks as I waved. "You too, young fella." I looked up to see the old man return the wave and stump back to his wife beside their Prius. Watching the hunched gentleman labored across the mere feet of the parking lot, I marveled that he'd been able to complete the trail's steep climb. Maybe the couple had kept their walk short. In any event, I set out toward the path. The first mile or so of Lost Mines proceeds mostly uphill. Bristly flora frame the entire trail, and the low bushes make it easy to forget that the path winds through the middle of the desert and not somewhere more hospitable. As the trail's switchbacks carve their way up the mountain every few hundred yards, a clearing in the foliage reveals a sweeping view of the surrounding landscape. I covered this first stretch in a little less than half an hour. Hoping to capture the scenery for a new computer background, I paused in one of these gaps in the foliage and pulled out my phone. The vista proved hard to photograph though, and my efforts resulted in only a single passable shot. I dropped my phone back into my pocket and unscrewed my water bottle from the strap of my backpack. I took in the scenery as I drank. A snuffling sound interrupted my commune with nature. My stomach dropped, and I spun my head in search of the noise. I'm a big guy, but I'm hardly a match for the black bears that frequent this part of the park. I spotted it to the left, a coyote. I froze and watched the creature emerge from the bushes. It had its back to me, and its head in one of the prickly bushes off the trail. It continued snuffling around in the foliage, but its rummaging was bringing it closer to me. I slowly screwed the top back onto my water bottle. Coyotes don't usually attack people, but in an emergency, I could use the mostly full bottle to bludgeon the beast. The coyote raised its hand and froze. It sniffed the air. Slowly, it turned to face me. I locked eyes with it. The creature looked wrong. It seemed almost to have two snouts, one on top of the other. The deformity looked like a video game rendering error of the sort that makes a virtual plant disappear into a wall and come out the other side. Like one snout had incorrectly rendered inside the other, and a tiny bit of the duplicate, just the nose, was poking through the coyote's face. I stared into the creature's wide, dark eyes for what felt like hours. Its noses twitched, both of them, as it sniffed the air. "Easy, boy." I muttered the words to the creature in what I hoped to be a slow, calming whisper. "Take it easy." The beast stared. I didn't move a muscle. Then, the coyote cocked its odd head to the side, and quickly, so quickly that I still question whether it had happened at all, the coyote winked. Behind me, a branch snapped and I spun. Finding nothing, I turned quickly back to the creature, but it was gone, scared away, no doubt, by the noise. I was breathing heavily, far more heavily than my brief hike up the trail merited. It took a moment to collect myself. I'd seen deformed animals before, goats with extra legs, deer with stubby little antlers. This coyote was just an accident of birth, the product of a twisted genome. Surely it hadn't actually winked at me, and even if it had, it was an animal, so it couldn't have been communicating anything with a minor twitch. I carried on up the trail, but the image of the coyote and its bizarre double snout stayed with me. Around mile 1.5, I reached another clearing. On the left-hand side of the path, this rest stop featured a bench carved from one of the sharp little trees. I paused briefly to tighten the laces on my boots and take a sip from my Nalgene. As I screwed the cap back on, movement from the corner of my eye caught my attention. I spun, half expecting to find the coyote staring back at me. Instead, I found another hiker passing me on the trail. He was descending, heading the opposite direction from me. The man wore brown hiking boots that rose to mid-calf. Gray socks extended from underneath, just a bit further up his calves, ending below olive green work shoes the same color as my own. Unlike mine, however, his shorts lacked the little loop from which someone using them for manual labor might hang a hammer. They also lacked the little yellow C that marked the brand on the back right pocket. His blue baseball cap was pulled low enough that I didn't get a good look at his face, but I noticed that his gray t-shirt seemed entirely free of sweat. The man raised a hand as I turned, though didn't say anything. "How's that last stretch?" I asked as he passed to my right. "Easy." He rumbled the word in a deep baritone, not much louder than a whisper, drawing it out into a languid assurance. He continued down the trail. "How's the view?" I asked to his back. "Easy," I heard again in the same slow whisper before the hiker disappeared around the next switchback. I shook my head, not sure I'd heard the guy correctly, as I gathered my belongings and finished lacing my boots. The sun was beginning to sink. I reached the trail's peak a little less than a mile later and was greeted by a sweeping view of the surrounding desert. By then, a brilliant sunset painted the desert, and I marveled at the view for nearly 20 minutes. As I made my way back down the trail, the temperature dropped with the sun. A cloudy evening obscured the views I'd enjoyed on the way up, and by the time I'd reached halfway down the trail, I had to use the flashlight on my phone to light the path in front of me. Hiking at night is always unnerving. This wasn't the first time I'd been caught out on a trail after sundown, and the desert path was much less intimidating than some of the more heavily wooded trails in the other parks I visited. Still, the normal sounds of wildlife become much more sinister at night. As I descended, my thoughts turned back to the events of the day. I'd woken up at the crack of dawn to make the long drive. I didn't mind road trips, but the space between Austin and Big Bend was just empty. Not like one little town every couple of miles empty. Completely empty. Bring a spare can of gas and make sure you fill up every time you see a station empty. I'd really plumbed the depths of the podcast universe, and even my favorite programs had run stale by the time I'd reached the welcome sign. What was it the ranger had said to me? Don't talk to the animals? I suppose a person has to be a bit odd to become a park ranger anyway, especially one way out here in the middle of nowhere. Still, strange thing to say. The memory of the odd warning brought to mind the coyote with its warped system error snout. I shuddered at the image. A branch snapped to my left. Wind whistled through the bushes. I sped up. A rock had found its way into one of my boots, and I bent to fish it out. The wind was whistling again. I held my phone in my mouth as I pulled one of my socks higher to make the boot a bit more accessible. The laces had loosened over the course of the day, and I could fit a finger down to the sole. I found the pebble and worked it out of my shoe with my index finger. I rolled it just past the top lace, near the middle of my calf. It was difficult to see the little gray stone. It matched the color of my socks nearly exactly, and the low light didn't help. I managed to grab it before it could fall back into my boots, though, and tossed it into the brush along the side of the path. It made a small click as it landed. I stood and continued. I didn't get more than a few steps before I felt a tiny impact on the side of my leg. Assuming I'd kicked up a stick as I'd been walking, I carried on. After another few steps, though, I felt another pebble in my boot. This one hadn't gotten deep, and I didn't need my light to fish it out. I held it between my index finger and thumb. This one, too, matched my socks. I tossed it as I had the other and carried on. A few steps later, I felt another impact, this time at my ear. A bug, surely. I paused briefly before speeding up. Crickets buzzed loudly, and their nighttime whine seemed to come from every direction at once. A branch snapped. I was nearly jogging by the time I heard it. Easy. Slow, deep, quiet, so quiet, I couldn't be sure I'd heard it at all. I broke into a run. All around me, the trail seemed to come alive. Branches snapped, and the wind rustled, and crickets whined so loudly, it was nearly deafening. My phone's light bounced as I ran, and my backpack jostled uncomfortably on my back. A root caught my foot. I threw my hands out to break my fall. The trail's tiny, sharp rocks dug painfully into my knees and my palms as I hit the ground. I scrambled to stand, but as I looked up, I found myself eye level with a pair of brown hiking boots. Easy. On my hands and knees in the dust of the trail, bleeding into the grit, I froze. Strong hands hoisted me from the ground, and I could do nothing but allow myself to be lifted. After an eternity, I raised my eyes and found myself face to face with the park ranger. Easy, she said, in the same careful tone that she'd used when selling my admission ticket, not the hiker's creepy whisper. I caught my breath for a moment before I responded, "Thanks." I dusted off my shorts and stepped back. Once I collected myself, I realized that I'd reached the end of the path and the ranger stood at the trailhead. My car was just a few feet away, and a light over the parking lot illuminated us. The ranger was holding a shotgun. She wasn't pointing it at me precisely, but she certainly wasn't pointing it anywhere else either. If she fired it, she'd probably blow off a few of my toes. Behind her stood the old couple I'd seen on the way up the path. The old man stood straighter now than he had earlier in the afternoon, and he'd traded his walking sticks for a shotgun of his own. His wife, too, was armed, and the three of them stood unmoving between me and my aging forerunner. None of them looked directly at me. In fact, each seemed to be looking pointedly at a spot where I wasn't. "What did I tell you when you first came into the park this afternoon, friend?" The ranger asked the question carefully and without much inflection. She still didn't meet my eyes, instead staring at the path behind me. Given her monotone, I couldn't tell whether she was scolding me or testing me. "Don't talk to the..." I paused. "The coyote. Don't talk to the animals," I finished. The ranger and her companions, all visibly deflated, as if they'd been holding their breath. Each of the three of them finally turned their eyes to me, and the ranger shouldered her firearm. "Friend, you get back in that car and you head straight out of this park," the old man commanded me, with a gravity that could not possibly have come from the doddering old fellow I'd met earlier in the day. "Don't stop. Not for nothing," the old woman added. "Or nobody." She fixed me with a steely gaze that matched the gravity of her husband's. "Not until you're out of the park. I wouldn't worry too much about the speed limit either, friend," the ranger added. I opened my mouth to ask what in God's name the three of them were talking about, but the ranger fixed her jaw in such a way as to indicate that the conversation was over. The old couple wore similar expressions, and the three of them turned their full attention to the path, guns aimed to the ground. I followed their instructions. I didn't change my boots. I didn't take off my shirt, even though a day's worth of sweat had turned into gray material nearly the same color black as my car's upholstery. The Forerunner came to life with its deep rumble, and I stomped the gas, peeling out of the parking lot with a squeal. My hands didn't stop shaking until I was nearly 3 miles from the trailhead. The road in and out of Big Bend is straight and covers several miles between the park entrance and the trails. I'd finally begun to relax, and I could see the ranger's booth in the distance when I heard it again. Easy. The same slow whisper, so quiet that my rumbling engine nearly drowned it out. I spun my head in every direction. The sun was all the way down by this point, and I couldn't see much outside the too dim glow of my headlights. I heard it again. Easy, boy. The same tone, the same whisper. Take it easy, boy. Faster this time, but not like a person who talked fast, like a video game played at double speed. I continued to look frantically around me, doing my best to keep some attention on the road. Motion at the corner of my eye caught my attention. I turned my head to the right. At the very edge of the half-circle of road, illuminated in my headlights, ran an animal that looked like it had 2 snouts, one on top of the other. I stomped the gas. Easy. Loud, deafening, but still soft somehow, like the recording of a whisper played at full volume through an expensive sound system. The ranger's hut grew larger in the distance. I kept my attention on the road in front of me, but from the corner of my eye, I could see that the coyote, the whatever it was still right on the edge of my headlights. I chanced a look at it, only for a moment. The sight still haunts me. On the edge of the road, just outside the light of my headlights, ran the coyote on its hind legs. Its twin snouts foamed and its mouth yawned open. As it panted, the creature's jaw opened wider than any natural being's ought to, and row upon row of human-looking teeth hung nearly to its chest, a chest that seemed to be wearing a gray t-shirt, but not wearing it precisely. Rather, the shirt seemed almost to grow from the creature's body, giving way seamlessly to the patchy fur of its arms and stomach. It turned its head and looked directly at me. Its eyes were no longer the white-brown eyes of an animal, but rather piercing blue eyes, like a human's, like mine. The coyote winked. I tore my gaze from the abomination to spare a glance at my speedometer. I was going 87 miles per hour. I willed the aging SUV to go faster, faster than it had any right to go, faster than whatever was keeping pace with me out my window. I stole another glance at the creature. As I turned my head, I saw the beast stop. Not slow down, stop. Completely. As if it had run into a wall. I whizzed past the ranger's hut and then the welcome sign, and didn't ease up on the gas until both were firmly in my rear view. But I heard it again. Take it easy. I slammed on the brakes, and I could smell the rubber burning under my tires. Don't let the sound of your own wheels make you crazy. The eagles crooned from my car speakers. I had service again. The song had carried on right where it had left off as my phone picked up a signal. I put the old SUV in park right there in the middle of the road. Tears ran freely down my cheeks, and my hand shook so violently I couldn't have driven the car if I'd tried. I don't know how long I sat there, parked in the middle of the West Texas highway. Minutes? Half an hour? Hours? Once I'd pulled myself together, I called the Marfa Hotel where I'd intended to spend the night and canceled my reservation. I drove straight home, through the night and into the morning. I stopped only for gas and hardly took a breath until I reached my Austin apartment. I double-locked the door, pulled the blinds closed, and collapsed, exhausted, into my bed. I'm still not sure just what the hell I saw out there in the desert, but the next morning, I had the thought, for the first time, but certainly not for the last, that maybe the national parks aren't just there to preserve natural beauty. Shenandoah. And how long will you be staying at the Skyline Lodge? I winced at the hotel's unfortunate name. The members of a Depression-era Public Works Committee had no doubt deliberated for months on just what to call Shenandoah's in-park accommodation, but their efforts had not paid off. Just the one night. I handed the desk attendant my credit card. "Well, we're glad you can join us." She passed a map over the counter, along with 2 keys and my receipt. "You're in room 188 in the Hazeltop building. Just follow this road to the right." I thanked the woman, crossed the small lobby, and pushed open the door into a crisp autumn afternoon. My decrepit forerunner waited in the lot outside. I dropped the room keys and their associated paperwork into my backpack on the front passenger seat and started the old beast. The SUV rumbled reluctantly to life, and its engine spluttered at the indignity of being called again to service so shortly after I'd last shut it off. I patted the dashboard affectionately. "You're doing great, girl." As if on cue, the engine quieted at my affection. Rather than head directly to my no doubt dingy room, I took a left out of the visitor center parking lot. I noted on the map that a portion of the Appalachian Trail crossed through the park just down the road. The trail was on my bucket list. I certainly couldn't hike the whole thing today, but I always enjoyed walking a few miles when I visited the parks I passed through. After only a moment on the road, I came to the Stony Man Trail parking lot. The area provided little more than a dusty shoulder off the main road, so I found a hospitable section of dirt to park the Forerunner. I opted to leave my backpack and boots in their place on the passenger seat, but decided to take my hat. As I unsnapped it from its place on my backpack strap, I remembered the cooler just below the seat. A lifetime ago, a college girlfriend had painted its top to mimic a brown wicker weave. "A picnic basket for your next hike," she'd teased. A gift from a beach trip we'd taken with friends, the cooler lasted far longer than the relationship, and I'd filled it with sandwiches before departing from my Washington apartment. I lifted its lid, digging past a cold pack to fetch a foil-wrapped turkey and Swiss. I stuffed my lunch into my back pocket and left several sandwiches and a sports drink for my return. The Stony Man Trail climbs gently uphill through 1.5 miles of dense woods. About halfway through the hike, the white blazes of the Appalachian Trail give way to blue swatches that mark a path to the summit. Autumn had decorated the Shenandoah foliage in brilliant orange, red, and green, and I found myself so caught up in this natural fireworks display that I nearly missed the turn. I managed to tear my attention from the trees for long enough to find my way, though, and after about half an hour of hiking, I reached the summit. Below me, the Shenandoah Valley stretched in every direction. Farmland checkered the countryside, creating a haphazard patchwork of wheat-brown, rolling green hills, and brilliant autumn color. Little white farmhouses dotted the landscape, and I imagined their occupants concluding a hard day's work in front of roaring fire. I sat there, daydreaming, for some time. The drive had worn me out, though, and I looked forward to dinner, a good night's sleep, and a morning of hiking the next day. The blue blazes guided me back to the white swatches, and at a leisurely stroll I made my way back down, accompanied by the lyrical trill of birdsong. After about 45 minutes of walking, I spotted the silver glint of my ancient car through the trees. As I got closer, though, I spotted something else. Distance and the dense forest obscured my view, but through the trees, a massive animal seemed to wrap itself around the right side of my car. I stopped dead in my tracks. I couldn't see it clearly. I stared at the shape for what felt like hours, but was only surely minutes. I crept closer. A yard or two nearer, I could make out a few details. Shaggy arms pawed at the door, and claws clacked against the window. A bear. The creature seemed to stand head and shoulders above the SUV, though. A truly massive bear. I didn't dare venture any closer. A heavy impact shook the nearby branches. I glimpsed a flash of silver through the trees, and I realized what was happening. The beast was rocking my car, left and right. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I didn't dare so much as blink, lest the animal turn its attention from my car to me. The thumping continued for I don't know how long, and terrified though I was, I worried at how much abuse the old car could take. At this thought, though, the sound stopped. I couldn't see the black form through the trees anymore, but I also couldn't be sure it was gone. I waited, crouched amongst the trees. After what felt like hours, I worked up the courage to leave the woods for the parking lot. My car was in rough shape. Long scratches marked the windows, and the already battered exterior now sported several new, deep dents. I unlocked the door and climbed into the driver's seat. Turning the key in the ignition, I prepared myself for the worst. The 4Runner roared to life. Its engine thundered more vigorously even than it had when I left the lodge, as if the car was celebrating its own survival. I drove carefully back to Skyland, half expecting the bear to leap from the woods along the way. I made it back to the Welcome Center without incident, though, and parked the 4Runner in the same place I'd left it when I checked in. I figured that I ought to report the incident to a ranger, and I went inside to find one. The desk attendant was nowhere to be found. I poked around the lobby, passing a smattering of old couples and young families, but no ranger. A sign indicated the Mountain Tap Room to be around the corner. I followed it, telling myself I'd report the bear tomorrow. The restaurant was small, just a few square tables scattered across the floor, and a small bar, all decorated in dark rustic wood. A young family sat at one of the tables, and the only other patron was stationed at the far end of the room, chatting pleasantly with the bartender. I parked myself 2 stools down from him. The man wore a red, gray, and green checked flannel shirt and a pair of faded light blue jeans. He sported salt and pepper black hair, cut near to a buzz on the sides. His hands, resting on the bar, were tanned, and while I couldn't see his palms, I knew they'd be calloused. He turned part of the way to me as I sat. I could only see his face in profile, and the partial view did not betray an age. He could have been anywhere from 30 to 60. "Evening, bud." He raised his beer. I lifted a hand in return, but didn't say anything back. I scanned the short menu as the bartender made her way to me. "What's it gonna be?" She asked for my order politely, but didn't offer a smile. 3 Rivers Belgian. I selected the draft randomly from the list of unfamiliar beers. And a burger as well, please. She poured the drink and handed it over the bar. I nodded my thanks. You spend a lot of time in the parks? Asked the man in flannel. He spoke in a confident baritone that immediately disarmed my usual hesitance to strike up conversation with strangers. The image of a coyote with two snouts flashed, unbidden, through my mind. In the years since I'd visited Big Bend, that night's events had faded into memory. The steady march of time, coupled with a busy life and a cross-country move, had reduced the horrifying experience to little more than a distantly remembered fever dream. I'd convinced myself that what I saw in the desert had been the product of an overactive imagination and too many late-night podcasts. I banished the image from my mind and answered the question. I grew up hiking them. He turned more fully to face me. My dad was a ranger before we came along, so he used to take us all around. Can always spot a friend of the parks, he responded, pronouncing the phrase as if it were an official title or a military rank. Cheers. We tapped our mugs. How are the trails? He asked. My rocking car returned immediately to the front of my mind, and before I could think better of it, I told him about the experience. Saw a bear out by Stony, man. Damn thing almost ripped my car in half. By this point, he turned in his stool to face me with his whole body. He raised his eyebrows, but his ageless face remained otherwise impassive. You didn't leave food in the car, did you? He asked. I cursed myself internally, remembering the cooler. Damn. I spoke as much to myself as to him. I suppose I did leave a couple of sandwiches in the cooler, didn't I? I knew better. His expression didn't change. Did you get a good look at him? He fixed me with an intense but unreadable stare, and I noticed that his eyes were nearly the same shade of gray as the hair at his temples. I shifted in my seat. Only through the trees. Couldn't see him all that clearly. He was big, though. A good bit taller than my car on his hind legs. The man wrinkled his brow and looked away for a moment before turning his gray eyes back to me. Did you see his feet? Excuse me? Surely I'd misheard him. Did you see his teeth? I let out a breath. The question was still strange, but at least it made proper reference to animal anatomy. No, couldn't bring myself to get close enough. I chuckled at my own cowardice, but the man didn't return the laugh. He looked at me a moment longer and opened his mouth to speak. Whatever he'd been about to say, though, he thought better of it. He turned his attention to the bartender. Close me out, Katie. She nodded and began printing his check from the register. She brought his bill in a plastic tray, and he signed the receipt. I'm gonna head out for the evening, pal. You make sure to report that bear to a ranger tomorrow. He didn't look at me as he spoke, and he was gone before I could return the farewell. I watched him go. Katie brought my burger, and I turned my attention to the food, putting the brief conversation out of my mind. A wave of exhaustion hit me nearly as soon as I finished the burger. The drive from DC, the hike, and an adrenaline hangover from my bear sighting combined all at once, and it was all I could do not to pass out on the bar. I closed out my tab and shuffled out to my car where it waited in the parking lot. On the way out, I passed the man from the bar, speaking into his cell phone. Rather than interrupt what appeared to be an intense conversation, I passed him without acknowledgement. A brief drive brought me to the Hazeltop. After finding a place for the 4Runner outside, I gathered my backpack and hauled the cooler from its place on the passenger side floor. I found room 188 just up a set of outside stairs and juggled my belongings, trying to hold my backpack, cooler, and keys, all while unlocking the door. I managed to shoulder my way into the room, and the awkward shuffle brought me in backwards. I dumped my belongings on the floor and collapsed, thinking only of sleep, to the room's single bed. I woke with a start some hours later. I'd fallen asleep in my clothes. I climbed from the bed, peeled off my jeans, tugged my musty t-shirt over my head, and stumbled to the bathroom. I considered showering, but told myself I'd do so in the morning. I rubbed my eyes as I shuffled back towards my bed. I nearly jumped out of my skin when I saw it. On the far wall, between the drawn blinds of two long windows, was painted a horrifying mural. It was difficult to see in the low light, but I squinted to make out the details. The image showed a creature with the same general shape as a bear, but bigger, and up on its hind legs. It had a bear's heavy lower body, large round head, and narrow shoulders, but it seemed thinner than a bear, nearly emaciated, and more at ease upright, as if the artist hadn't been aware that bears ordinarily walk on all fours. The creature's coat, too, was longer than any woodland animal's. Matted black fur, almost like human hair, covered the beast head to toe, except in a few mottled patches that exposed shiny, twisted skin, like burn scars. Its face was flatter than a bear's, and a heavy lower jaw, featuring two jutted teeth, hung in a prominent underbite. For whatever perverse reason, the artist had included a shiny dribble of drool at the corner of the creature's mouth. I stared at the image, unmoving for a moment. Once the initial shock wore off, I decided I was too tired to think especially hard about the picture, and dismissed it as another product of the same mid-century public works nightmare that had provided the hotel with its tragic name. I crawled back into bed, and in moments slept again. Sunlight, directly in my eyes, woke me up. Remembering the twisted mural, I made it a point of rolling out of bed the other way before shuffling out of the room. I started my car and drove the short distance back to the visitor's center in search of breakfast. I parked amongst a handful of other cars and crossed the gravel lot towards the lobby. A sign for the potluck dining room guided me to breakfast. A hostess sat me at a table in a far corner. Like the mountain tap room, dark wood covered nearly every surface of the dining restaurant, and floor-to-ceiling windows offered sweeping views of the surrounding forest. A handful of other diners sat, scattered around the wide room. When the server came around, I ordered eggs and bacon. I enjoyed the view until the food arrived. As she brought my breakfast, though, a familiar face joined her. "Morning, pal." The man from the tap room. "How'd you sleep?" His ageless face remained as impassive as ever, but I sensed that he genuinely wanted to know the answer. "Like a rock," I answered truthfully. I was pretty toast after the drive, the hike, and the bear yesterday, so I was out pretty quickly. He looked relieved. "Glad to hear it." As the man turned to go, I thought of the mural and the twisted bear it had shown. "Hey, did your room have one of the murals?" He stopped dead. As he turned back to me, I saw that the color had drained completely from his face. "Mural?" he asked quietly. I could see him thinking, and he asked the next question carefully. "What did yours show?" "A bear thing," I answered, "but a big one, with a weird face." He set his jaw, and nodded as if he'd hoped that I wouldn't answer in the way I had. He thought again, for a moment, and then, as if he'd made up his mind, fixed his expression in a look of grim determination. Without a word, he grabbed my arm, and before I could protest, he hauled me from my seat. "Hey man, what?" I tried to shake the arm free, but his grip was like steel. He frog-marched me across the restaurant as the few other patrons looked on in confusion. He didn't answer, though, as we left the restaurant and crossed the lobby. That same look of determination remained fixed on his ageless face as he led me outside to the door of my car. "You need to follow me." He issued the command with authority, and before I could protest or ask just what exactly was happening, he turned and began jogging across the parking lot to a bright red pickup truck. I thought of Big Ben and the old couple, and when he peeled out of the lot, I followed. The red pickup truck sped up as we crossed onto Skyline Drive. Trees, hills, and fall foliage whipped past me as I forced my decrepit SUV to keep pace with a much newer car in front of me. After only a few moments on the road, red and blue lights filled my rear view, and the wail of a siren drowned out the Forerunner's struggling engine. I slowed as what I assumed to be a park ranger approached. A horn blared. I looked again to my window. The ranger drove only a few feet behind me, and I could make out his brick jaw, dark-tinted aviators, and Smokey the Bear hat on the dashboard. He shook his head, waving a hand forward in a keep-going motion. Soon, he overtook me, and as he passed, I noticed that he drove not the usual white and green park service car, but an unmarked gunmetal gray pickup SUV with a siren mounted to the roof. The ranger passed me in the red truck, siren still blaring. The red pickup crossed into the left lane, and its driver waved for me to pass, indicating that I should continue to follow the ranger. I kept pace with the flashing lights, and the pickup crossed back into the right lane behind me. The three of us continued in this formation for miles, as the ranger led us on a harrowing cannonball run of the scenic highway. The famously winding road twisted and curved through the park, and every time we sped around a curve, I feared that my aging Forerunner would flip. I remembered the drive from the park entrance to Skyland taking around an hour. The three of us covered the distance in nearly 20 minutes. The ranger didn't slow until we'd passed the entrance hut. The white and yellow entry barrier was conveniently thrown up by the time we passed. He pulled over to the side of the road once we'd left the park. I did the same, as did the red pickup behind me. The ranger opened the door and stepped out, carrying my backpack. My hands shook as I opened my own door. The terrifying drive had required 100% of my focus, and I'd hardly had a moment to think of what exactly to say. I wanted answers, though. "What the hell?" I yelled the words at the ranger, gesticulating wildly as I did. He stared, impassive, his expression unreadable behind the tinted aviators. The other man had also stepped from his red pickup and joined us by the side of the road. The two shared a meaningful glance. I looked frantically from one man to the other, searching both of their expressions for some explanation, some reason why I'd been escorted from a national park at 75 miles an hour, first thing in the morning, while my belongings sat in my hotel room. The ranger took off his sunglasses and looked me in the eye. The other man put a hand on my shoulder. Both stood in front of me. I stared. "You told me about a mural in your room, friend." The gray-eyed man said this slowly, almost sadly. The men shared another look, and the ranger followed up. "Pal, The rooms in Skyland don't have artwork." He trailed off, looking to the trees, then turned back to me. "Your room didn't have a mural." We locked eyes. "It had a window." It took me a moment to process his words. I looked again, from one man to the other, but found nothing by way of explanation in either face. The image of the twisted bear creature came again to my mind. Its cruel fangs, its long claws, the drool at the corners of its mouth. I thought again of my car shaking the woods and the black form that had wrapped itself nearly around the vehicle, clawing desperately at its window. My stomach dropped, and I thought for a moment that I might lose my breakfast on the ranger's boots. The two men stared. "Head straight on home, pal." The ranger looked almost sympathetic. "And I wouldn't plan any more trips to Shenandoah." He turned towards his car, and the man in flannel followed suit. "Wait!" My voice cracked as I yelled the final word, but I didn't know what to ask. "Do you have my cooler?" I finished lamely, and he turned back to me. "That's staying in the park, friend." He smiled and shook his head. "I hope you didn't have anything too valuable in there." He turned again, and I could tell the conversation was over. The gray-eyed man climbed back into his truck, and as I watched, the two men turned and drove slowly back into the woods. The drive back to Washington was quick. Once I turned off the engine in my old 4Runner, it never started back up again. The bear, or whatever it was, coupled with the furious flight down Skyline Drive, had finally been too much for the old girl. And that night, as I tossed and turned in my bed, high above the noisy streets of the nation's capital, I thought again, more sure this time, that maybe the national parks aren't just there to preserve nature. Yellowstone. "He's not far now." Our guide indicated some unseen sign at the base of a nearby pine tree. I nodded my head knowingly and did my best to give the impression that I cared deeply about catching up to the elk. I didn't much like the outdoors anymore, but in grad school, trying to stand out, I'd made the mistake of putting hiking and exploring the national parks in the interest section of my resume. Much to my chagrin, this inclusion had labeled me outdoors guy at my job, and when my boss Owen invited me to join a group for a team-building retreat to a hunting lodge in Wyoming, I didn't dare decline. So I found myself hefting a hunting rifle through the Wyoming woods in a light October snow and wanting very badly to return to my cabin. "What'd you see?" Owen's question snapped me out of my rumination. "Tracks?" the guide responded. "Pretty fresh." My boss lit up in a wide smile, eager, no doubt, to return to our group with a trophy. "How far do you think he is?" "Can't say for sure." The guide looked off into the distance. "Close enough that we'll keep going on foot." I looked begrudgingly back at the gray pickup truck we'd left behind. Owen, several years older and decidedly soft around the middle, looked equally despondent. We continued through the trees, quiet for a few moments, until Owen's warm baritone again broke the silence. "So you've been out here long?" The guide chuckled, and deep wrinkles gathered around his eyes. "I used to be a ranger, spent 20 years in the parks, including Yellowstone. Retired a few years back, and I've been leading trips for Stone Creek ever since." At the guide's mention of our hunting lodge, I thought again of my sumptuously appointed cabin. Something in my face must have betrayed me, because when the guide turned back to us, he shot me the sort of indulgent look that outdoor working types often give inside city folk. "How about you boys? Spend much time out this way?" "Yep," I shot back, mildly offended by his look. My dad was a ranger. I spent a lot of time in the parks as a kid. The guide paused and seemed to reevaluate for a moment. He stared at me, as if searching my features. But just as he opened his mouth to speak, Owen interjected with another question. "I hear some spooky stories coming out of the parks." My boss looked expectantly back to our guide. "People going missing, that sort of thing. Did you ever see anything strange out there?" My stomach dropped. A coyote with two snouts flashed through my mind. I tried to keep a neutral expression, though, and the ranger saved me by answering quickly. "Oh, sure, you see all kinds of strange things. Kids turn up miles from their parents, in places they couldn't have gotten on their own. Hikers hear impossible sounds coming from the trees, that sort of thing. The parks are big, though, and there's a lot of them. So just statistically, some odd stuff is going to happen out here." He waved his hands at this final dismissal in a nothing-to-see-here gesture. But as he looked from me to Owen, he paused for a moment, and we locked eyes. I knew then that he was lying, and he knew that I knew, and we shared a brief moment of silent understanding that stretched on until Owen interjected again. "Huh? Your dad ever tell you about any of that?" He looked at me expectantly, and I tried desperately to concoct some way of ending this line of conversation without being rude to my boss. The guide must have seen my discomfort, though, because he saved me again. "Look there!" He gestured to the base of another spruce. "We're close now." I didn't see anything in the spot he'd indicated, but whether he'd seen a sign or not, the distraction proved effective, and Owen's questions stopped. We continued on again in silence. After only a few moments of blessed quiet, the guide raised a hand and put a finger to his lips. Owen and I stopped in our tracks, pausing at the crest of a hill. The guide pointed into the distance, and I followed his finger. For a while, I saw nothing, and I searched the landscape for some sign of whatever he'd indicated. The Wyoming woods had grown thicker around us, and we'd left the pickup truck behind. The light October snow was beginning to stick, and a thin layer of white had settled amongst the pine needles. The snow wasn't so heavy that I couldn't see clearly, and I scanned the rocky hills below us for some sign of our prey. After a moment of searching, I spotted it. Far in the distance, perhaps a few hundred yards away, a set of antlers peeked out from behind a copse of trees. I grinned. Frightened though I might be now of the outdoors, I'd truly loved nature for most of my life, and the prospect of landing a big bull elk still excited me. I turned back to my group. Owen was looking through a set of binoculars, scanning the woods as I had, and the guide waited patiently for him to spot the animal on his own. On cue, the shrill call of a bull elk sounded through the trees. If you've never heard an elk's bugle, the sound is equal parts comical and terrifying. The creatures call out in a high, piercing whine that, depending on the animal, can almost sound like a screaming child, the screeching brakes of a poorly maintained car, or the whir of machinery. But the sound is distinctive and unmistakable. You know it when you hear it. Owen looked down from the binoculars, and while I suspected he hadn't spotted our quarry, he seemed satisfied that we were on the right track. Our guide pulled a long tubular call from one of his many pockets and put it in his mouth. As he blew, a similar sound, nearly identical to the call we'd just heard, echoed forth. His call was followed by another bugle, and the three of us exchanged excited looks. We trekked silently through the trees, down the hill, and towards the spot where we'd seen the antlers. And as we got closer, our guide put up a hand to stop us. "All right," he whispered. "We're getting close enough that we might be able to take this guy. But if anyone asks, we got him a few miles back the way we came from." Owen and I didn't answer, but our puzzled expressions must have been clear enough because the guide quickly answered our unspoken question. "You're not allowed to hunt in Yellowstone. I think we crossed into parkland about a half-mile back." His words hit like a punch to the stomach. The excitement of the elk hunt evaporated, and I felt only a sinking, creeping dread. Since Shenandoah and a mural that wasn't a mural, I hadn't dared to venture even close to the parks. In fact, I'd done all I could to avoid them, declining invitations to go hiking or camping at every turn. But here I was, years later, back in one of the godforsaken national parks. I stopped involuntarily. The guide carried on, though, either not noticing or ignoring my reaction. "I know all the rangers on duty, and neither of y'all would get in trouble, but still, it's a hassle I'd rather not deal with." Owen nodded conspiratorially, and I did my best to fix my expression. Apparently, I didn't quite manage it, though, because Owen weighed in to reassure me. "See, you're not going to get in trouble. I'm sure it happens all the time." He looked to our guide for further reassurance, but the old ranger spotted something in my face that Owen hadn't. He fixed me with the same look he had when I mentioned that my dad had been a ranger. Again, he seemed about to say something, but another bugle cut him off. He turned, and we continued down the hill and into the woods. Slowly, we stalked closer to the elk. Circling around the spot we'd last seen, we approached from behind. At the guide's insistence, we readied our guns. Owen would take the first shot, of course, as he'd financed the entire retreat. I hoped I wouldn't have to follow up, though, because my hands had begun to shake as my fear of the parks took hold. Our boots left faint, nearly invisible tracks in the thin layer of frost that was now accumulating atop the dirt. Snow has a way of muffling noise, and I could hear only the sounds of our own breath and an increasingly frantic heartbeat. Again, the guide held up his hand, and we stopped. I spotted the antlers again, through the trees. They were closer now, about 100 yards away. I stared, fixated, as the antlers shifted. I held my breath, and the silent, still woods seemed almost to do the same as I readied myself for the beast to move. Owen knelt and brought the rifle to his shoulder in a practiced motion. The antlers shifted again. All was still. Then, slowly, inexorably, the antlers moved from behind the distant tree, or rather, their owner moved, and the antlers came with it. And as the beast came into view, it became clear that whatever the antlers were attached to, it certainly wasn't an elk. The antlers ended in sharp, vicious points that did not seem entirely natural, and grew from a head that seemed to belong to a human, or something that had been a human once, long ago. The crown of its head was round and entirely bald. Its face had the same general shape of a man's, 2 eyes, 2 ears, and a mouth. But where a nose would ordinarily be, it had only a small bulbous snub and 2 snake-like slits. Its eyes, I could see even from a distance, were a cold, piercing blue. Every other part of the creature was bone white, and had it not been for the antlers, I might not have seen it against the snow. The creature was thin, but its limbs were corded with sinewy, ropey muscle. Its torso again looked like something that had once been human. but a human that had been stretched and twisted so as to be almost unrecognizable. Long arms hung nearly to the ground. Beneath an emaciated rib cage hung a distended, protruding belly. Thin stick legs with backward-facing knees ended in tufts of white fur and large black hooves. Its enormous hands, tipped with long, filthy nails, held the shredded remains of what looked to have once been a rabbit. The creature, now fully in view from behind the tree, opened its red-stained mouth to reveal rows of long, knife-like teeth. And from that horrifying maw came the shrill, whining bugle of a bull elk. The crack of a rifle sounded through the forest, and the creature's head snapped backwards. I looked back to the ranger, rifle to his shoulder, aiming at the distant horror. I spun my head around, back to the creature as it slowly looked back upwards. And then it turned its head, nearly 90 degrees, to look directly at us. Shit. The ranger's quiet curse snapped me out of my daze. Owen, too, stood now and looked frantically to our guide. In the distance, the beast dropped to all fours. Run. The simple command was all I needed. I turned and bolted back in the direction we'd come from. My rifle jostled uncomfortably against my back, and as I sprinted, I shrugged out of its straps and left it on the path behind me. Ragged breath and pounding footsteps told me that Owen and the guide followed closely behind me. I willed my legs to move faster. Only once, briefly, did I chance a backward look. The beast had covered the distance between us in impossible time, galloping on all fours in a frenzied, loping sprint. It was so close now that I could see shreds of rabbit in its teeth and across its mouth. The guide sprinted just behind, but as I turned, he paused to lift his rifle again. I saw Owen, too, sprinting behind me, red-faced and laboring up the hill. The abomination was nearly on top of him. I saw the fear in his eyes, as he no doubt heard the monster following closely on its heels. The crack of a rifle echoed through the woods. A muffled curse followed shortly after, and Owen's pitiful cry came next. "Help me," he called out, and his warm baritone wavered with fear. I'm ashamed to admit it, but in that moment, a single thought rang clearly through my mind. I didn't have to be faster than whatever was chasing us. I only had to be faster than Owen. And I was. From behind me, a thump, a wet ripping sound, and a horrific, tortured scream confirmed it. The guide's muffled curse followed. I didn't stop. I didn't even slow. The ranger caught up to me, sprinting to my right, and the look that crossed his face confirmed all that I needed to know. Owen wouldn't be leaving Yellowstone, alive or dead. A pounding behind me signaled the beast to be done with my boss. For now. "We're almost there," the guide screamed his assurance through ragged breath. "They can't leave the parks." I thought of a coyote sprinting on its hind legs through the West Texas desert until it stopped dead in its tracks, as if it had hit a wall, and I thought of a desperate hurdle down Skyline Drive, and I knew that the old ranger was telling the truth. So I sprinted, lungs burning, chest heaving, faster than I'd ever moved in my life, toward an invisible finish line in the distance. And I could see it. I can't explain how or why, but I saw it, only a few yards away. The trees didn't look any different. The ground didn't look any different. But some instinctual part of my brain drew a line through the woods in the distance. And I knew that if I could just make it to that invisible line, I'd be safe. Drawing on reserves I didn't know I had, I sped up. I could hear the beast pounding hooves. I was so close. I could smell its rotting breath. Yards away, I could feel its labored breathing. Nearly there. I wasn't going to make it. The abomination's stench, its breath, its pounding feet, they weighed on me like a physical thing, nearly on top of me. I resigned myself to a horrific end when the ranger's piercing yell cut through my panting breath. He'd collapsed on the ground just in front of me. I reached down mid-stride, hoping desperately that I could help him as I hadn't helped Owen. But as I reached for his arm, I realized that he was grinning. I realized, too, that I could no longer feel the beast behind me. Slowly, I chanced to look backward, and I saw it only a few yards away, still and staring at me. I'd made it. I stopped and stared as the creature turned, stood back on two legs, and sauntered, almost casually, back into the woods. I knew then that the ranger had been correct, that we'd left park property, and that, bound by some law I couldn't properly understand, the creature could not follow. I collapsed next to the ranger. He continued to grin madly as I splayed out, spread-eagled on the dirt. My chest heaved, and I realized dimly that my coat and pants were soaked through with cold sweat. I shucked my jacket and lay there for a moment, looking up at the sky as snowflakes spiraled softly down to earth. After a moment, I raised myself to a sitting position. I don't know quite how long we sat there, the ranger and I, staring into the woods, not saying a word. "Help me!" The desperate cry ripped through the winter air. "Help!" Again, in a familiar, warm baritone. I stood. "Help!" The ranger stood and put a hand on my chest. Without a word, he shook his head, sadly. I thought of the elk's bugle that we'd heard through the trees, and I thought of that high animal whine coming from the creature's mouth, and I thought of that tubular call the guide had put to his lips, believing that it was we who lured a wild creature toward ourselves. And I heard the voice call out again, "Help me!" And the guide turned from the woods and walked away, and I followed. We reached the pickup perhaps 15 minutes later. We drove back without a word. The ranger only broke the silence as we pulled up to the ranch. He said only that he'd fix things with his bosses and my co-workers to explain why Owen hadn't returned. I didn't ask what he meant. Instead, when we got back, I made a beeline for my cabin. I lit a log in the fireplace. I made a cup of coffee. I shed my clothes and left them in a pile on the floor, and I gathered a blanket around myself, and I sat in front of the fire, and I wept. Sometime later, perhaps only minutes, perhaps hours, a knock interrupted my sobs. I dried my face on the blanket and hastily pulled myself together. I opened the door to find the familiar, lined face of our guide. He cocked his head in a come-this-way motion, and I followed him outside. The two of us sat together, side by side, in the rocking chairs out front of my cabin. We rocked back and forth for a moment, neither of us quite ready to break the silence. The old ranger spoke first. "What's your last name, son?" I told him. He nodded as if he'd been expecting my answer. "Ah, I figured you were old Danny's boy." I turned to him, shocked equally by his casual reference to my father, and by the fact that after the day's events, I was even capable of shock. "You look just like him." I thought about the night my dad hadn't come back. I didn't respond for a while. Then, slowly, almost resigned, I asked, "What the hell, man?" I wrapped all my questions into the one, the coyote, the bear, the elk thing. With that single question, I asked about all of it. So he told me, and he didn't know much more than I did. But that night, as I cocooned myself in the cabin's sumptuous bedding, I figured that it was like this. We learn in school that the parks preserve nature. They keep people out to prevent them from spoiling the natural beauty. But that's not all they do. Somehow, by some law I can't understand, the parks keep things in as well. And like an old couple in Big Bend, like a gray-eyed man in Shenandoah, like my guide, and like my dad, I was going to help keep it that way. Isle Royal. How far are we? The roar of the small boat's twin motors, coupled with the howling storm, nearly drowned out my voice, and I had to shout to be heard over the din. "About 1.5 miles." The captain's poncho whipped loosely about his body, and he squinted into the wind. Just as I opened my mouth to respond, the Park Service boat crashed into a wave. I slipped on the rain-slick deck and stumbled backwards as a spray of freezing lake water stung my eyes. A handrail saved me from going over the edge. As I turned to huddle closer under the small awning, I found the captain, hair streaming, laughing at my display. His mouth moved, and I heard the deep timbre of his voice, but in the commotion, whatever he'd said was lost to the wind. "What?" I yelled, but the noise drowned me out. The captain just shook his head, giving up as I had on any hope of conversation. I followed his lead and turned my eyes forward. Isle Royal grew large in the distance. A crash of thunder and bolt of lightning lit up the far-off pines. Twin beams of light, illuminated in the late afternoon storm, shone through the rain to signal the approaching shoreline. We rounded a jagged edge of rock into a long natural harbor, and the straight lines of man-made construction came slowly into focus. The captain slowed. "Is there anyone at the lodge?" I shouted the question, hopeful that I could now be heard over the storm and the motors. "Damn, son, you don't have to shout." He bobbed his head backward as if struck by my voice. "Sorry." I repeated the question more softly. "Is anyone stationed at the lodge?" "Nope." He kept his eyes on the shoreline ahead. "Staff is home for the winter. Park's been officially closed for weeks." I didn't respond, but my chattering teeth betrayed me. "We've got the generator running. You won't freeze to death." As if on cue, a blast of wind howled across the bow and stole the breath from my lungs. The frozen gust seemed to cut straight through my clothing, but if the captain felt the cold, he didn't react. A line of ragged wooden docks and a vaguely human form materialized in the distance. The captain guided the craft slowly towards the shore as our waiting companion came into view. "Chilly?" A familiar voice called out as we slided up to the wood. Its owner ambled toward us in a shambling half-limp. The captain handed me a rope, and as we got close enough, I tossed it toward the dock. A splash, followed by a disappointed grunt, informed me that I'd missed. I hauled the dripping and now much heavier line back on board. Our guide had reached the boat by now, and he placed a leathery hand on the gunwale. "Get off that tub and tie her up." He gave the command in a familiar rasping grumble, and I scrambled to follow his orders. As I climbed the side of the boat, I paused briefly with my foot above the dock. But before I could think better of once again setting foot on national park land, the choppy lake made my decision for me. A wave rocked the boat, and the motion pitched me face down onto the dock. A chorus of old man laughter followed. I lifted myself to my knees, and a calloused hand reached down. I took it, and with surprising strength, the old guide hauled me to my feet. "The Rangers should be getting to Wendigo about now." The name of the other, smaller harbor across the island brought to mind for a moment a snowy October day, and the last time I'd seen the guide. The two of them stared at one another until a question from the boat interrupted my reverie. "So, this kid, like you said." The captain climbed from the boat to join us, frost clinging stubbornly to his beard. "Pretty sure." The two old men shook hands. "Let's hope so." The captain took the rope, which to that point I'd been holding, limp in my shivering hands. He tied up the boat in a single practiced motion, and the three of us started toward a lit building in the distance. Inside, the guide provided me with a new, dry set of clothes: a heavy canvas jacket, pants, and a thick cable-knit sweater. I changed and did my best to warm up and dry off. 20 or so minutes later, I sat at a chipping wood laminate table with a steaming cup of coffee. I pulled on a pair of wool socks and laced up my duck boots as the old men joined me. "How was the trip in?" I stared at the guide vacantly. My drowned rat visage seemed to provide answer enough because he dropped the question. "What's happening on the other side of the island?" The captain got straight to the point. The guide set his coffee on the table. He looked us both in the eye. "Those folks are cornered." He stared into the mug. "The Rangers ought to be with them by now, but they can't get nowhere." "I thought the park was closed." "It is?" The guide shook his head. "But every year there's a few hikers that think the rules don't apply to them. They take a private boat out to the island, and they get themselves stuck." He told me as much on the phone that morning, before the government escorted mad dash from my DC apartment to middle-of-nowhere Michigan, but I still didn't completely understand the situation. Okay, so why can't they just wait until the storm lets up? I let the question trail off. The ranger looked up, and we locked eyes. "Do you think I would have called you about a storm?" I thought of a twisted coyote with blue eyes too similar to my own. I thought of my forerunner and her last desperate sprint down Skyline Drive. And I all but heard the whining bugle of a bull elk. And I didn't have an answer. "What's the plan?" He told me. I didn't like it. Our boat idled at the edge of the park's natural harbor. The captain had flicked on its powerful spotlight to illuminate the surrounding water, and the twin engines burbled eagerly. Neither I nor the captain spoke, but he wore a look of grim determination that I could only aspire to. I held my blue hat in front of me, ringing its battered bill this way and that. If I didn't, I knew my hands would be shaking. A burst of static across the captain's radio interrupted my nervous fiddling. The guide's voice crackled through. "We're moving. Time to go." The captain didn't waste any time. The puttering engines roared to life, and the small Park Service craft shot forward. My hat nearly flew from my hands, and I put it on, backwards to keep it from flying away. I gripped tightly to an upright handhold and squinted into the wind. The storm had mostly let up, and the water was placid. But a thick fog had settled in over the lake, and visibility wasn't much better now than it had been earlier in the evening. The frozen wind still stung. We rounded the jagged edge of the harbor, and the captain aimed the boat toward Michigan. All I could do was hold on for dear life and wait. And I didn't have to wait long. In the distance, through the gathering fog, I spotted it. It looked at first like the wake of a fast-moving motorboat, twin waves cresting in white foam, but there was no boat. I pointed it out to the captain. He nodded and set his jaw, but didn't say anything. I turned back to the phantom wake. Now, at its peak, I saw a shadow just beneath the water. The shadow of something massive hurtling towards us. Once, in college, a friend had taken me to visit his family in Miami. We'd gone out on his dad's speedboat. The craft had flown across the water fast enough to take my breath away. The shadow and its wake were moving faster. The captain kept his hand steady and the throttle forward. I turned back to the water. The wake was gone, and the shadow with it. I let out a deep breath I didn't know I'd been holding and relaxed my grip on the handrail. Just as something massive struck the boat, the impact rocked our small craft. The engines roared, lifting partially from the water, and a wave crashed onto the deck as we keeled to the right. I lost my grip on the handhold and stumbled sideways. The captain, scrambling to find his footing, let up on the throttle. Then, the boat rocked again, righting itself. This second motion was too much. I stumbled back to the left, and the boat's side rail caught me about the middle. My boots, made for rain and not open water, found no purchase on the deck, and I pitched head first into the icy blue waters of Lake Superior. The freezing impact stole the breath from my lungs as my whole body plunged into the lake. I floundered madly, thrashing my limbs under the surface. I realized in a panic that my eyes were still closed. I opened them into the blue-gray murk. It took me a moment even to figure out which way was up, but light above me signaled the surface to be just out of reach. I kicked upward, but my soaked winter clothes weighed me down. Desperately, I shrugged out of the canvas jacket as my lungs began to burn. My lungs cried out for oxygen, and my entire body screamed at me to inhale. Just as I succumbed, my head broke the surface. I gulped desperately, inhaling equal parts chilly November air and icy lake water. Spluttering, I fought to remain above water. After a moment, though, I stabilized, bobbing up and down in the freezing lake. I looked around. The boat and its captain were nowhere to be seen. I worked furiously to stay above water, and the rest of my clothing still weighed me down. I reached down and struggled to untie one boot, then the other. Numb fingers fumbled with the laces, and I had to kick intermittently to remain above water. Finally, though, I managed to rid myself of the heavy rain boots. Next, I shucked the corded sweater. I dunked my head under the water again to pull it off, plunging again under the freezing lake. With some effort, I managed to wrestle free of the heavy garment. I watched it sink slowly into the depths, and I remembered there was something in the water with me. Panic redoubled. Something brushed my foot. I splashed madly, and my limbs grew increasingly heavy with the effort. Then I spotted it. Again, a wake without a boat, but this time closer. And at its crest, instead of a shadow, a hump of leprous gray hide poked through the surface of the lake. A tail, straight, broad, and muscular like an eel's, whipped the water to white froth, and while I couldn't see clearly, the creature appeared nearly the size of a city bus. It was headed straight for me. The beast dove. I fought to stay above water. Exhaustion and the icy cold sank deep into my bones. Never in my life had I been so thoroughly helpless. Between the fog and the water in my eyes, I could see nothing but my own thrashing limbs. I wasn't treading water now, just floundering madly and fighting the very lake around me. Water filled my mouth and I spluttered, hacking madly. Then it filled my nose, and I sank, and a shadow filled my vision below my kicking feet, rising from the depths, coming closer, slowly, inexorably, closer. And in the void I made out the glint of massive teeth, each nearly the size of a full-grown man, and a monstrous yellow eye with a black slit pupil. Then, suddenly, a splash from above and a brilliant light snapped me out of the daze. With my last ounce of willpower, I fought again to the surface. The red-white ring of a life preserver, illuminated in a brilliant beam, bobbed just out of reach. I thrashed and kicked toward the light. My fingers brushed it, but didn't grasp it, and I sank again beneath the surface. One more burst of effort. I drew deeply from reserves long depleted, and I got an arm through the hole. A powerful force yanked me through the water. I had nothing left. I allowed myself to be pulled like a rag doll through the lake. I opened my eyes. To the captain's wind-burned, ruddy face, he pulled me bodily on board, and as I lay on the soaking deck, unable even to stand, he throttled the small craft forward. I fought to my knees just in time to see an explosion of water in the spot where I had just been treading. The creature didn't remain above water for long, but in the moment before it dove again into below the icy lake, I stared deep into the slit of a single massive eye, an eye that looked somehow feline. Before I could process this bizarre feature, the beast was gone. Our craft tore away into the night, and I saw in the distance that we were approaching the park's edge. Like a line in the trees that I'd crossed at the border of Yellowstone, I couldn't identify just what it was. The water didn't look different. No rocks or buoys marked the limit. But from somewhere deep within my animal brain, I knew. And as we crossed the waterborne edges of Isle Royale National Park, I knew again that I was safe. I spared one last look toward the lake behind me, and in the distance, the gray mottled flesh of a massive tail, no longer thrashing, sank slowly into the depths. The cold set in. My fingertips began to turn blue, and my chattering teeth slowed. I remembered my father's long-ago lessons that this was a bad sign. The captain didn't slow, even as we left the park boundaries. When we reached Copper Harbor, he passed me off immediately to the same ranger who had picked me up in Washington earlier that day. After a brief car ride to a grassy peninsula, I found myself shuffled through the door of a yellow brick lighthouse. I shucked my soaked and freezing clothes and dried numbly with a towel. The ranger brought me a pair of loose-fitting sweats, my third set of clothes for the day, and a pile of blankets. I wrapped them around myself and fell, exhausted, onto a sofa. I awoke with a start some time later. The guide sat in a leather armchair, reading an honest-to-goodness newspaper. My hat, soaked and practically unrecognizable, sat on a side table next to him. He folded the paper when I woke. "You look better." I didn't respond. He handed me a cup of coffee, and I noticed, vaguely, that the sun shone through the lighthouse's small window. "Cap told me what happened." I sipped my coffee. 5 people are alive because of what you did." He fixed me with an intense stare, and I looked up. Those folks were on park land without permission, and well, they wouldn't have been allowed to leave. Not until you showed up. I nodded, and we sat in silence for a few moments. I sipped my coffee, and he looked mildly out the window. After a while, I asked the question that had plagued my mind since Yellowstone. Why do those things come after me? I stared into my coffee as I asked. Can't say for sure. I searched the old man's worn features. But if you want to hear what I think. He trailed off, then turned back to me. I think it has something to do with your father. My dad. I looked up, suddenly alert. We locked eyes, and then, slowly, carefully, he told me, your dad is the only person that ever killed one of them. Mammoth Caves. Your dad is the only person that ever killed one of them. I sank back into the sofa, coffee cooling and forgotten, as I processed the old guide's words. Then I said, tell me. And in his slow, careful croak of a drawl, he did. Your old man and I were both members of the National Park Service Investigative Services Branch. If you ask 100 people, 99 don't know the parks have their own little FBI. But they do, and you can imagine what that job entailed. One day, in the dead heat of summer, a call comes through the Washington office. A kid went missing in Mammoth Cave. Something didn't smell right, and they wanted one of our boys on it. So, a couple hours later, the two of us find ourselves driving a banged-up Park Service cop car through the Kentucky woods with our sirens blaring. When we got to the cave entrance, the ranger in charge, a big hulk of a guy, met us out front. That place is eerie during the best of times, but that day was another story. There's this long concrete staircase that cuts down the hill into the mouth of the cave. Now, stairs in the woods are always a bad sign, but these, they look almost like the ground is swallowing the steps whole. On top of that, the place was crawling with rangers, and the entire scene gave me a bad feeling. What did they tell you? The big guy asks us, cutting right to the chase. Truth was, not much, so he filled us in. Robbie Abbott, 6 years old, he's on summer vacation, and his parents take him for a tour of the caves. He pointed to a young couple sitting on the stairs, all huddled together. The Abbotts go in around 10 a.m. At 11:10 a.m., Mrs. Abbott comes out panicked. She flags down the nearest ranger and tells him their boy went missing, and that Mr. Abbott is still inside looking for him. Ranger goes in at 11:15, comes out with Mr. Abbott, but no sign of the kid. Eventually, Mr. and Mrs. calm down, but it took a while. Once they start giving details, things stop adding up. According to the Abbotts, they were in a side cave just off the main path, and Mr. Abbott was holding little Robbie's hand. He turns to Mrs. Abbott, and while the two of them are chatting, he lets go for a minute. They turn back, and little Robbie is gone. No trace, like he melted right into the rocks. As we spoke, I could tell the Abbotts were listening in, so we thanked the big ranger and went over to the couple. The two of them seemed pretty broken up. They told us near exactly the same story they'd given the big guy. After doing a side path, the kid lets go of Mr. Abbott's hand, then he's gone without a trace. But the mom mentioned that their boy was wearing his brand new pair of red light-up shoes, which the ranger hadn't mentioned. Your dad and I talked privately for a minute. We agreed something seemed funny, but we decided to ask if they could show us the place where it happened. When we asked the couple, Mr. Abbott put on a brave face and says, "I'll go." And the big ranger agreed to let him show us the spot, but he insisted on coming with us as well to make sure we didn't get ourselves lost. So we each took a lantern, and on the four of us went, down that staircase and into the cave. The guide paused here for a moment and sighed heavily. Then he stood and crossed the small living room to a corner cabinet. After rustling inside for a moment, he came away with a tall amber bottle. Still silent, he poured a few swallows of the stuff into his coffee, then returned, liquor in hand, to his place on the chair. He offered me the bottle. I was still cold to my bones from my trip to Isle Royale, so I accepted and poured a bit into my own mug. Then the old man continued. "I said earlier that the mouth of that cave is eerie in the best of times. Well, these weren't the best of times. The entrance looks like a big black hole in the earth, and it always seems to be dripping, even on a clear summer day like that one. It's always cool down there, chilly even, and for whatever reason there's always a breeze blowing out of the cave. Out of the cave, not into it. So when we went down those stairs into the earth, I had this creeping sensation like I was walking into my own grave." Once we got inside, Abbott and the ranger led us at a quick march through the caves. We took a right out of the entrance and ended up in a cavern so big they built a staircase in it. Thing goes back and forth in a zigzag 4 or 5 times. They call it the tower. The entryway in a lot of the more developed areas are hung with these electric lights, so the tower is lit up like the front, but gets darker as you go down. We took a left off of that staircase, but after that, I can't tell you where we went. I did my best to backtrack, but I figured we had the lead guy with us and he knew his way around. After a while, maybe 20-30 minutes of walking, Mr. Abbott stopped us and says, "It was here." The electricity had ended a few turns prior, so we only had light from our lanterns. Cave dark is a different kind of dark. Usually you can see outlines and movement. Down there, under the rocks, it presses in on you like it's a living thing. So it seemed awfully strange that someone would bring their kid down one of these ways. But we got to looking around. Your old man asked the ranger and Mr. Abbott to step back, and we scanned the ground for any sign of the kid. But after at least half an hour of looking, the two of us hadn't turned up one trace of that boy. Your dad asked Mr. Abbott if he was positive this is where it had happened. He said he was quite sure. Then, after your dad asked the question, he turned back around and held his lantern up high. And Abbott got right up behind him, inches away. I can still see the picture, clear as I'm seeing you. The man had gone pale, ghost white, and his eyes. Some animals have this reflective layer behind their eyeballs. It's why you can see a cat's eyes in the dark. But humans don't have it. It's why you can get red eye in a camera flash. There's something behind our eyeballs, so the light goes right through, and you can actually see the capillaries in the blood. But when your dad held up that lantern, Abbott's eyes flashed yellow-green, like an animal's. My stomach dropped, but before I could say anything to your old man, or even tell Abbott to back up, we heard something echoing around the cave. I shushed everyone, and we all waited, silent and huddled around. Then we heard it again. It was more clear the second time. "Hello." It was a high, panicked shout, like a lost little kid. It had to be Robbie. I'd all but forgotten about Abbott and his creepy eyes, so I called back. "Robbie," I yelled. "Robbie, we're here to help you." "Who's there?" The voice called out again, excited but still scared. "Robbie," I tell him, "we're park rangers. Your dad is here with us." I nudged Abbott and he called out too. He says, "Robbie, it's Dad. We're coming to get you. Keep yelling and stay where you are." And the four of us went deeper into the caves, following that voice. After a bit, through dark, in the distance, I spotted a pair of blinking, flashing, red lights just a few inches off the ground, like a little kid's light-up shoes. The four of us dashed toward them into the dark, but they kept getting farther away, like Robbie was running. We kept calling, though, and he kept answering. The ranger and Abbott got ahead of us. Abbott couldn't be slowed, and the ranger kept up with him. Your dad and I fell a bit behind as the two of them turned a sharp corner ahead of us. The tunnel had gotten tighter. We had to go one by one now, and the both of us were crouching down. But when we rounded the bend, we came right up on a big pile of rocks in our way. There was only a small gap, set a bit off of the ground, and we'd have to go through at an angle. I held up my lantern, but couldn't see much past the rocks. We called out, and the ranger's voice answered, "Through here." I tried to picture a big guy like him squeezing through that tiny gap, but I figured he had plenty of experience in the caves and didn't think much more about it. Then your dad says to me, "I'll go first." He didn't wait for me to agree. He just started climbing, and before I knew it, he'd squeezed right through that gap. I waited a beat. Then, from the other side, he gave a shout and I heard a clatter of rocks. I rushed to squeeze through after him and climbed up the rocks. I got my head and shoulder into the gap, then tried to use my feet to push the rest of my body through after. I wasn't sure I was going to make it, and for a moment I was properly stuck. My heart started going as the rocks felt like they were squeezing me, but after a beat, my uniform shifted, and I got through. It took me a moment to get my bearings on the other side. I held up my lantern, and the cavern was so big I couldn't see the walls. I thought I heard the rush of water somewhere nearby, but I can't be sure. Your dad was just ahead of the gap, and he had his lantern held up high, but he was just standing there. "Danny," I said to him, "what's going on? Do we have the kid?" He didn't answer. He was looking at something on the ground. So I came up next to him, and I saw what he was looking at. It makes my stomach churn just thinking about it. On the ground was the ranger, or parts of him. The only word I can think of to describe that mess was a pile. The ranger was in a wet, shredded pile on the cave floor. And on top of that pile, stacked neatly almost, was a pair of blinking red, light-up shoes. There was no sign of Abbott. I stopped and stood next to your dad and just stared for a minute, until a voice interrupted us. "Over here." It was the kid's voice again, but it echoed and bounced off the walls of the cavern so loud that I couldn't tell where it came from. Then again, but a different voice. "We're over here." Mr. Abbott's this time. I stepped deeper into the cave and pulled my flashlight from my belt, and I shined it all around that cave. Your dad made like he was going to answer, but I stopped him because my light hit something moving by the cave wall. I tried to follow it, but it lost me. Your dad kept his lantern up in one hand and pulled his own flashlight out in the other. He shined it all around the cave too, and then two things happened, one right after the other. First, the kid's voice called out again, "Hello?" And second, my light found what the voice came from. And it sure as hell wasn't Robbie Abbott. Clinging to the wall, high up in the cavern, was a pale white thing. Its body were two long, jagged slits, nostrils, I assume. But most of that head was mouth, a giant mouth filled with needles for teeth. And when I shined my light over its eyes, they flashed yellow-green like an animal. And when it opened that mouth, Robbie's voice came out again and said, "Who's there?" I froze, and all I could do was stare, until another voice from somewhere else in the cave called out, "Over here," in Mr. Abbott's voice, and then another, "Through here," in the ranger's. Then a chorus of voices sounded from all around us, louder and louder, echoing off the walls. I heard the ranger, I heard Mr. Abbott, I heard little Robbie, and then I heard a woman shrieking loudly, "Where's my son?" And I heard the heaving sobs of a little kid. And I heard all three of those voices screaming, crying, and screeching through the caves like they were being torn apart. That was enough for me. I shouted at your dad, told him to go, and he did. I'd gone a little deeper into the cavern when I was shining my light around, and your dad was closer to the gap we'd come through. He bolted toward it, and around us, the skitter and crawl of fingers against rock seemed to come from every direction as those awful voices echoed and bounced off the walls. Your dad squeezed through the gap, and I followed him. I climbed up, and again I got my head and shoulders through, but I couldn't get my chest or my midsection past those rocks. I pushed off the walls again, but I couldn't get a good enough angle. The skittering sound and those echoing voices seemed like they were right behind me, and again the rocks felt like they were crushing me down. But your dad got a hold of my vest, and he yanked me right through, just when I felt the brush of fingers against my ankles. The both of us took off. I couldn't for the life of me remember where we'd come from, but your dad did. And we flew through those caves, all the while that skittering sound and those voices wailing followed us, just on our heels. We reached the tower, and the both of us took the stairs two at a time. When we reached the entrance, I was breathing heavy, and whatever had chased seemed to be gone. I stopped, and for a second, I looked back into the cave, and I could swear I saw a pair of flashing yellow-green eyes right behind us. But I turned back around, and by then, your dad was already out of the cave and halfway to Mrs. Abbott. He says to her, "Ma'am, for your safety, you have to come with us." She protested, of course, asked where her husband was, where her son was. But your dad stayed quiet, and all he would say is, "Please come this way," while he marched her to the car and put her in the back. I wasn't quite sure what he was thinking, but I knew that I trusted your dad, and so I got in the passenger seat while he threw on the sirens, and we hightailed out of that park. Once we got going, she kept firing questions at us from back there. "Where are you taking me? Where's my husband? Where's my boy?" And we couldn't answer. But when we got close to the exit, with the ranger booth in the distance, she really started to lose it. She started screeching, started wailing. I tried to tell her to keep calm, that everything was going to be okay. By now, we were going about 60. And when I turned around, What I saw was not a scared mother. She'd gone pale, just like her husband had in the cave, and her neck seemed too long now, and she started thrashing and kicking at the window, and her voice started to change too. First it was her own scared mother routine, then the quiet heaving sobs of a lost little kid, then the angry shout of a grown man. And then, just as we were about to cross out of the park, with some animal strength that I have never seen anywhere else, she kicked right through the safety glass cop car window and launched herself out. Your dad slammed down the brakes, and I damn near went through the windshield. She landed a few yards away. Your dad sprinted over to her, and I scrambled to unbuckle my seatbelt and follow him. By the time I got there, the two of them were wrestling on the ground. Her mouth had gotten twice the size of a human's, and those teeth had gone needly sharp. And the two of them were rolling on the asphalt, her kicking, screaming, and snapping those jaws, and him huffing to wrestle her down. She got her teeth into him, bit him real bad on the shoulder, right near his throat. But your dad hauled that thing to the ranger's booth, and she fought him for every inch. And by the time he got her there, she'd gone all the way back to one of those fleshy, maggoty things we'd seen down there, underground. But he dragged her over the edge of the park, just by a bit. And when he did, that thing stopped dead still and let out this awful, high-piercing wail, somewhere between a bobcat scream and metal scraping down an old chalkboard. Then, like a plant dying in double time, she withered to a brown, shriveled husk. Then a breeze blew in, and she floated away, like dust in the wind. We got your dad fixed up. Then we called our office that afternoon, and your dad told them everything that happened. Every word. The Abbotts never turned up, but I can guarantee there wasn't a thing about it in the news. And if you ask around, nobody's gonna tell you a thing. The guide let his final line trail off into a whisper. He'd barely moved throughout the story, but when he finished, he sunk into the chair, deflated, as if the tale had drained him of some essential life energy. Finally, after a long pause, we locked eyes, and in his dry croak, voice nearly gone, the old man finished. "You want to know why those things came after you?" He took a final sip of his coffee. "Your dad dragged one of them, kicking and screaming out of the parks with his bare hands. And I don't think they can just forget about that." Yosemite. "You'll be safe here tonight." The old guide nodded firmly as he spoke, and I wondered for a moment whether he meant to encourage me or himself. "You're sure?" My voice trembled, but I swallowed my fear and matched the other man's gaze. "We don't know much about them, but we know they can't leave the parks, and we know they can't get inside ranger property." I thought for a moment about a too-tall bear standing outside my window in Shenandoah, and I nodded. "I won't be back until the morning." He turned toward the ranger cabin's door, then paused for a moment with his hand on the knob. "If we get those folks out of here, kid, it'll be because of you." The old man pushed the door open and walked into the waning golden light of the late afternoon. After a moment, I heard the rumble of his pickup truck and then the scatter of pebbles. Then, through the window, I watched him pull away. I bolted the door and turned the knob's lock. The small ranger's hut offered little in the way of entertainment. Its wood-paneled walls were adorned only by the large window next to a fireplace. Against the opposite wall sat a brown leather couch, faded and worn no doubt by generations of rangers. Past the living room, a wood fire stove took up most of the kitchen, and a Spartan bedroom contained only a cot. The window, at least, offered a view. Past the cabin's gravel driveway, I looked out the glass to the edges of a dense forest as the sinking summer sun shone bright through the trees. I tried to keep busy at first and found small, meaningless tasks to occupy my time. I set a fire in the fireplace, I chopped up some vegetables, I swept the cabin's already pristine floor. As I worked, I allowed myself to entertain the notion that perhaps the night would go on without disruption. But when I sunk into the faded couch with a book, I knew deep down I wouldn't be so lucky. I struggled to focus. Words seemed to dance around the pages, and I reread the same passages over and over. Soon I gave up and flipped open my computer. It came as no surprise that the little ranger cabin didn't have Wi-Fi, but in this part of the valley I had enough cell service to use my phone's hotspot. So I connected and scrawled half-heartedly through the news. It was, as it always seems to be these days, bad. Out of curiosity, I paged through the park websites. Across the country, they've been opening and closing to varying degrees, and with all sorts of conditions. It was this confused set of rules that brought me to Yosemite, and again to the parks. When the old guide called me, I'd not been surprised, more confused rather, that he hadn't called sooner. The patchwork of rules had led to confusion amongst hikers, campers, and those who enjoyed the outdoors. So, inevitably, some people ended up in places they didn't have permission to be, and they ran afoul of the things that called the parks home. A knock on the door jolted me from the screen. My heart leapt to my throat, and I looked through the window to see that the sun had now sunk beneath the trees. I got carefully to my feet and crossed the small living room. The knock came again. "Who's there?" I called through the door, and my voice again shook. "It's me, kid. Open up." The guide's croaking drawl sounded muffled and annoyed from the other side. I let out a deep breath, but as I reached for the bolt with my hand on the cool metal slider, I paused. The cabin's door didn't have a peephole, but through the window on the far wall where I'd watched him drive away, I saw no sign of the guide's aging pickup, and I thought of a bull elk's bugle echoing through Yellowstone. I pulled my hand from the bolt, and I stepped back. The voice came again through the door. "What's the holdup, kid?" Warily, I responded. "You were a guide in Wyoming. What was the name of the ranch?" There was a long pause from the other side. "You serious, kid?" The voice sounded exasperated now. It was still the guide's slow creaking drawl, but there was something ragged and strained about it. I stayed silent, unmoving by the door. Then the voice came again, but different this time. No longer the guide's steady baritone. The voice sounded now like the impression of a human, performed by something that had heard people talk, but didn't have the right vocal cords to produce human speech. Or like the words were compiled from sound clips and played through whiny, rattling speakers. "Have it your way." I heard the crunch of gravel as whatever produced that voice walked away. First, with the steady impact of 2 feet, then with the skittering scramble of several. I managed to steady my breathing and dropped back to the couch. Studying the door for a moment, I wondered just how sure the ranger had been when he promised the cabin was safe. I wondered, too, what the park would throw at me next. As to the first question, I still can't be sure. As to the second, I had only to wait a few moments. Through the window on the far wall of the cabin, I spotted the tiny form of a child crawling from the darkened edge of the forest. "Please, please help me." I couldn't make out the kid's face, but I could hear his voice clearly enough, and it sounded tortured and scared. For the briefest of moments, some part of me thought that maybe this really was a child seriously hurt, and maybe I should go outside and help him. But as the form dragged itself from the woods, I dismissed that notion, because the kid didn't have legs. The back half of him, below the waist, was just a formless mass of blue, roughly the color of denim, and it seemed to smear on the ground as the kid dragged himself onward. I shook my head and stood to pull the blinds closed. Whatever impersonated the kid must have realized its performance was unconvincing, because as I stood, the child's form lifted itself on two hands, and faster than should have been possible, it used them to scramble back into the woods. I turned my eyes briefly to the door to make sure the bolt was still locked. And when I turned back to the window, the thing was right there. The pale figure kept the general shape of a human, but only just. It had all the right features, 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth, but nearly every one of those features was wrong somehow. The head itself was too big, round, broad, and fleshy. It lacked any definition of the sort that would come from a human skeleton. Instead, it looked like a ball of clay that a child half-heartedly shaped into a face, then stuck to a sculpture. Its eyes, tiny, beady, and all black, were set wide on either side of the formless head. Its mouth, no more than a razor-thin gash cut across the broad width of the too big face. But its nose, somehow, was flawless, like the creature had mastered a single aspect of human anatomy and replicated it perfectly. As I reached the window, the thing pressed its horrifying face up against the glass, and I could only stare, frozen, at the horror in front of me. Then, all of a sudden, it snapped its head back towards the woods, towards something moving behind it. And I could swear that, just for a moment, it looked scared. Soon, I saw what had frightened the beast. From the ragged edge of the forest, what looked like a man emerged slowly into the light. He had a long mane of gray hair, though he seemed to have done his best to tie it back neatly. His beard, too, was overgrown, but again it had the look of some effort at maintenance and care. He strode, calm and confident, toward the little ranger's cabin, and the thing at my window bolted. The man seemed hardly to notice, and as he got closer, I forgot about the beast that had, until that moment, frozen me solid, because all the old man's features came more sharply into view, and I met his piercing blue eyes, the exact same shade as my own. I realized that I recognized him. I recognized the man who had struck fear into one of the things that haunted the parks. Still not sure it was true, I said aloud, "Dad?" And the old man just smiled. It was all too much to process. In a matter of minutes, I'd seen one of those things change from a tortured, mangled little kid to a horror show of a clay doll nightmare. Then my father, years since presumed dead, had wandered out of the forest and scared it away. He came around to the front door, wary still of those nightmares and their tricks. In a shaky voice, I tried desperately to come up with a question that only my dad could answer. "What'd you get me for my 16th birthday?" "A gray 4Runner," he answered calmly. "Does that thing still run?" I spluttered and tried to speak, but the words wouldn't come. Fortunately, the old man spoke again, and I didn't have to fill the silence. "Listen, I know every trick those things pull. If I was you, I probably wouldn't let me in either. So how about we sit and we talk? And if you decide I'm me and not one of them, you let me in whenever you please." Still at a loss for words, I nodded, and then realized that he couldn't see me, so I managed a pathetic, "Okay." I sunk down against the cabin door. Outside, I heard him do the same, and we sat like that for hours, just talking. I told him about my life, where I'd been, what I'd seen. At one point, I even grabbed my computer from its place on the couch and read him a few of my stories from the parks. And he told me a bit too. And I dozed off there, somewhere, and he did the same. I can hear his snores now through the door as I type out this post. Hearing that old man's wheezing again feels like traveling back in time to the late nights and weekend mornings of my childhood, to a simple, easy, happy time. Over those hours of conversation, I hadn't been sure. I hadn't been 100% positive. But when I heard those snores, I knew. And I know now. The man outside is my dad. Maybe the two of them are off in the woods together now. But I don't think so. So if you ever go to Yosemite and you see a hiker with piercing blue eyes and a navy hat pulled down low, and if, when he talks to you, he talks in a deep rumbling voice, well, I think it's best if you don't answer. Because I can tell you this much. The national parks aren't just there to preserve nature. Hey everyone, remember to like and subscribe if you enjoyed the story, and I wanted to give a special thank you to the author, the Count of Cristomani. I love these stories, and definitely make sure to check out more of his work. If you'd like to support me further, there's a link to my Patreon in the description as well. And remember, if you're ever walking alone in the national parks and something tells you to run, you probably should. I'm a search and rescue officer for the U.S. Forest Service. I have some stories to tell. Part 1. I wasn't sure where else to post these stories, so I figured I'd share them here. I've been an SAR officer for a few years now, and along the way I've seen some things that I think you guys will be interested in. I have a pretty good track record for finding missing people.
Most of the time, they just wander off the path or slip down a small cliff and they can't find their way back. The majority of them have heard the old stay where you are thing and they don't wander far. But I've had 2 cases where that didn't happen. Both bother me a lot, and I use them as motivation to search even harder on the missing persons cases I get called on. The first was a little boy who was out berry picking with his parents. He and his sister were together, and both of them went missing around the same time. Their parents lost sight of them for a few seconds, and in that time, both the kids apparently wandered off. When the parents couldn't find them, they called us, and we came out to search the area. We found the daughter pretty quickly, and when we asked where her brother was, she told us that he'd been taken away by the bear man. She said he gave her berries and told her to stay quiet, that he wanted to play with her brother for a while. The last she saw of her brother, he was riding on the shoulders of the bear man and seemed calm. Of course, our first thought was abduction, but we never found a trace of another human being in that area. The little girl was also insistent that he wasn't a normal man, but that he was tall and covered in hair like a bear, and that he had a weird face. We searched the area for weeks. It was one of the longest calls I've ever been on, but we never found a single trace of that kid. The other was a young woman who was out hiking with her mom and a grandpa. According to the mother, her daughter had climbed up a tree to get a better view of the forest, and she'd never come back down. They waited at the base of the tree for hours, calling her name. Again, we searched everywhere, and we never found a trace of her. I have no idea where she possibly could have gone, because neither her mother or grandma saw her come down. A few times I've been out on my own searching with a canine, and they've tried to lead me straight up cliffs. Not hills, not even rock faces. Straight, sheer cliffs with no possible handholds. It's always baffling, and in those cases we usually find the person on the other side of the cliff, or miles away from where the canine had led us. I'm sure there's an explanation, but it's sort of strange. One particularly sad case involved the recovery of a body. A 9-year-old girl fell down an embankment and got impaled on a dead tree at the base. It was a complete freak accident, but I'll never forget the sound her mother made when we told her what had happened. She saw the body bag being loaded into the ambulance, and she let out the most haunting, heartbroken wail I've ever heard. It was like her whole life was crashing down around her, and a part of her had died with her daughter. I heard from another SAR officer that she killed herself a few weeks after it happened. She couldn't live with the loss of her daughter. I was teamed up with another SAR officer because we'd received reports of bears in the area. We were looking for a guy who hadn't come home from a climbing trip when he was supposed to, and we ended up having to do some serious climbing to get to where we figured he'd be. We found him trapped in a small crevice with a broken leg. It wasn't pleasant. He'd been there for almost 2 days and his leg was very obviously infected. We were able to get him into a chopper, and I heard from one of the EMTs that the guy was absolutely inconsolable. He kept talking about how he'd been doing fine, and when he'd gotten to the top, a man had been there. He said the guy had no climbing equipment, and he was wearing a parka and ski pants. He walked up to the guy, and when the guy turned around, he said he had no face. It was just blank. He freaked out and ended up trying to get off the mountain too fast, which is why he'd fallen. He said he could hear the guy all night climbing down the mountain and letting out those horrible, muffled screams. That story bothered the hell out of me. I'm glad I wasn't there to hear it. One of the scariest things I've ever had happen to me involved the search for a young woman who'd gotten separated from her hiking group. We were out until late at night because the dogs had picked up her scent. When we found her, she was curled up under a large rotted log. She was missing her shoes and pack, and was clearly in shock. She didn't have any injuries, and we were able to get her to walk with us back to base ops. Along the way, she kept looking behind us and asking us why that big man with black eyes was following us. We couldn't see anymore, so we just wrote it off as some weird symptom of shock. But the closer we got to base, the more agitated this woman got. She kept asking me to tell him to stop making faces at her. At one point, she stopped and turned around and started yelling into the forest, saying that she wanted him to leave her alone. She wasn't going to go with him, she said, and she wouldn't give us to him. We finally got her to keep moving, but we started hearing these weird noises coming from all around us. It was almost like coughing, but more rhythmic and deeper. It was almost insect-like. I don't really know how else to describe it. When we were within sight of base ops, the woman turns to me and her eyes are about as wide as I can imagine a human could open them. She touches my shoulder and says, "He says to tell you to speed up. He doesn't like looking at the scar on your neck." I have a very small scar on the base of my neck, but it's mostly hidden under my collar. And I have no idea how this woman saw it. Right after she said it, I heard that weird coughing right in my ear, and I just about jumped out of my skin. I hustled her to ops, trying not to show how freaked out I was, but I have to say I was really happy when we left the area that night. This is the last one I'll tell, and it's probably the weirdest story I have. Now, I don't know if this is true in every SAR unit, but in mine, it's kind of an unspoken, regular thing we run into. You can try asking about it with other SAR officers, but even if they know what you're talking about, they probably won't say anything about it. We've been told not to talk about it by our superiors, and at this point we've all gotten so used to it that it doesn't even seem weird anymore. On just about every case where we're really far into the wilderness, I'm talking 30 or 40 miles, at some point we'll see a staircase in the middle of the woods. It's almost like if you took the stairs in your house, cut them out, and put them in the forest. I asked about it the first time I saw some, and the other officer just told me not to worry about it, that it was normal. Everyone I asked said the same thing. I wanted to go check them out, but I was told very empathetically that I should never go near any of them. I just sort of ignore them now when I run into them because it happens so frequently. I have a lot more stories, and I suppose if anyone's interested, I'll tell some of them tomorrow. If anyone has any theories about the stairs, or if you've seen them too, let me know. Part 2. So I logged back on tonight and was blown away by the staggering amount of interest this seems to have generated. First off, I'll address a few things that you guys have brought up. There's been an overwhelming amount of people mentioning the similarity between some of my stories and those of David Paulides. I assure you I'm not trying to rip him off in any way. I've got nothing but respect for the guy. He's actually what inspired me to write this, because I can verify a lot of the things he talks about. We do have a lot of these strange missing persons cases, and most of the time they aren't solved. Either that, or we find them in places they have no business being. I personally haven't been on many calls like that, but I'll share a few that I've seen, and a story my friend told me that relates to this. There was a lot of feedback about the stairs, so I'll touch on that briefly here, and I'll also include a story. They come in all variety of shapes, sizes, styles, and conditions. Some are pretty dilapidated, just ruins, but others are brand new. I saw one set that looked like they came from a lighthouse. They were metal and spiral, almost old-fashioned. The stairs don't go up infinitely or farther than I can see, but some sets are taller than others. Like I said before, just imagine the stairs in your house as if someone cut and pasted them in the middle of nowhere. I don't have any pictures. It's never really occurred to me to try again after the first time, and I don't really feel like risking my job over it. I'll try again in the future, but I can't really promise anything. A few people expressed confusion about the man who ran into the man with no face. Just to clarify, when the climber ascended and reached the top of this peak, he saw another man in a parka and ski pants. This was the man with no face. Sorry about the confusing wording of that story. I'll try to avoid that in the future. Alright, on to the new stories. As far as missing persons go, I'll say about half the calls I get are related to that. The others are rescue calls, people who fall down cliffs and hurt themselves, get injured by fire, which happens very often, or get bitten or stung by animals or insects. We're a tight team, and we have veterans who are excellent at finding signs of lost people. That's what makes these cases where we never find any trace of them so frustrating. One in particular was upsetting for all of us because we did find a trace of them, but it just led to more questions than answers. An older man had been hiking alone on a well-established trail, but his wife called to say that he hadn't come home when he should have. Apparently he had a history of seizures, and she was worried that he hadn't taken his medication and had suffered one out on the trail. Before you ask, I have no idea why he thought it was a good idea to go alone, or why she didn't go with him. I don't ask about that kind of thing because past a certain point, it really doesn't matter. Someone is missing, and it's my job to find them. We went out in standard search formation, and it wasn't long before one of our vets found signs that the guy had gone off the trail. We grouped up and followed him, spreading out in a fan to make sure we were covering as much ground as possible. Suddenly, a call comes over the radio telling us to head back to the vet's location, and we come right away, because this usually means the missing person is injured and we need a full team to help get them out to safety. We meet back up, and the vet is just standing at the base of the tree with his hands on the sides of his head. I ask my buddy what's going on, and he points up into the branches of this tree. I almost couldn't believe what I was seeing, but there's a walking stick dangling from a branch at least 30 feet off the ground. The little strap thing on the handle has been looped around the branch, and it's just hanging there. There's no way the guy could have tossed it up that far, and we don't see any other signs that he's still in the area. We call up into the tree, but it's obvious no one's in it. We're all just sort of left scratching our heads. We keep searching for this guy, but we never find him. We even bring our canines out, but they lose his scent long before this tree. Eventually, the search is called off because there are other calls we have to attend to, and past a certain point, there's really just not much we can do. The guy's wife calls us every day for months, asking if we'd found her husband, and it was so heartbreaking to hear her get more and more hopeless each time. I'm not sure why this call in particular was so upsetting, but I think it was just the sheer improbability of it. That and the questions that were raised. How the hell had this guy's cane ended up there? Did someone kill him and toss that up there as some weird trophy? We did our best to find him, but it was almost like a taunt. We still talk about that one from time to time. Missing kids are the most heartbreaking. Doesn't matter what circumstances they go missing under, it's never easy, and we always dread the ones we find deceased. It's not common, but it does happen. David Paulides talks about kids' SAR teams finding places they shouldn't be or couldn't be. I can honestly say I've heard about this kind of thing happening more than seen it, but I'll share one of the ones that I think about a lot that I witnessed personally. A mother and her 3 kids were out for a picnic in an area of the park that has a small lake. One is 6, one is 5, and the other is about 3. She's watching them all really closely, and according to her, she never lets them out of her sight at any time. She never saw anyone else in the area either, which is important. She packs their stuff up and they start to head back to the parking area. Now, this lake is only about 2 miles into the woods and it's on a very clearly established trail. It's almost impossible to get lost getting from the parking area to it, unless you're deliberately going off the path like an imbecile. Her kids are walking in front of her when she hears what sounds like someone coming up the path behind her. She turns around, and in the 4 or so seconds she's not looking, her 5-year-old son vanishes. She figures he stepped off the trail to pee or something, and she asks her other 2 where he went. They both tell her that a big man with a scary face came out of the woods next to them, took the kid's hand, and led him into the trees. The two remaining kids don't seem upset. In fact, she later says that it seems like they've been drugged. They're sort of spacey and fuzzy. So, of course, she freaks out, starts looking frantically in the area for her kid. She's screaming his name, and she says at one point she thinks she heard him answer her. Now, obviously, she can't go blindly running into the woods. She's got the two other kids, so she calls the police and they send us out immediately. We respond and we start the search for him. Over the course of this search, which spans miles, we never find a single trace of the kid. Canines can't pick up any scent. We don't find any clothing or broken bushes or literally anything that would signify a child being there. Of course, there's suspicion about the mother for a while, but it's pretty clear that she's completely destroyed by the whole thing. We look for this kid for weeks with a lot of volunteer help, but eventually the search peters out and we have to move on. The volunteers keep searching though, and one day we get a call on the radio letting us know that a body has been found and needs to be recovered. They tell us the location and none of us can believe it. We figure it has to be a different kid. But we go out there, about 15 miles from the site where he vanished, and sure enough, we find the body of the kid we're looking for. I have been trying to figure out how this kid got where he did ever since we found him, and I've never come up with an answer. A volunteer just happened to be in the area. He figured he might as well look in places no one else would think to look, on the off chance of finding the body. He comes to the base of a tall, rocky slope, and halfway up he sees something. He looks through his binoculars, and sure enough, it's the body of a little boy, stuffed in a little opening in the rock. He recognizes the color of the kid's shirt, so he knows right away that it's the missing boy. That's when he calls it in, and we're dispatched. It took us almost an hour to get his body down, and none of us could believe what we were seeing. Not only was this kid 15 miles from where he'd started, there was no possible way he could have gotten up there on his own. The slope is treacherous, and it's hard even for us with our climbing gear. A 5-year-old boy had no way of getting up there. Of that, I am certain. Not only that, but the kid doesn't have a scratch on him. His shoes are gone, but his feet aren't damaged or dirty. So it wasn't as if an animal dragged him up there. And from what we can tell, he hasn't been dead that long. He'd been out there over a month by that point, and it looked like he'd only been dead for, at most, a day or two. The whole thing was unbelievably strange, and was one of the most disconcerting calls I've ever been on. We found out later that the coroner determined the kid had died from exposure. He'd frozen to death, probably late at night 2 days before we found him. There were no suspects and no answers. To date, it's one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. One of my first jobs as a trainee was a search op for a 4-year-old kid that had gotten separated from his mom. This was one of those cases where we knew we were going to find him because the dogs were on a strong scent trail, and we saw clear signs that he was in the area. We ended up finding him in a berry patch about half a mile from where he'd last been seen. Kid wasn't even aware that he'd wandered that far. One of the vets brought him back, which I was glad for because I'm really not good with kids, and I find it hard to talk to them and keep them company. As my trainer and I are headed back, she decides to take me on a detour to show me one of the hot spots where we tend to find missing people. It's a natural dip in the land near a popular trail, and people usually move more downhill because it's easier. We hike out there. It's a few miles away, and we get there in about an hour or so. As we're walking around the area and she's pointing out places she's found people in the past, I see something in the distance. Now, this area we're in is about 8 miles from the main parking area, though there's back roads you can take to get closer if you don't want to hike that far. But we're on state-protected land, which means there can't be any kind of commercial or residential development out there. The most you'll ever see is a fire tower or makeshift shelter that homeless people think they can get away with building. But I can see from here that whatever this thing is has straight edges, And if there's one thing you learn quickly, it's that nature rarely makes straight lines. I point it out, but she doesn't say anything. She just hangs back and lets me wander over and check it out. I get within about 20 feet of it, and all the hair on the back of my neck stands up. It's a staircase in the middle of the woods. In the proper context, it would literally be the most benign thing ever. It's just a normal staircase with beige carpet and about 10 steps tall. But instead of being in a house where it obviously should be, it's out here in the middle of the woods. The sides aren't carpeted, obviously, and I can see the wood it's made of. It's almost like a video game glitch, where the house has failed to load completely and the stairs are the only thing visible. I stand there, and it's like my brain is working overtime to try and make sense of what I'm seeing. My trainer comes and stands next to me, and she just stands there casually, looking at it as if it's the least interesting thing in the world. I ask her what the hell this thing is doing here, and she just chuckles. "Get used to it, rookie. You're gonna see a lot of them." I start to move closer, but she grabs my arm. Hard. "I wouldn't do that," she said. Her voice is casual, but her grip is tight. And I just stand there looking at her. "You're gonna see them all the time, but don't go near them. Don't touch them. Don't go up them. Just ignore them." I start to ask her about it, but something in the way she's looking at me tells me that it's best if I don't. We end up moving on, and the subject doesn't come again for the rest of my training. She was right, though. I'd say about every 5th call I go on, I end up running across a set of stairs. Sometimes they're relatively close to the path, maybe within 2 or 3 miles. Sometimes they're 20, 30 miles out, literally in the middle of nowhere. And I only find them during the broadest searches of training weekends. They're usually in good condition, but sometimes it looks like they've been out there for miles. All different kinds, all different sizes. The biggest I ever saw looked like they came out of a turn-of-the-century mansion and were at least 10 feet wide, with steps landing up at least 15 or 20 feet. I've tried talking about it with people, but they just give me the same response my trainer did. "It's normal, don't worry about it. They're not a big deal, but don't go close to them or up to them." When trainees ask me about it now, I give them the same response. I don't really know what else to tell them. I'm really hoping someday I get a better answer, but it hasn't happened yet. This is another one that was less spooky and more sad. A young man went missing late in the winter, when realistically no one should be going that far onto the trails. We close a lot of them, but some remain open year-round, unless there's a ton of snow. We did an op for him, but we had about 6 feet of snow on the ground. It was an unusually heavy snow year, and we knew it wasn't likely that we'd find him until spring when the thaw came. Sure enough, when the first big thaw came, a hiker reported a body a little ways off the main trail. We found him at the base of a tree in a big pile of melted snow. I knew right away what had happened, and it scared the living shit out of me. Most of you who ski or snowboard or spend any amount of time on a mountain will probably have guessed too. When snow falls, it doesn't collect as thick in the areas beneath the branches. It happens most with fir trees because they have a sort of closed umbrella shape. So what you end up with is a space around the base of a tree that's filled up with a mixture of loose, powdery snow, air, and branches. They're called tree wells, and they're not immediately obvious if you don't know what you're looking for. We put up signs in the welcome center, big ones, letting people know how dangerous they are, but every year that we get an unusual amount of snow, at least one person doesn't read them or doesn't take the warning seriously, and we find out about it in the spring. My best guess is that this young man was hiking and got tired, or maybe a cramp from walking in the deep snow. He went to go sit at the base of the tree, not knowing that there was a tree well, and fell in. He got stuck with his feet up, and the surrounding snow caved in around him. Unable to free himself, he suffocated. It's called snow immersion suffocation, and it doesn't usually happen except in really deep snow. But if you get stuck in a weird position like this guy did, even 6 feet of snow can be lethal. What scared me the most was imagining how he must have struggled. Upside down, in the freezing cold, he didn't die quickly. The snow would have formed a dense, heavy pile on top of him, and it would have literally been impossible to get out of. As it got harder to breathe, he would have known what was happening. I can't even imagine what he was thinking in his last moments. A lot of my less outdoorsy friends want to know if I've ever seen the Goat Man while I've been out on calls. Unfortunately, or I guess fortunately, I've never had anything quite like that happen. I guess the closest was the whole black-eyed man thing, but I didn't see anything. However, there was one call where I had something kind of similar happen, but I'm not sure I'm willing to chalk it up to the Goat Man. We'd gotten a report that an older woman had fainted along one of the trails and needed assistance getting back down to the main area. We hike up to where she's at, and her husband is just beside himself. He runs, well, I guess more jogs to us, and tells us that he was a little ways off the trail looking at something when his wife starts screaming behind him. We get around the backboard, and as we're getting her down to the welcome center, she comes to and starts screaming again. I calm her down and ask her what happened. I can't remember verbatim what she said, but essentially what happened was this. She'd been waiting for her husband when she started hearing this really strange sound. She said it sounded sort of like a cat, but it was off somehow, and she couldn't quite figure out why. She went a little ahead to try and hear it better, and it sounded like it was coming closer. She said the closer it got, the more uneasy she was, until she finally figured out what was wrong. I do remember this next part because it was so weird that I don't think I could forget it if I tried. It wasn't a cat, it was a man, saying the word meow over and over. Just meow, meow, meow. But it wasn't a man. It couldn't have been, because I've never heard a man make his voice buzz like that. I thought my hearing aid was going out, but it wasn't. I adjusted it, and it still sounded all buzzy. It was awful. He was coming closer, but I couldn't see him. And the closer he got, the more scared I was. And the last thing I remember was a shape coming out of the trees. I guess that's when I fainted. Now, obviously, I'm a little perplexed as to why a guy would be out in the woods chanting meow, meow, meow at people. So once we get down the mountain, I tell my superior that I'm going to go search the area to see if I can find anything. He gives me the go-ahead, and I grab a radio and hike back to where she fainted. I don't see anyone, so I keep going about a mile more, and when I head back, I go off the trail to see if I can figure out where she saw the man coming from. It's almost sunset by this point, and I don't have any desire to be out at night alone, so I just sort of write it off and make a mental note to check it out again tomorrow. But as I'm headed back, I start to hear something in the distance. I stop, and I call out for anyone in the immediate area to identify themselves. The sound didn't come closer or get louder, but it sounded exactly like a man saying meow, meow in this really odd monotone. As comical as I make it sound, it was almost like that guy on South Park with the electro-larynx, Ned. I go off the trail in the direction I think it's coming from, but I never seem to get closer. It's almost like it's coming from all directions. Eventually, it just sort of fades out, and I ended up going back to the welcome center. I didn't get any farther reports like that, and even though I went back to the area, I never heard that exact sound again. I suppose it could have been some stupid kid out there messing with people, but even I have to admit, it was weird. So this kind of turned into a massive wall of text, and for that I apologize. I wanted to get to the stories my friend told me, and he does have some good ones, so I'll post those tomorrow evening. I also have a few more of my own I think you guys will like. I'm sorry to keep you all in suspense again. Hopefully the stories here make up for it and help you get through the next 24 hours until I can post again. Part 3. Well, once again, you guys have blown me away with the staggering amount of responses to my stories. There's no way I can respond to each of you individually, so I'm just going to address some common things again and then move on to the stories. I'm going to write as many as I can think of in addition to my friends' stories, and I will probably not update again until I get a chance to answer some questions that I myself have for my superiors. Alright, so the common questions I found you all had. I am not comfortable talking about where exactly I work, unfortunately. In all reality, some of the things I've mentioned here could get me in a lot of trouble or fired, so it's best if I just don't discuss too much. I will say that I'm in the United States and in an area that is comprised of a great deal of wilderness. We're talking hundreds of miles of thick forest with a mountain range and a few lakes. There is still a great amount of interest in the stairs, and luckily for you guys, my friend has a story that I think you'll all be interested in. I'll go into that more at the end of this update. As for whether or not I have ever thought of asking my superiors about them, I have, but again, I don't want to risk my job. However, one of my former superiors no longer works as an SAR officer, and it's possible that he may be willing to talk to me about it. I'll be speaking to him later in the week, and I will let you all know what comes of that. As far as advice on becoming a search and rescue officer goes, I think the best advice I can give you is to contact your local Forest Service office and see if they offer any training courses, or what the qualifications are. I've been doing this for years, and I started out as a volunteer helping on operations. It's a great job, despite the occasional tragic situations, and I wouldn't want to do anything else. Alright, let's move on to the stories. The first happened on a case that I went on right out of training and was still pretty new to everything. Before I took this job, I was a volunteer, so I had a basic idea of what to expect. But on these calls, you're mostly dealing with finding lost people after vets have found signs of them. As an SAR officer, you go out for all kinds of cases from animal bites to heart attacks. This case got called in early in the morning from a young couple who were up on the trails that go to the lake. The husband was completely hysterical, and we couldn't really figure out what was going on. We could hear the woman screaming in the background, and he was begging us to come up there right away. When we get there, we see him holding his wife, and she's got something in her arms. She's screaming these awful, almost animal-like screams, and she's sobbing. He sees us, and he screams at us to help him, to please get an ambulance up there. Now, obviously, we can't just drive an ambulance up the walking path, so we ask him if his wife needs help, or if she can walk on her own. He's still hysterical, but he manages to tell us that it's not his wife that needs help. I go over while one of the vets tries to calm him down, and I ask the wife what's going on. She's rocking, holding something, and just shrieking, over and over. I crouch down and see that whatever she's holding, it's covering her with blood. That's when I notice the sling on her front and my heart sinks. I ask her to tell me what's going on, and I sort of pry her arms gently open so I can see what she's holding. It's her baby, obviously dead. His head is caved in on one side and he's covered in scratches. Now, I've seen dead bodies before, but something about this whole situation hits me hard. I have to take a second to compose myself, and I get up and go get one of our other vets who was standing by. I tell him that it's a dead kid, and he sort of pats my shoulder and tells me he'll deal with it. It took us over an hour to get this woman to let us see her kid. Every time we try to take him from her, she flips out and tells us we can't have him, and that he'll be okay if we just leave her alone and let her help him. But eventually one of the vets manages to calm her down and she gives us the body. We took it back to the med area, but when the EMT showed up, they told us that there was never any hope of saving the kid. He died instantly from the trauma to his head. I was good buddies with one of the nurses we met at the hospital, and she told me later what had happened. Turns out the couple had been walking with a baby in the sling, and they stopped because the kid was fussing. The dad takes the kid and is holding him, looking out over this little gully by the path. The mom comes to stand next to him, but she ends up stepping on a loose patch of soil, and she trips. She falls into the dad, who drops the kid, who ends up falling about 20 feet down this little gully onto the rocks at the bottom. The dad climbed down and recovered the kid, but he'd fallen right on his head and was dead by the time he got there. The baby was only about 15 months old. It was a total freak accident, a series of events that coalesced into the worst possible outcome. Probably one of the more awful calls I've been on. I haven't seen a lot of animal bites in my time as an SAR officer, mostly because there aren't that many animals that come around the area. While there are bears in the area, they tend to stay pretty far away from people, and sightings are highly unusual. Most of the animals you'll see are small ones like coyotes, raccoons, or skunks. What we do see frequently, though, are moose, and let me tell you, moose are nasty as hell. They'll chase after anything for any reason, and God help you if you get in between a female and its baby. One of the more amusing calls was of a guy who'd gotten chased down by an absolutely massive male moose and was stuck up a tree. Took us about an hour to get him down, and when he was finally on solid ground again, he looks at me and says, "God damn, them sons of bitches big up close." I guess that's not really a scary story, but we still laugh about that one. I honestly don't know how I'd forgotten this story, but it is by far the scariest thing that's happened to me. I guess maybe I've tried so long to forget about it that it just didn't come to me right away. As someone who spends literally all of their time in the woods, you don't ever want to let yourself get scared of being alone or out in the middle of nowhere. That's why when you have experiences like this, you tend to just forget about them and move on. This is, to date, the only thing that's ever made me really seriously consider if this job is the right one for me. I don't really like talking about it much, but I'll do the best I can to remember it all. As I recall, this took place right at the end of spring. It was a typical lost child call. A 4-year-old girl had wandered away from her family's campsite and had been missing for about 2 hours. Her parents were completely despondent and told us what most parents do. My child would never wander away. She's so good about staying close. She's never done anything like this before. We assure the parents that we'll do everything we can to find her, and we spread out in a standard search formation. I was partnered with one of my good buddies, and we were sort of casually holding conversation while we hiked. I know it sounds callous, but you do sort of become desensitized when you've done this long enough. It becomes the norm, and I think to a certain extent you have to learn to desensitize yourself in order to work this job. We search for a good 2 hours, going well beyond where we think she'd be, and we come out of a small valley where something makes us both stop in unison. We freeze and look at each other, and there's almost a sensation like a plane depressurizing. My ears pop, and I have this odd sensation of having dropped about 10 feet. I start to ask my buddy if he felt that, but before I can, we hear the loudest sound I've ever heard in my life. It's almost like a freight train passing directly by us, but it's coming from every direction at once, including above and below us. He screams something to me, but I can't hear him over this deafening roar. Understandably freaked out, we look all around us, trying to find the source of the sound, but neither of us sees anything. Of course, my first thought is a landslide, but we're not near any cliffs, and even if we were, it would have hit us by now. The sound goes on, and we're trying to yell at each other, but even standing close together, we can't hear anything but this sound. Then, as suddenly as it starts, it stops, like someone threw a switch and cut it off. We stand there for a second, perfectly still, and slowly the normal sounds of the woods come back. He asked me what the hell just happened, but I just kind of shrug, and we stand there looking at each other for a minute. I get on the radio and ask if anyone else just heard the end of the goddamn world, but no one else hears it. even though we're all within shouting distance of each other. My buddy and I just sort of shrug it off and keep going. About an hour later, we all check up on the radios, and no one's found the little girl. Most of the time, we won't search when it gets dark, but because we don't have any kind of lead on her, a few of us decide to keep going, including me and my buddy. We keep close together, and we're calling out for her every couple of minutes. At this point, I'm hoping beyond hope that we find her, because while I may not like kids, the idea of them being out all alone in the dark is awful. The woods can be intimidating to kids in the daylight. At night, well, it's a whole different beast. But we're not seeing any signs of her or getting any responses, and around midnight we decide to turn back. We're about halfway back when my buddy stops and shines his light to the right of us, into a really thick deadfall or a group of dead trees. I asked him if he heard a response, but he just told me to be quiet a second and listen. I do, and in the distance I can hear what sounded like a kid crying. We both call the girl's name and listen for any kind of response, but it's just this really faint crying. We head in the direction of this deadfall and go around it, calling her name over and over. As we get closer to the crying, I start getting this weird feeling in my gut, and I tell my buddy that something isn't right. He tells me he feels the same way, but we can't figure out what it is. We stop where we are and call the girl's name again, and at the same time, we both figure it out. The crying is on a loop. It's the same little hitching sob, then wail, then quiet hiccup, repeated over and over. It's exactly the same every time, and without saying another word, we both take off running. It's the only time I've ever lost my composure like that, but something about it was so incredibly wrong, and neither of us wanted to stay out there anymore. When we got back, we asked if anyone else had heard anything strange, but no one else knew what we were talking about. I know it sounds sort of anticlimactic, but that call messed me up for a long time. As for the little girl, we never found a trace of her. We keep an eye out for her and all the other people who we've never found, but frankly, I doubt we'll ever find anything. Of the missing persons calls I've gone out on, only a handful ever resulted in a complete disappearance, meaning no trace of the body and nobody ever found. But sometimes, finding a body just leads to more questions than answers. Here are some of the bodies we've found that have become infamous in our team. A teenage boy whose remains were recovered almost a year after he vanished. We found the top of his skull, 2 finger bones, and his camera almost 40 miles from where he was last seen. The camera, sadly, was destroyed. The pelvis of an older man who had vanished a month earlier. That was all we found. The lower jaw and right foot of a 2-year-old boy on the highest peak of a ridge in the southern part of the park. The body of a 10-year-old girl with Down syndrome, almost 20 miles from where she'd vanished. She had died of exposure 3 weeks after going missing, and all of her clothes were intact except for her shoes and jacket. There were berries and cooked meat in her stomach when they did the autopsy. The coroner said it appeared as if someone had been taking care of her. There were no suspects ever identified. The frozen body of a 1-year-old baby, found a week after vanishing in the hollow trunk of a tree 10 miles from the area he was last seen. There was fresh milk found in his stomach, but his tongue was gone. A single vertebrae and right kneecap of a 3-year-old girl, found in the snow almost 20 miles from the campground her family had been at the previous summer. Now, onto a couple of stories my friend told me. I mentioned that you were all interested in the stairs, and you're in luck. He's had a closer encounter with them. Though he doesn't have any explanation for them, he does have a bit more experience with them than I do. A buddy of mine has been an SAR officer for about 7 years. He started when he was a junior in college, and he had a very similar experience when he first encountered the stairs. His trainer told him almost the same thing mine did, which was to never go near, touch, or ascend them. For the first year, he did just that. but apparently his curiosity got the better of him. And on one call, he broke away from the line and went to go check a set of them. He said they were about 10 miles from the path where a teenage girl had vanished, and that the dogs were following the scent. He was on his own, lagging behind the main group, when he saw a set of stairs off to his left. They looked like they were from a new house because the carpeting was pristine and white. He said that as he got closer, he didn't feel any different or hear any weird noises. He was expecting something to happen, like bleeding from his ears or collapsing, but he got right up to them and didn't feel anything. The only thing he said that was odd was that there was absolutely no debris on the steps, no dirt, leaves, dust. There was nothing on the steps. And there didn't appear to be any signs of animal or insect activity in the immediate area, which he found strange. It was less like things were avoiding them, and more like they just happened to be in a relatively barren part of the forest. He touched the stairs and didn't feel anything except that sort of sticky feeling you get from new carpet. Making sure his radio was on, he slowly climbed the stairs. He said it was terrifying. Because the way they've been stigmatized, he wasn't really sure what was going to happen to him. He joked that half of him expected him to be teleported to some other dimension, and the other half was watching for a UFO to come swooping down. But he got to the top with little event, and he just stood there looking around. But, he said, the longer he stood on the top step, the more he felt like he was doing something very, very wrong. He described it as the feeling you'd get if you were in a part of the government building you have no business being in, as if someone was going to come and arrest you or shoot you in the back of the head at any second. He tried to brush it off, but the feeling got stronger and stronger, and that's when he realized that he couldn't hear anything anymore. The sounds of the forest were gone, and he couldn't hear his own breathing. It was like some kind of weird, awful tinnitus, but more oppressive. He climbed back down and rejoined the search and didn't mention what he'd done. But, he said, the weirdest part came after. His trainer was waiting back at the welcome center after the search ended for the day, and he cornered my buddy before he could leave. He said his trainer had this look of intense anger, and he asked what was wrong. "You went up there, didn't you?" My buddy said it wasn't phrased as a question. He asked how his trainer knew. The trainer just shook his head. "Because we didn't find her. The dogs lost her scent." My buddy asked what that had to do with anything. The trainer asked how long he'd been out on the stairs, and my buddy said no more than a minute. The trainer gave him this really awful, almost dead-eyed look, and told him that if he ever went up another set of stairs again, he'd be fired. Immediately. The trainer walked away, and I guess he's never answered any of the questions my buddy has asked him about it since. My buddy has been involved in a lot of missing persons cases where there's never been any trace of them found. I mentioned David Paulides, and my buddy said he can confirm that those stories are, for the most part, accurate. He said that most of the time, if the person isn't found right away, they're either never found or they're found weeks, months, or years later, in places they can't possibly have gotten to. One story he told me really stood out that involved a 5-year-old boy with a severe mental disability. The little boy vanished from a picnic area in the late fall. In addition to the mental disability, he was also physically handicapped, and his parents explained over and over that he simply could not have vanished. It was impossible. Someone had to have taken him. My buddy said they searched for this kid for weeks, going miles out of the accepted range, but it was like he'd never been there. The dogs couldn't pick up his scent anywhere, not even in the picnic area where he'd apparently vanished from. Suspicion fell on the parents, where it was pretty clear that they were devastated and hadn't done anything sinister to the kid. The search was concluded about a month later, and my buddy said everyone had pretty much forgotten about it later in the winter. He was out on a training op in the snow on one of the higher peaks when he came across something in the snow. He said he saw it from far away at first, and when he got closer, he realized it was a shirt. frozen and sticking partway out of the powder. He recognized it as belonging to the kid because it had a distinctive pattern. About 20 yards away, he found the kid's body, lying partially buried in the snow. My buddy said there was no way the kid could have been dead for any more than a few days, even though he'd been missing for almost 3 months. The kid was curled around something, and when my buddy brushed off the snow to see what it was, he said he almost couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was a big chunk of ice that had been carved crudely to look sort of like a person. The kid was holding it so tight that it had frostbitten his chest and hands, which my buddy could tell even with the decay that had taken place. He radioed the rest of the crew and they took the body off the mountain. Now he recapped all this for me, and to put it simply, there was no way this kid could have both survived for almost 3 months on his own or have gotten to this peak. There was no physical way this child could have walked almost 50 miles and ended up on the top of this goddamn mountain. To top it off, there was nothing in the kid's stomach or colon. Nothing. Not even water. It was like my buddy said the kid had been taken off the face of the earth, put in suspended animation, and dropped on this mountain months later, only to die of exposure. He's never really gotten over that one. The last story I'll share from him was one that took place relatively recently, only a few months ago. They were out doing a recon for mountain lions because there had been several reports of sightings in the last couple of days. One of our jobs is to scout out the areas where these animals are seen to ensure that if they are in the area, we can warn people and close off the trails. He was out on his own in a very heavily forested part of the park toward dusk when he heard what sounded like a woman screaming in the distance. Now, as most of you know, when a mountain lion screams, it sounds almost exactly like a woman being brutally murdered. It's unsettling, but far from abnormal. My buddy radioed back and let Ops know that he'd heard one, and that he was going to keep going to see if he could figure out where its territory started. He heard the mountain lion scream a couple more times, always from the same spot, and determined the approximate area of the mountain lion's territory. He was about to head back when he heard another scream, this time within only a few yards of him. Of course, he freaks out and starts heading back at a much faster pace, because the last thing he wants is to run into a goddamn mountain lion and get mauled to death. As he got back to the path and started heading back, the screaming followed him, and he broke into a jog. When he was about a mile from Ops, the screaming stopped, and he turned around to see if it was following him. It was almost night by this point, but he said in the distance, just before the path rounded a corner, he could see what looked like a male figure. He called out to them, warning that the paths were closed and that he needed to come back to the welcome center. The figure just stood there, and my buddy started to walk over. When he was about 10 yards away, the figure took, as he described, an impossibly long step towards him, and let out the same scream my buddy had been hearing. My buddy didn't even say anything. He just turned and sprinted back to Ops, never looking behind him. By the time he got back, the screaming had moved back into the woods. He didn't mention it to anyone else, just said that there was a mountain lion in the area and that they would need to close those paths until the animal could be located and moved. I'm going to end this entry here since it's turned into a huge wall of text. I'm going to be heading out on a yearly training up tomorrow morning, so I'll be gone until early next week. I'll be meeting with a lot of former trainees and buddies who work in other areas of the park, and I'll be asking around about any stories they'd like to share. Part 4. Hey guys, I'm back from my training up, and I have a lot of really interesting stories to share with you. I've got enough that I'm going to break them up into 2 parts, this being the first. I'd love to put them all in one entry, but I just haven't had a chance to write them all down yet. I didn't have anything too crazy happen while I was out there, but we did have one incident with a rookie that I found relevant. Since I'm sure you guys have been waiting for these, I'll just get right into the stories. I'll assign each batch of stories to the person who told them to me. KD. KD is a vet who's been working as an SAR officer for about 15 years. She specializes in high elevation mountain rescues and is widely considered one of the best in her field. She was one of the more enthusiastic storytellers, and since we were together a fair amount during exercises, she ended up telling me about 4 that really stuck with me. The first she told me in response to my asking about her most traumatic calls. She shook her head and told me that really bad calls happen more frequently on that mountain, since the potential for nasty accidents is higher. About 5 years ago, one of the parks she worked at had a string of disappearances. It was a bad year, she said, one of the worst on record as far as weather went. They were getting about a foot of new snow every couple of days, and there were a few avalanches that had killed some climbers. They'd warned people about staying on the mapped areas, but of course there were always those who don't listen. In one nasty case, an entire family got wiped out because the father decided he knew better than the officials, and he took them out into an area that wasn't safe. They were snowshoeing, and as best KD could figure, they'd walked onto a shelf of snow that looked solid but actually wasn't. It gave way, and his family went almost 300 feet down a slope. They landed on the rocks at the bottom, and the parents died instantly. One of the kids did as well, but the other 2 survived. One had a broken leg and fractured ribs. The other was almost unharmed, save for some bruising and a sprained ankle. The uninjured child left his sibling behind and set out to find help. KD said the kid didn't make it more than half a mile before a storm overtook him. The kid stopped to try and get warm or maybe just to rest and ended up freezing to death. They ended up finding the family with the help of some witnesses who saw them heading out into the wilderness, and she was the one to find the kid who'd frozen to death looking for help. She said it had started to snow, just enough to obscure long-distance vision, but not enough to make searching impossible. She saw a figure sitting in the snow up ahead, and she got to it as quickly as possible. She described in detail how as she got closer, she realized first that it was a child, second that they were deceased, and third that they had been frozen in one of the most pitiful positions she's ever found a corpse in. The kid was sitting upright, with his knees tucked up against his chest. His arms were curled around them, and his head was tucked up in his coat. When she moved the coat to look at his face, she saw that he died crying. His face was twisted, and the tears were frozen on his cheeks. She said it was painfully obvious that the kid was terrified when he succumbed to hypothermia, and as a mother, it broke her heart. She told me, repeatedly, that she hopes the father is burning in hell as we speak. The other traumatic story she told me that stood out in my mind was one that happened when she was a rookie. Her team got a report of an experienced climber who hadn't come home the previous day. His wife was convinced that something bad had happened because he'd never failed to come home on time. They went out looking for him and to climb what sounded like some very technically challenging parts of the mountain. They got to a relatively flat area, and KD started seeing blood in the snow. She followed the trail, and as she went, she started seeing little bits of tissue. She wasn't sure exactly what body part it had come from, but the farther she followed it, the more there was. She follows this blood and tissue trail to a sheltered area under a cliff face, and she finds the climber. She said there was so much blood, more than she'd ever seen before. He was lying face down, one arm stretched in front of him as if he died crawling. She looks closer and sees that he's been partially disemboweled, which is where the tissue she'd seen had come from. The guy has a pickaxe tucked into a hip holster, and it's covered in blood. Of course, they'll never be sure exactly what happened. But she said as best she can figure, this is what went down. The guy had been attempting to climb up to the next area and had been using his ice pick to ascend. He'd probably hit a loose patch and had fallen. On the way down, or possibly when he landed, he'd gotten impaled by the axe and it had disemboweled him. He dragged himself along, tearing pieces of himself out as he went, and had died under the cliff face. She isn't terribly bothered by gore, but I guess a few of the guys who came to help her remove the body threw up when they turned him over and a good portion of his intestines spilled out. I mentioned to her that it was interesting in hearing about any experiences she had with these people completely disappearing. Her eyes lit up and she leaned in close to me. "Want to hear a real doozy?" she asked. She tells me about how, when she first started, there was a case that got a lot of attention in the media. A family had been out berry picking in an area of the forest very close to the entrance of the park. They had 2 little boys, both under the age of 5, and at some point during the day, one of them vanishes. There's an absolutely massive search, and they find absolutely nothing. It's another of those cases where it's like the kid was never there in the first place. The dogs just sit down and don't pick up on anything. No trace of the kid is found. The search goes on for about 2 months, but is eventually called off. Fast forward to 6 months later. The family comes back to place flowers at a memorial that's been set up there for the kid. They bring their other son. While they're placing the flowers, they lose sight of the kid for about 3 seconds, and in that span of time, he vanishes into thin air. Now, obviously, the parents are beyond devastated. It's awful enough to lose 1 child, but to lose 2 is beyond imagining. The search is huge, one of the largest in state history. There are about 300 volunteers combing every inch of this park looking for that kid. But again, there's no trace of him. The search goes on for about a week, with people looking miles from the part of the park he vanished from. And then, almost 2 weeks later, a volunteer almost 15 miles from the designated search area radios in that he's found the kid. They assumed that the kid was dead, but the volunteer says he's not only alive, he's in good shape. Katie and her team go out to recover the kid, and when they get there, she can't believe that this is the kid that's been missing. His clothes are clean. There's no dirt on him anywhere, and he doesn't appear traumatized. The volunteer says he found the kid sitting on a log, playing with a little twig bundle that's bound together with some old rope. Katie asks him where he's been, who he was with for those 2 weeks, and the kid tells her that he's been with the Fuzzy Man. Now, Katie firmly believes in Bigfoot, so she gets all excited and asks what he means by fuzzy. Was he hairy? But the kid says no, he wasn't hairy. He was a fuzzy man, and he describes a man that's blurry. Like when you close your eyes but not all the way closed. He says the man came out of the trees and took the kid with him deep into the woods. The kid says he slept in a hollow tree, and the fuzzy man gave him berries to eat. Katie asks if the man was mean, if he scared the kid, and the kid says no, he wasn't scary. But I didn't like how he didn't have eyes. Katie says they get the kid back to headquarters, and a cop takes him into town to talk to him more about what happened. She's friends with the cop that talked to him, and she said the kid described being kept in the tree by a fuzzy man and given berries whenever he was hungry. He was allowed to wander around a very specific clearing, but when he tried to go any farther, the fuzzy man would get mad and yell real loud even though he didn't have a mouth. When the kid got scared at night, the fuzzy man made it go brighter and gave him the twig bundle. He said the fuzzy man was going to keep him, but he had to let him go because the kid wasn't the right kind. He either can't or won't elaborate more than that. The cops are just sort of left scratching their heads, and the search for his brother is renewed with no results. The kid has no idea where his brother might be, and they never find him. The last story that Katie told me was of something that happened to her when she got separated from her training group when she was a rookie. They were learning the basics of high elevation belaying on a well-mapped side of the mountain, and she had to use the bathroom. She went off about 50 yards from the group during a meal break and did her business. I'll tell the rest exactly as she told it to me. So I go to take a piss, and once I'm done, I start going back to the group. But I've only gotten about 5 feet when I realize that I have no idea where I am. And this wasn't a, oh, I got turned around lost. I mean, I literally had no clue where I was. If you'd asked me, I don't even think I'd been able to tell you what state we were in. It was sort of how I imagine people with amnesia feel, you know? You're completely lost and you have no idea what to do. So I stood there for a while, just trying to figure out where the hell I was and what I was supposed to do. But the longer I stand there, the more confused and turned around I get. So I start walking. As I recall, I just picked a random direction and went for it. And as I'm walking, it's just getting worse and worse to the point where I have no concept of why I'm on the mountain in the first place. I'm just trudging through the snow, and then I start hearing this voice. It's kind of inside my head, almost, like if a frog could talk, all low and croaky. And it's telling me over and over, it's okay, it's okay. You just need to find something to eat. Find something to eat and you'll be okay. Just keep walking and find something to eat. Eat, eat. So I start looking around for anything that I can eat, and I swear to God, I've never felt that hungry in my whole life. It was bottomless. And I think I'd have eaten just about anything you put in front of me right now. I had no concept of time, so I had no idea how long I'd been out there when I hear an actual voice coming towards me. I go toward it and see one of the other SARs, and he looks terrified. He's running towards me, asking me if I'm okay and what the hell I'm doing out here. And the scary thing was, as he's running towards me, I kind of see myself reaching into my belt for my hunting knife. I'm not even really thinking about what I'm doing, but what I'm thinking is that's all I have to eat. If I don't eat, I'll never be okay again, so I just have to eat. He sees what I'm doing and he backs off right away. He yells at me to put my knife away, that he's not going to hurt me, and that kind of snaps me back. All of a sudden, I know exactly where I am and I put the knife away. I run to him and ask him how long I've been gone, thinking he'll tell me I've been gone for half an hour or so. But he tells me I've been gone for 2 goddamn days. I've gone over 2 peaks and ended up almost on the other side of the mountain. And if I'd kept going, I would have ended up wandering into about 300 miles of wilderness. They'd never have found me. He can't believe I'm not dead, and of course I don't know what the hell to think. To me, no time has passed at all. I don't say anything. I just go back with him and I'm taken back to headquarters to be airlifted to a hospital. When I get there, they do all kinds of tests and try to figure out what happened. At best they can guess, I was in some kind of weird state, kind of like amnesia, or a weird seizure that knocked my brain out of whack. But the truth is that we really don't know. It's never happened again, but I'll tell you, ever since then I never go out there alone. People rag on me for making them come with me when I have to leave the group, but I just tell them that listening to me piss in the snow is better than losing me for 2 goddamn days on a freezing mountain. The next person I talked to was EW, a former trainer who now works as an EMT. He still comes to ops like this to help out, but doesn't work full time for us anymore. He specialized in finding lost kids. He just seemed to have a sixth sense when it came to knowing where they'd gone. He's a legend among the more senior vets, but he gets embarrassed if you compliment him on his work. He sat down with me at dinner one evening, and we ended up swapping stories. Most of them were just casual, but when he got on the subject of our weirder calls, I mentioned that I'd had a buddy who'd gone up a set of stairs. He got kind of quiet and asked me if I'd heard of a little boy who disappeared from his park a few years back. I hadn't, so he told me his story. They were out looking for this 11-year-old boy, Joey, who'd gone missing near a river. Of course, the first thought was that he'd fallen in and drowned, but when they brought the dogs back, they led officers away from the river and up into a very densely forested area. When we do searches for people, we search in a grid pattern, and we search every box of the grid incredibly thoroughly. What EW's team noticed right away was that a very strange pattern was emerging. Dogs in alternating boxes were picking up Joey's scent, but losing it when they overlapped with another box. If you think of a checkerboard, Joey's scent was being picked up in a random black square, but never in red. This, of course, didn't make any sense, because how could the kid bounce from area to area without leaving a scent in each place he passed? EW and his partner pass into a new box on the grid, and EW notices a set of stairs about 50 yards away. He tells his partner that they need to go check near it, but his partner flat out refuses. He tells EW that he's made it a point never to go near any stairs he sees, and that while it may be routine, he's not to pretend that it's normal. He tells EW that he'll wait inside while EW checks. EW says he was irritated, but he felt for the guy and didn't push him on the subject. I walked over to the stairs. They were small, kind of the stairs like you'd see in a basement. I don't really feel strongly one way or the other about them, the stairs I mean, so I wasn't scared or anything. I guess I'm like everyone else, and I just prefer not to think about them too much. Anyway, I went over and could see that there was something lying on the bottom step, sort of curled up. My heart sinks because of course you always hope for the best. And we were confident that we'd find this kid alive because he'd only been missing for a few hours. But I knew right away it was him, and I knew that he was dead. He was curled up in a little ball on the step, holding his stomach. It looked like he'd been in horrible pain when he died, but I didn't see any blood, except some on his lips and chin. I radioed in that I'd found him, and we got his body back to command. That poor family, they were devastated. The parents couldn't understand how he'd be dead, because he'd only been out for such a short period of time. And on top of that, we didn't have any obvious cause of death, which just made it worse. I figured he'd probably eaten something poisonous since he was holding his stomach when I found him, but I didn't want to guess. It's hard enough to hear that your kid is dead, let alone have some stupid search and rescue guy guessing about what happened. They took him away, and I went home and tried not to think about it. I hate finding dead kids, man. I love this job, but it's one of the reasons I left. I've got 2 daughters, and the thought of losing them that way he choked up a little there. I'm not great with emotional stuff like that, and it's always sort of awkward to see a grown man cry, so I didn't really know what to do. He pulled himself together eventually, though, and he kept going. We don't really hear back from the coroners about cause of death. It's not really our job to know, I guess, and sometimes if they think it's foul play, they won't tell us because of legal bullshit. But I've got a friend who works for the sheriff's department, and he'll usually pass along any interesting info if I ask. In this case, though, I actually got a call from him about a week later. He asks if I remember the kid, and of course I do. And he says some seriously weird shit is going on. He tells me, EW, man, you're gonna think I'm crazy, but the coroner has no idea what happened to this kid. He's never seen anything like it. My friend goes on to tell me that when the coroner opened the kid up, he couldn't even believe what he was seeing. The kid's organs were like Swiss cheese. Quarter-size holes were punched clean through just about every single organ this kid had, aside from his heart and lungs. But his colon, his stomach, his kidneys, and even one of his testicles were full of these clean holes. My friend said that the coroner described it as if someone had taken a hole punch and punched holes out of everything. They were so neat. But the kid didn't have a scratch on him. No entry or exit wounds. The closest anyone there had ever seen like it was a guy who'd filled himself full of buckshot a year or so ago while cleaning his rifle. No one had a clue what could possibly have caused it. My friend asked me if I'd heard anything like it, or if we'd had similar cases in the past, but I'd never even heard of something like that, and I told him I wasn't going to be of any help to him. As far as I know, the coroner determined the cause of death as something like massive internal bleeding, but no one really knows what happened. I've never been able to forget that kid. I have nightmares about it sometimes. I don't let my kids go into the woods alone, and when we go together, I never let them out of my sight. I used to love it here, but that case and a couple others just sort of ruined it for me. Dinner was over, so we started to clean up and go back to our cabins. Before we went our separate ways, he put his hand on my shoulder and looked at me really close. He tells me that there are bad things out there, things that don't care if we have families or lives, or that we can think and feel. He tells me to be careful, and he walks away. I didn't get a chance to talk with him again, but that story stuck with me. By pure coincidence, I got to talk to another vet, PB, who's been in the search and rescue field for years. We were partnered on a grid sweep through a training exercise, and we were chatting casually about how we liked the job, what kinds of things we'd seen, and the like. At one point, we passed an old set of stairs. Though these were probably from an old fire lookout, given the area that we were in, I sort of casually mentioned that I was curious about the stairs, and that I wished I knew more about them. He got kind of quiet and looked like he wanted to tell me something, but wasn't sure if he should. Finally, he told me to turn my radio off. Obviously, this is something we are never, ever supposed to do. But I did it, and he did the same. About 7 years ago, he tells me, he was out on a call with a rookie. They were in an area of the park that's had a lot of strange reports and events. Disappearances, stories about lights in the forest, odd noises, things like that. The rookie was totally spooked, kept going on and on about things out in the woods. According to PB, the guy wouldn't stop talking about the goat man. Just on and on, goat man this, goat man that. Finally, I told him that there was plenty else to be afraid of out here that was very real, and that he'd better get over this thing with the goat man. The rookie wanted to know what kinds of things I was talking about, and I just told him to shut up and walk. We crested a little ridge and there was a staircase about 10 yards ahead. The rookie stops dead in his tracks and just stands there looking at them. I tell him, see, that's something you should be afraid of. The rookie asked me what the hell these are doing out here, and for some reason I just open up and tell him the truth. Or what I've been told is the truth. I could have gotten in a lot of trouble for doing what I did, and I could get in a little trouble for repeating it to you. But you're a nice kid, and I want you to stop looking into this. Quit while you're ahead. So I'll tell you what I know, under the condition that you never breathe a word of this to the supervisor. I told him I wouldn't say a word, and he double-checked that our radios are off. Alright, when I first started out, we were a little less tight-lipped about them, and other things that happen out here. We warned people before they were even hired that there was some weird shit going on. I guess the Forest Service was tired of having such a massive turnover rate, and they wanted people to know what they were getting into. So they started having people sign these agreements that they wouldn't go to the media about what they were going to see. The Forest Service didn't want to scare people away, so the last thing they needed were spooked rookies running off to the media with stories of ghosts and haunted stairs. But eventually, they found that the agreements weren't necessary. People not only didn't want to talk about what they saw, they wouldn't. A few times, media tried to talk to people when kids or hikers would disappear, and no one would say a word. I can't explain it. I guess we just don't really want to admit anything is wrong. This is our job, to be out in the woods every single day. We don't need to be spooked, and the best way to avoid that is to pretend like everything's okay. So I'll tell you everything I can think of, and after that, I'm done talking about it for good. And I expect you not to bring it up around me. Ever. The stairs have been out here as long as the parks have existed. We have records going back decades describing them. Sometimes people go up to them and nothing happens. Other times, look, I really don't like talking about this, but sometimes really bad shit happens. I saw one guy get his hand sliced clean off when he got to the top step. He reached out to touch a tree branch, and it happened so fast. 1 second his hand was there, and the next it was gone. Completely clean wound. We didn't find his hand, and the guy almost died. Another time, a woman touched one of the stairs, and a blood vessel in her brain exploded. Literally exploded, like a water balloon. She sort of stumbled down and came over to me, and all she got out was, "I think there's something wrong with me." She dropped like a sack of flour, dead before she hit the ground. I'll never forget the way the blood leaked into the inside of her eye. Before she died, I watched it turn red. I watched it happen, and there wasn't a single thing I could do to help. We warn people not to go anywhere near them, but there's always at least one idiot who does. And even if nothing happens to them, something bad always happens. Kids go missing as we're on the trail. Someone dies the next day, cut in half in a completely safe part of the park. I don't know why, but something bad always happens. I don't know exactly why they're out here, but it doesn't matter. They're here. And if we were smart, we'd tell our new officers exactly what they're capable of. We were both quiet for a little while. I was afraid to talk because I wasn't sure if he was done. He looked like he wanted to say something else. Finally, he spoke up again. Have you ever noticed how you can't find the same ones twice? I nodded, expecting him to continue. But he just stayed quiet, walking alongside me, and eventually he started a story about the biggest deer he'd ever seen in the park. I didn't bring up the subject again, and I didn't press him more for any stories. He dropped out of the op the next day. Apparently he left before the sun came up. He said he was sick. None of us have ever heard from him or seen him since. I'm going to stop here for the time being. I'll try and post the next part in the coming days, but what with it being the end of summer, things are pretty busy here. Thank you for the continued interest. You've awakened this curiosity in me that I didn't know I had. Part 5. I apologize for the short update, guys. Things have gotten a little crazy around here, and I'm not sure how often I'll be able to update going forward. I really appreciate all the support you guys have given me, and while I only have a couple of stories to share with you, I'll be interested to see what you all think. A firefighter who was helping us at the training op told me about a call he'd gone on, supposedly to help rescue a kid from an absolutely massive tree. He said they didn't give him details, just that they needed him to come out and help him because they lacked the proper equipment. He'd been called out specifically because this thing was so huge that the SARs didn't feel safe trying to climb it. He'd been a tree climber before joining the VFD, so it was easy for him to grab his old equipment and come help out. He was led out about 2 miles, and the team stopped at one of the biggest trees in the area and pointed up. He laughed and asked the op captain how the kid had gotten up there, made some joke about the old cat in the tree thing, but the captain just shook his head and told him to get up there and get the kid down. He said he knew something was up, but he didn't push it. He said that as he climbed the tree, he started wondering if they were playing a prank on him. There was no way this kid should have been able to climb this goddamn thing. It was massive at the base, but about halfway up it started tapering, and I almost had to turn back a few times because I really didn't think it was going to hold me. But he said he kept going, and when he was just about at the top, he saw a flash of blue in the branches. I saw the kid's shirt sort of caught in a branch, and I called out to him and told him to come near me if he could, but he didn't say anything. I kept moving, calling the kid's name and telling him not to be scared, that I was there to help him. By the time I got to him, I knew he wasn't going to answer me. I found him, or what was left of him, cradled in the fork of a branch, and the fact that he was up there was sheer luck. If he'd fallen any other way, he'd have come crashing down. It wouldn't have mattered though, because this kid was dead long before he ended up in that tree. I don't know who put him there, or how, or why, but it was sick, man. Kid's intestines had popped out of his mouth and were hanging in the branches. It was like some sick damn Christmas tree, the way they were all draped all over everything. I got a better look and saw they'd even popped out of his ass. His guts were hanging out the bottom of his pants. His eyes were gone, I assume shoved out from whatever force caused him to pop like a stress ball. You ever seen a body that's been floating in water for a long time? How their tongues kind of swell up and stick out? He was like that. I remember because there were flies crawling all over it. I think I must have gone into shock because, man, I just pushed that kid down with a stick I broke off a branch. Just kind of poked him until he fell. I don't know why I did that. I almost lost my job because of that. But man, the thought of hauling that kid down over my shoulder the whole way, gathering his guts up and coiling them around me like rope so he wouldn't get snagged, I couldn't do it. I've seen a lot of dead kids, more than I'd ever admit. I've seen a kid who hid in a full bathtub during a house fire. Boiled him alive. turned him into literal soap. But this, I don't know what did this, but the thought of touching that kid's body made me feel like I was going to lose my mind. I heard him hit the ground and I figured everyone would freak out, but they knew he was dead when they sent me up there. They didn't say anything, but they didn't shout or freak out or anything. I got to the bottom and I started to get up in the captain's face, asking him who he thought he was sending me up there when they knew damn well the kid was dead. But he just told me it was none of my concern and thanked me for getting the evidence down. I remember he said that. I remember it specifically because it was so weird to hear it phrased that way. The evidence, like he wasn't even a person. Like he'd never been a little kid who got lost and had something unspeakable happen to him. The captain had a crew lead me back out of the woods, but he and 2 others stayed behind, and I thought that was weird. Why wouldn't they have helped me get the kid out? I tried asking, but the guys leading me out just told me they couldn't discuss an open case. I asked him what he thought had happened to the kid, and he got really pensive and thought about it for a bit. I would have said a crush injury based on how his guts came out like that, but with those injuries you see a massive contusion around the skin, obvious trauma. This wasn't like that. It was almost like that kid got caught in a big vacuum and had his guts sucked out. But even then, there was no trauma. None at all. It bothers me, man. It bothers the hell out of me. One of the vets at the training ops reads no sleep, and he recognized my stories. He knows me pretty well, and we've swapped stories before. He asked if I could share something he's noticed about the stairs and some thoughts he had. I'm really glad you decided to share these. I think it's important that people be aware of what's out here, especially since the Forest Service is doing such a good job at covering it all up. I asked him what he meant. What do you mean, what do I mean? The lack of any kind of media attention? No coverage of missing kids? Or bodies found miles from where they got lost in the first place? David Paulides hit this right on the head. This FS is doing everything they can to keep people coming here, even if it isn't safe. I mean, to be fair, it's not like these things happen every day. But the numbers add up, and it's worth looking into, especially the stairs. I was surprised you didn't mention the flipped ones. I didn't know what he was talking about. I couldn't remember him ever talking about something like that. He seemed somewhat incredulous. Dude, I can't believe you've been on this long without seeing them. No one told you about them? I shrugged and asked him to elaborate. Well, there's the normal stairs. The ones that pop up when we're out a ways. I know you know about them. But sometimes I've run across ones that are flipped upside down. I guess it would be like if you had a dollhouse and the stairs were a separate piece. Now take that, flip it upside down so the top step is stuck in the dirt, and put it out in the woods. They're like that. I don't see them as often, but they're odd to say the least. Makes me think of footage taken after a tornado, when houses are all blown apart and random things are left standing, like chimneys and garden walls. Those ones freak me out more than the normal ones because I can't really write those off as easy. I don't scare very easily, like most of us who work out here, but that idea stuck with me and it bothers me. I'm going to try and find more out about them. He also mentioned how many people were bothered by the guy with no face. He got really excited and told me he'd seen something similar. I was out on a training exercise a few years ago. I was camped out in a tent and I heard someone walking around outside of camp. We're told not to wander far, which, so I figured if maybe it was a rookie who'd gotten up to pee and couldn't find his way back. Remember that guy in our group a few years back who almost fell off the damn mountain? Well, I'm paranoid about that happening again, so I get up to see what's going on. I went to the edge of the camp and I called to whoever it was and told them that the camp was this way. But they kept going back out into the woods, so I went after them. I know it was stupid, but I was half asleep, and I just really didn't want to deal with some idiot getting hurt. I followed this thing on a dead straight course for about a mile, and then it stopped on the edge of a little river. I could see the outline of it because the water was reflecting the moon, and it looked like just an ordinary guy. He had a pack on, and it looked like he was facing me. I asked if he was okay, if he needed help. and he cocked his head like he didn't understand me. I always have a pocket knife on me, and it's got a little thumb light attached to it, so I turned that on and lit up his chest so it wouldn't blind him. He was breathing slowly and deep, so I wondered if he was sleepwalking. I went closer and asked him again if he was okay. I moved the light up, and something didn't seem right, so I stopped. He kept breathing in this real slow, deep breaths, and I sort of figured out gradually that that's what was bothering me. It's like he was pretending to breathe, but not actually doing it. His breaths were too even and deep, and all his movements were exaggerated, like his shoulders going up and his chest moving. I told him to identify himself, and he made this muffled noise. I moved the light up, and I shit you not, this guy had no face. Just smooth skin. I freaked out, man, and I sort of fumbled my light, but I saw him move towards me, but he didn't actually move. I don't know how to explain it, but 1 second he was at the edge of the river, and the next he was 5 feet from me. I never looked away or blinked. It was like he moved so fast my brain couldn't keep up. I tripped and fell on my ass, and I could see this line open up on his throat. It stretched up to his ears and his head tilted back, and he smiled at me with his throat. There wasn't any blood, just this gaping dark hole. And I swear he smiled at me with this gash in his throat. I got up and I ran as fast as I could back to camp. I couldn't hear him following me, but I felt like he was always right behind me, even though when I looked back I couldn't see him. I calmed down when I got back to camp. The fire was still going, and I guess that pack mentality of being with other people made me stop and breathe a little. I waited by the fire to see if he'd follow me there, but I didn't hear anything else for a few hours, so I went back to bed. I know it sounds weird, but the whole thing was just so surreal that it was almost like I immediately wrote it off as my imagination. We were telling ghost stories one night before bed just to scare each other and poke fun at whoever got creeped out. Most of the time it's the rookies, but one woman told a story that actually managed to get under my skin a little bit, and I know the same was true for others. She said it was true, but then again, every ghost story told around a campfire is true. Somehow, though, I don't think she was making it up. It had that ring of truth that only really traumatizing events have. She said that when she was a kid, she and her friend used to go out in the woods behind her house a lot. She lived in northern Maine, where there's a lot of dense, unpopulated national forest. She said the woods up there aren't like they are here. They're so thick in places that the trees block out the sun almost completely. She and her friends grew up there, so they weren't scared of being out there alone, but they did always maintain a sense of caution in certain areas. She said it was never really talked about, but they always knew not to go more than a mile or two beyond their homes. The adults never said why, but it was an unspoken rule that no one ventured out that far. She and her friend made up stories about bears as big as houses that lived out there, and they used to scare each other by hiding and making growling noises while the others searched for them. She said one summer there was a series of awful storms that blew down a lot of trees and set one part of the forest a few miles behind her house on fire. Fire crews got it under control, but she said some of them came back not quite the same. It was like they'd been to war. You could tell who'd really gotten scared because they had the same look on their faces. I think it's called shell shock. My friend and I said they were like walking dead people. They didn't smile or say anything if you went up to them, and most of them left town as soon as everything was over. I asked my parents about it, but they said they didn't know what I was talking about. Once everyone was told the woods were safe again, my friend and I decided to try and hike where the fire had been. We didn't tell our parents where we were going, and it was pretty exciting to think that we were disobeying them like that. We hiked out about 2 miles or so, and we started seeing burnt trees and stuff. I remember my friend got really upset because we found the skeleton of a deer curled up under a tree, and I practically had to drag her away. She wanted to bury it, but I didn't want her touching it because its antlers were weird. I can't remember why, I just remember thinking that there was something wrong with them, and I didn't want either of us going near it. The farther we went, the more burnt everything got. Eventually, there were no standing trees, and it was like being on another planet. Almost nothing green, just brown and black everywhere. We were standing there looking at it, and we both heard someone shouting in the distance. I panicked because I thought it was my dad, and that he was going to tell me I was grounded. My friend broke off and went to hide behind a big rock because she said she didn't want to be caught out there. Her parents had forbidden her to come out in the woods at all, and she lied and told them we were going to see a movie. I followed her, and we kept listening. I could hear this voice getting closer, and I realized they were calling for help. I thought maybe it was some hiker who'd gotten lost and needed directions back to town. That used to happen all the time, so I was used to helping people out. I heard him following my voice, so I kept calling out until I saw him running in the distance. He got closer, and I could see that his face was all red. I told my friend to give me her pack because she had a first aid kit. She made the noise like she was grossed out, and she asked if I saw his face. I told her to shut up, and I jogged up to meet him. I stopped about halfway, and when he stopped in front of me, I could see that his nose and lips and part of his forehead were all gone. It was like they'd been sliced clean off. He was bleeding bad, and I saw that the knees of his pants were red too. I took a step back, but I was too scared to move much, and he grabbed my shoulders. I felt like I got a shock, and he jerked back. He started babbling, and I couldn't tell what he was saying, except that he kept asking how long he'd been gone. He asked me where his unit was, but I just shook my head. He looked me over, and he saw my Walkman, and he screamed. He just kept babbling and touching his face, and I realized he wasn't wearing the right clothing. He had some kind of weird gray cloth jacket and almost formal pants on, and the jacket had these weird buttons and red borders on it. I kept shaking my head, and I told him I couldn't understand what he was saying. I went to open the first aid kit, but he just screamed again and said the only thing I could really understand. "Don't touch me. You'll make me go back there." After that, he ran off, and I could hear him screaming the whole time. When I couldn't hear him anymore, I turned around, and my friend was crying. I just turned around and started walking back towards town. She asked me over and over what had happened and who that was, but I didn't say anything. When we got home, I told her I didn't want to play in the woods with her anymore. We're still friends, but we don't talk about that guy. Not ever. Part 6. It's been way too long since I posted an update, and I'm sorry about that. There's also been some confusion about the new formatting requirements on the board, which I've cleared up. So these next few stories are going to be posted a little differently. They'll be in chronological order, and I'll do my best to tie them into each other as much as I can so it doesn't skip around too much. When I started out as a rookie, no one had told me a lot about the job in terms of weird things that could happen. I'm assuming this was largely to prevent me from freaking out and abandoning the park. But a few months into my service, when I was still a rookie, a friend and I were drunk at a party, and he opened up a bit. Yeah, it can get a little crazy out there, I guess. I think the worst are the ones where people die when they shouldn't, you know? Or when we find them dead like 10 minutes after someone says they saw them last. They were fine when I passed them on the switchback, I swear. That sort of shit, like, take this guy who I found one spring out on a really popular trail. Someone comes into the VC freaking about some guy who's lying in the middle of a path in this giant pool of blood. So we run out there, and we find this guy dead as a doornail. Which he absolutely should be, because the back of his head is like mashed potatoes. The skull is decimated, brains are leaking out like custard filling. And the guy's old, so you figure, yeah, he probably fell and hit his head. Old people fall all the time, it's no big deal. Except that this area where he fell doesn't have any big rocks. There's not even any stumps or big branches. And on top of that, there's no blood trail. So he clearly died where he dropped. Now that's when you turn to murder. But there were people just out of line of sight with this guy. If someone came up behind him and murdered him, there's no way someone wouldn't have seen. And again, even if someone had, there'd be a blood trail, spatter all over the place. But everyone on the scene said it looked exactly like he'd fallen and smashed his head on a rock. So what the hell did he hit his head on? And then there was this lady I found in a different park about 5 years ago, back when I was upstate. We found her in the middle of a stand of big junipers, curled around the trunk like she was hugging it. We pick her up to move her, and a goddamn waterfall comes out of her mouth, splashes all over my shoes. Her clothes are dry and her hair is dry, but the amount of water in her lungs and stomach was phenomenal. Unreal, man. Coroner's report says the cause of death was drowning. Her lungs were completely full of water. This, even though we're in the middle of the high desert and there isn't even a body of water for miles. No puddles, no nothing. No signs of anyone else being out there. I mean, yeah, it's possible they were murdered, but why go out of the way to do it like that? Why not just stab them and be done with it? I don't know, it just sits weird with me. Now, of course, that freaked me out a little, but we were wasted, and I guess I sort of wrote it off as a fluke. I also assumed there was exaggeration there, since, we were wasted. Now, I don't like talking about this next case very much. It was an awful one that I've done my best to forget about, but of course that's easier said than done. This happened about 6 months after the conversation with my friend at the bar, and up until that point I hadn't had a lot of really weird shit go down. A few things here and there, and of course the stares, but it's amazingly easy to get used to stuff like that when it's treated as if it's normal. This case was a little different. A guy with Down syndrome in his 20s went missing after his family lost sight of him on a major path. That was odd in and of itself, but this guy never left his mom's side. She was absolutely convinced he'd been kidnapped, and unfortunately, a ranger who isn't with the park anymore insinuated that no one was going to kidnap someone. Well, with that kind of disability. Not very tactful, to say the least. We wasted a lot of time trying to calm her down enough to get information about him. And then we put out an official missing persons call. Because of the urgency of the situation, him being mostly unable to function alone, we had local police come in and help us. We didn't find him the first night, which was heartbreaking. None of us wanted to think of him being out there alone. We'd assumed he just kept wandering and was staying ahead of us. We brought out helicopters the next day and they spotted him in a little canyon. I helped bring him back up, but he was in bad shape, and I think we all knew he wasn't going to make it. He'd fallen and broken his spine and couldn't feel his lower half. He'd also broken both his legs, one at the femur, and he'd lost a lot of blood. He was confused and scared while he was alone, so he'd probably exasperated the injuries by dragging himself a little ways. I know it sounds awful, but while I was riding in the copter with him, I asked him why he'd wandered off. I just wanted something to tell his mother to let her know it wasn't her fault, because he was fading fast and I didn't think she'd get to ask him herself. He was crying, and he said something about how the little sad boy had wanted him to come play. He said the little boy wanted to trade so he could go home. Then he closed his eyes, and when he woke up again, he was in the canyon. I'm not sure that's exactly what he said, but it was what I thought the gist of it was. He kept crying, asking where his mom was, and I held his hand and tried my best to calm him down. "It was cold out there," he kept saying. "It was cold out there. My legs were frozen. It was cold out there. It's cold in me." He was getting even weaker, so he eventually stopped talking, and he closed his eyes for a while. Then, when we were about 5 minutes from the hospital, he looked right at me, with those big tears running down his face, and he said, "Mama won't see me no more. Love Mama. Wish she was here." And he closed his eyes and he just never woke up. It was horrible, and I don't like talking about it. That case was one of the first ones that really rattled me. Because of how badly it affected me, I reached out to a senior ranger who ended up helping me through it. As time went on, we got to know each other better. He ended up sharing one of his stories with me. It was disturbing, but it helped to know that I wasn't the only one affected by the things going on out there. I think this must have happened before you got here, because I think if it had happened while you were here, you'd have remembered it. I know it didn't end up in the news for some reason, but I think most people who've been here long enough know about it. The park sold off a large portion of land to a logging company, and it was a really controversial thing. But it wasn't that large or old of a plot, and it was right after the recession, so we needed cash bad. Anyway, they were felling this plot of land, and we get a call that we need to get our supervisors out right away. I don't know why, but they ended up sending me and a few other guys along with the heads. I guess for power in numbers to see what was up. We got there, and all these guys are crowded around a tree that they've just cut down. They're all pissed off and freaking out, and the foreman comes over and says he wants to know what we think we're up to. What the hell y'all think this is, some kind of sick joke? You got a lot of goddamn nerve pulling this shit. We bought this land fair and square. Well, we don't know what the hell he's talking about, so he brings us over to this felled tree and points at it, tells us that when we cut it down, it was just like this, and they'll be damned if they put it there. The inside of the tree was all rotted out and hollow in one spot, and when they cut it down, it had exposed that chamber, and inside it is a hand, like a perfectly severed hand, and looks like it's actually fused with the inside of the tree. Well, now we think they're pulling a joke, so we tell them that we don't like being messed with, and we start to leave. But they tell us they've already called the cops, and that they'll go right to the media if we don't stick around. Well, that gets the head's attention, so they stick around and talk to the police about it. Everyone is denying that they put the hand in there, and besides, how would anyone have ever done it? It's clearly a real hand, but it's not mummified or skeletal. It's brand new, probably not even a day old, and it is definitely fused with the wood. You can see that it's coming right out of it. The loggers, they insist that they didn't put it there. Somehow, this fresh human hand ended up fused to the inside of a living tree. The cops have them cut up that section of tree into a movable chunk. Then they take the hand away and the area is closed off. There was a pretty big investigation, but I know they didn't find any answers. Now it's become this legend, and as far as I know, we haven't sold any more property for logging. As you all know, I went to a training seminar recently and heard some amazing and horrible things there. One of the guys I talked to while I was there told me a story when we were all around the campfire one night. We were both pretty drunk, you'll see a pattern here, and we were swapping stories. He told me this one. Me and another guy were out on a field search because some campers reported screaming noises at night, so we head out there to look for whatever goddamn mountain lion had wandered into the area, and I'm pissed. We've had 3 of them show up in the camping areas that year, and I'm getting tired as hell of constantly having to deal with them. Plus, I just don't like them anyway. They're a pain in the ass, and they're loud, and they scare the shit out of me. Damn cats. Pieces of shit. So we're seeing all these broken branches and what looks like dens, and we're pretty sure we know where the thing is. I call in and tell them to confirm if possible, which just means they want you to step in a big pile of shit and use that as proof. I'm not seeing any though, so I basically just tell them to shove it. I'm done. We know that damn thing's out here somewhere, even if I'm not stepping in its shit or inside its mouth or whatever. Guy I'm with wanders off to take a piss or whatever, and I stay behind watching this little burrow under a tree to see if maybe a fox or something's living in it. 'Cause I love foxes, man. They're cute as hell. But anyway, I'm watching this tree and I start hearing branches crackling, and it's coming from a direction my partner went opposite of. Now I've got my pistol, but you and I both know that that's not going to do shit against a cat. I cock it and holler for my partner to get his dumb ass back, but he's too far and he can't hear me. I stand up and get my sights on where the thing is approaching, and I shit you not, man, I just about peed myself. This guy is coming towards me, and he's backflipping through the fucking woods. Like, instead of walking, he's doing these crazy goddamn backflips, and I swear to God, he cleared every goddamn log and bush in his path. It was like he knew right where he was going. I yell at the guy to stop right where he is, that I'm pointing a gun right at him, but he keeps coming and I kinda lost it. I shot at the ground in front of him and it was a dumb friggin' thing to do, but man, I didn't want this guy anywhere near me. When I fired, he was about 50 yards from me. As soon as the gun goes off, he whirls around and goes off, backflipping back through the woods. My partner hears my gun go off and runs back and asks what's up, and I tell him there's some goddamn weirdo out here hopped up on God knows what, and we need to get the hell out of Dodge. I let the cops know what happened, and I didn't get in any trouble for firing, but man, I don't know what that motherfucker was on. I'd never seen anything like that before. Shit was absolutely goddamn crazy. I think we can both agree that there's stuff going on out here in the woods, and while I'm not going to spout off about what it could be or offer any theories, what I want people to take away from all of this is that it is so important to be safe when you're out there. I know a lot of you think you're invincible, but the fact is that you can die out there, or be hurt, or go missing. It's easier than you'd ever imagine. Part 7. One of the topics that I get asked about a lot, here and in real life, involve things like the Rake, the Wendigo, and other related legends. I can't honestly say that I know a lot about any of them, but based on some light reading I did, I can say that I've heard stories that seem to be loosely related to them. You've heard the old adage that legends like that come from somewhere, and I'm sure that's true, but as you all know, I do try to take things with a grain of salt. You have to, out there. It's sort of like working in a hospital, I'd imagine. You could spend all day thinking about how many people have died there, and how there are probably ghosts, or whatever you want to call them, all over the place. But it doesn't do you any good. It just makes it harder to do your job. I think a lot of us feel that way, and that's why we try to just go about our work like everything is fine. Once you get paranoid, there's not really any going back, and a lot of cadets quit because of it. My park especially seems to have a high turnover rate because the cadets graduate and get so freaked out about everything, and they can't seem to let it go. You have to learn to internalize things and shut off. I've talked to KD a bit about her experience because I wanted to know what she thought about the Wendigo. She didn't really have anything in particular to say about it, aside from that she didn't want to think about it that much, but she told me a friend of hers had had something similar happen. I contacted this person, H, over Skype, and they agreed to talk to me a bit. They're aware of my work here, and they're fine with me posting the story exactly as they wrote it. This is what they said. I grew up in Central Oregon, and there's a reservation called Warm Springs about 2 or so hours from where I lived. I only mention that because a lot of the people in my area have friends there, and a lot of the land in that area belongs to that tribe. When I was a kid, we used to go camping up there. Not on the res, of course, but in that area. And I met a lot of kids who grew up there. I got to know one kid really well. His name was Nolan, and we ended up hanging out a lot when our families were in the area. Our folks got to know each other well, so we'd all get in touch and camp around the same time. We'd camped for about 2 weeks, so we were out there a long time. I then asked him if he camped in an RV. Yeah, my dad had an RV, so I guess it really wasn't camping, but we'd take our tents and stuff and set them up away from the camp most nights. I didn't like sleeping in there because I like being outside. We then talked for a bit about camping. So anyway, sorry. 1 year Nolan and I were out there. I think we must have been like 12 or so. We wanted to go out and camp near the river because we wanted to try night fishing. I think we must have been about 1/3 of a mile from the main camp. Far enough away that we couldn't hear or see anyone else, I remember that. We were messing around most of the day, I don't really remember much about, but we ended up building a fire at some point, and I was really impressed because he had this flint or something that he used to start it. I'd never seen anyone do that before, so I thought it was pretty cool. I got him to teach me how to do it, and we lit some stuff on fire, which looking back was really stupid because it was the middle of the summer, and if I remember right, the fire warning was either at yellow or orange. But thankfully we didn't start anything major, and when it got dark we sat around and talked about whatever it is 12-year-olds talk about. I don't really remember. What I do remember is that at some point he looked over my shoulder at the river and asked me if I could see something. The way our camp was set up, we were about 10 feet from the river, and we were at the widest point. So it probably was about 20 feet to the other bank. It gets hot up there in the summer, but the water's still cold, which is important. I look over my shoulder and I could see something wading into the river on the other side. From where we were, it looked like a deer, but we couldn't really tell because of the fire. I got up to look closer and I saw a pair of antlers, so I figured it was a buck. But I thought it was weird that it was wading into the water, and it was definitely heading for us. And I asked Nolan what he thought we should do. He looked at the fire with his weird expression, and he tells me to sit down and shut up. So I do, because I'd never seen him act that way before. He's whispering at me to ignore it, and to just keep talking like we were, but I couldn't think of anything to say. We were saying something about an episode of some show, but I could hear the deer coming through the water, so I wasn't paying any attention. And I kept trying to see over my shoulder, but every time I did, he'd sort of hit me on the arm and make me look away. I wasn't really scared, I remember, I was just sort of confused. But then I heard the deer come out of the water, and I could kind of make out what it looked like. And I realized it wasn't a deer, because whatever it was walking on two legs. I started to get up. I was really freaked out, but Nolan just yanked me back down and talked louder about this television show. I could tell he was as scared as I was, probably even more. He leaned in and poked the fire with a stick, and he whispered that whatever I do, I can't speak to it. I could see it come closer, and it stood right behind Nolan's back. I was about ready to pee my pants, and I think I'd probably have run if I'd been alone, but I didn't want to leave Nolan. So I kept sitting really still and sneaking glances at it. It wasn't that tall, but the way it carried itself was just wrong. Like its center of balance was screwed up. I can't really describe it, but it was kind of like it kept shifting too far forward. It just stood there behind Nolan for a long time, and eventually Nolan ran out of things to say, and we just kind of sat there for a second. The fire was making noise, but I thought I could hear this thing talking in a really low voice. I couldn't hear what it was saying, and I leaned forward a tiny bit. I couldn't see its face, but I saw its eyes. They were cloudy and milky, and if you want to know what they look like, find that scene from Lord of the Rings where Frodo falls in the lake and all the dead people are floating towards him. That's what its eyes look like. So all I saw were these two white eyes floating above Nolan's head, and the really vague shape of the antlers coming out of its head. I don't know what the face looked like, but at exactly the same time, Nolan and I got the hell out of there, and we ran non-stop until we got back to the main camp. My pants were soaked, so I took them off as we were running and threw them into the bushes. We both stopped once we were in front of my dad's RV and we couldn't see anything chasing us, so we stood there and caught our breath. I asked him what that thing was, but he said he didn't know. He said his grandpa had only warned him that if anything ever came up to him when he was in the desert, he was never, ever supposed to talk to it or listen to anything it had to say. I wanted to know if he'd heard it talking too, and he said that the only thing he'd ever been able to understand was help you. I think we ended up sleeping in the RV with my parents, and the next night we went back out and didn't see anything. That does remind me in a lot of ways of the Wendigo legend. There's a phrase used to describe it that I think fits perfectly, which is that the Wendigo is the spirit of the lonely places. I know sometimes when I'm out in the wilds, where I know there's no one around me for miles and miles, I get this kind of craving that I can't really explain. I don't know if it happens to anyone else, but it's this desire to consume. It's not like I crave anything in particular, but more of this weird, distracting hunger that comes from every part of my gut. I also wanted to find out more about the faceless man if I was able, and found a few similar things. I asked around my circle of friends, and one of them said when we were out doing repairs at a park in the area, we saw something kind of like that. We were having dinner in town, 5 of us, including myself. This guy, he was repainting an information booth and heard a man ask him for directions to the nearest campsite. He didn't turn around because he was up on a ladder, but he informed the man that there weren't any campsites nearby, but that if he headed down the road about 4 miles, he'd find one at another park. He asked if he could be of any help, but the man said no and thanked him. My friend said he kept painting, but he was listening and never heard the man leave. The second he came up and talked to us, the hairs on my neck stood up, but I wasn't sure why. I guess I just had this really uneasy feeling about the whole thing, and I wanted to finish painting and get the hell out of there. I figured maybe part of it was that I couldn't turn around to look at him, but something just felt off. There was also this weird smell floating around before the guy talked to me, kind of like old period blood. I had looked around to see what was causing it, but I didn't find anything. So I waited for the guy to go away, but I didn't hear him leave, which made me think he was just standing there and watching me. So I asked again if I could do anything for him, and he didn't answer. I knew he was there though, because I hadn't heard him leave. So I did this awkward turn on the ladder to look down and see what he was doing. Now, I admit it could have been my brain messing up, but I swear to you, Russ, for a split second when I turned around, that guy didn't have a face. Like, he had no face. It was almost concave and totally smooth, and I just about had a goddamn heart attack because I couldn't even wrap my mind around what I was seeing. I think I started to say something, but there was this kind of pop inside my head, and suddenly he was just a normal looking guy. I must have looked weird because he asked me if I was okay, and I was like, yeah, I'm fine. He asked about the campsite again, and I point to where he has to go, and he's like, I'm not from around here, can you help me get there? Now, this is when I know something is really up, because there's no way this guy got out here and didn't know where he was. And for that matter, there's no car around. So how'd he get here in the first place? I said I was sorry, but that I couldn't take him anywhere in a company vehicle. And he says, please, I really don't know where I am. Can you come with me and help me get there? So now I'm seriously weirded out, and I start wondering if this is some kind of ambush or something. I told him I could call him a taxi to come and take him wherever he wants to go. And I pull out my phone and he just goes no and walks away really quietly. But he doesn't walk out of the park. He walks back into the trees. And I got right into my truck and start to get out of there. Screw the pain or whatever. I looked in my mirror to see where he was as I was leaving, and he was standing right at the tree line again. I don't know how he got there so fast, but this time he didn't have a face. He was just watching me leave. And right before I turned the corner, he took a big step back into the trees and kind of dissolved, I guess. Maybe it was just dark, so he blended in, but it felt like he just melted away. Interestingly, right after this guy finished his story, someone else piped in with another one, but with a slightly different twist. You know, actually, I had something sort of weird like that happen a while back. I was out in the middle of nowhere figuring out where we were going to have this trail run through. I hadn't seen anyone else for a good couple hours, so I wasn't really paying attention to where I was going. I was just looking at the ground for the most part. Then, out of nowhere, I crested this little hill and almost ran into this guy. He was older, probably 60s, and I started to apologize to him for running into him. And then I noticed his face. And I probably looked like a complete douchebag, but I stopped and just stared at him. It took me a second to figure out what was wrong, but this guy's face was huge. I know that sounds weird, but that's the only way I can describe it. His head wasn't big or anything, it was normal, but the amount of space his face took up was just way too much. Like if you took someone's face and enlarged it all by about 2 times. He doesn't say anything, he just kind of looks at me, and I backed up and was kind of stuttering and saying I was sorry. And I went around him and got out of there and did what I needed to do. The whole time I kept looking behind me because I was so freaked out that he'd pop up behind me or something. I know it sounds ridiculous, but I swear to you it was the creepiest thing I've ever seen. I switched the topic to the stairs a little later, and there was a definite shift in enthusiasm. No one spoke up at first. There was a real stigma around discussing them, even when we were away from work. But I broke the ice with a story of my own, and the guy who told the story about the faceless man told this one, very quietly. A couple years ago, I was camping with my girlfriend, and we were out about 2 miles from the road at this site I know. We went to bed that night, but we couldn't sleep because someone interjected a funny comment, and we were dangerously close to going off on another subject, but I got us back on track. Yeah, funny. No, it was because we kept hearing that grinding noise. My brother used to grind his teeth in his sleep, and it kind of reminds me of that. My girlfriend was freaking out, but I just kept telling her to ignore it because I've heard it before, and you just have to ignore it. It goes away eventually, you guys know what I mean. We all knew what he meant. So eventually, I got her to go to sleep, but I woke up probably 2 hours later because something was just off. I rolled over and she wasn't there, and I kind of freaked out because he thought for a second and then he took a long drink. Anyway, I ran out of the tent calling her name, but I didn't have to go far. She was standing at the edge of the camp looking at something in the trees, and I could see she was really pale. The fire was low, but bright enough to see her. Anyway, so I ran up to the trees to see what was going on. She was dead asleep, but her eyes were open. She had this real spaced out look, So I put my arm around her to lead her back, but she wouldn't move. She just kept saying real quietly, like, "I have to go now, Eddie. I have to go. It's here." I was like, "You're just sleepwalking, come back to bed," but she wouldn't budge. She just kept standing there and saying that she had to go. And I looked where she was looking, and there was a staircase right there about 15 yards ahead. Gray one, concrete. And she started to walk toward it, but I yanked her back, and that woke her up. She looked at me like I was out of my mind, and she asked what she was doing out of the tent. I didn't tell her anything, I just told her she was sleepwalking. The grinding was gone, so she just went back to the tent with me and fell asleep again. I don't know, I don't like thinking about it, We all knew. You guys remember that kid with, I can't remember what it was, some kind of, his brain's messed up? Not Down syndrome, but something like it. Something else brought up. Well, I got to read the report he gave when we found him a week after he went missing, and it was messed up beyond belief. I mean, you have to take it with a grain of salt because who knows what this kid actually thinks is real, but some of this stuff, I don't think he could have made it up. Like what? Well, first of all, he talked about the stairs. He said he'd been watching his dad build a fire and the stairs came up to him, and he had to go up them or something bad would happen. The cops couldn't really understand what he was talking about because he just kept saying, like the campfire, over and over, and he kept mentioning sounds, but he couldn't say what sounds. Just that it was loud and he covered his ears so he couldn't hear him. But the thing I remember most is that they asked him exactly where he'd gone, and he just said he was right there. He kept pointing at himself, and they said they thought that meant that he thought he never left. He said he wasn't scared because the stairs were there, and he said they talked to him, but not like people talk. Like I said, it was really convoluted and hard to understand, and I have a feeling the cops didn't take most of it down. They ended up just saying that the kid had some kind of amnesia and that they didn't think foul play was involved. Doesn't really explain why he came back a week later perfectly fine without a speck of dirt on him. And, well, fed. But hey, what the cops say goes, right? There are still a lot of questions I want to answer. I'll continue to ask around and find out whatever I can. Part 8. Things have deteriorated here to a degree that I didn't foresee. I didn't know how much writing about the things that are happening out here would affect every single part of my life, and maybe that was stupid of me. Maybe I should have considered it more seriously, but honestly, I just thought I was writing about things that a few people would want to hear. I didn't think it would get this much attention. People ask me about the stairs now. It doesn't happen every day, but when it does happen, I really don't know what to say. My bosses know someone is talking about them, and I'm sure that if they know, the higher-ups know. And I can tell you that they aren't happy about it. I've been formally told that I am not to speak a word about them to anyone anymore, which is part of the reason that this is my final update. I can't risk my job for this, as much as it's been wonderful to get a lot of these things off my mind. I still do love my work, and I need to be out here. If anything, my being aware of what's really going on is enough reason to stick to it. I may not be able to tell people that they're out there, but if I see them, I can direct traffic away to somewhere safer. Because of the amount of attention the stories have gotten, I've heard a lot of stories being swapped back and forth. I've heard so many I can't even remember most of them. The ones I do remember are the ones I wish I could forget. One story that's made the rounds here was about a young woman who disappeared upstate. Initially, everyone assumed she was a runaway. She didn't come from a great home life, and so it really wasn't any kind of surprise that she chose to cut and run. But people started coming forward saying that they'd seen her around the park shortly before she vanished. So some of the rangers in the area were sent out to make sure she hadn't hung herself or something on any of the back trails. It took them a while, but they did find her. Well, not all of her. Just half of her tongue and a quarter of her lower jaw. Very clean cuts from what I heard. They've never found the rest of her. So many stories about children. So many of them going missing and turning up in caves wedged in between impossibly tight spaces. So many of them found on mountain peaks or at the bottom of sheer gullies. Missing shoes, missing socks, or found with both in perfect condition, despite them being miles and miles away where they vanished. So many stories of black-eyed people wandering around the woods and calling out in the night, mimicking the sound of running water or a bobcat screaming. One man in particular goes to every news station he thinks will listen to him and tells the same story. He was deer hunting, had camped out in a very remote area, and woke up because something was scraping against his tent. He thought it was a raccoon or a fox until the thing pressed its face against the door of the tent, at which point he could very clearly make out a human nose and mouth. He kicked at it, but it leaped back and was gone by the time he opened the tent flap, gun at his side. He fired 2 warning shots, and when the sound had faded, he heard a snap behind him. A man was standing at the edge of the campsite. The man was not wearing any clothing, but he also didn't possess any kind of human flesh. As this hunter described it, the man was made of some kind of combination of raw meat and hair, as if someone had scooped up roadkill and molded it into the vague shape of a man. The face was lumpy and only a rough approximation of a human face. The thing opened its lopsided mouth, and from it came the sound of the gun the hunter had fired. It did this twice before mimicking the sound of the tent zipper and fleeing into the night. A young couple, out for a hike in the rocky areas of my park, reported to me yesterday that they had seen something strange on a peak I am very familiar with. They were taking turns looking through a pair of binoculars when the man noticed a hiker climbing up a very steep part of the cliff face. He watched the man scale the slope, and it didn't occur to him until the incident was over that this person had no climbing gear. When the climber reached the top of the peak, which was about 5 miles away, they turned and faced the young man. He said whoever or whatever this person was looking right at them. The climber waved in an exaggerated manner before snapping in half at the waist sideways and leaping off the peak. The young man didn't see where the climber landed. I sent them on their way with assurances that I'd check it out. I lied. I won't be turning in a report because there are 10 others exactly like it. The climber is well known in that area. I don't question it anymore. There are so many things I won't ever be able to understand about my job, and it would take me years to relate all of the things I've heard in the last few months. When I feel like my job isn't in jeopardy, I'll come back. It may be in a different format, but I will come back. Thank you all for sticking by my side and enjoying the things I've talked about. If you go into the woods, I encourage you to be safe. Bring water, food, survival equipment. Let people know where you're going and when you'll be back. Don't go on uncharted paths unless you know exactly what you're doing. And above all, don't touch them. Don't look at them, and don't go up them.
I am a writer and painter devoted to the subject of myths, dreams, terror, superstition, and the strange. I am currently working on a series of papers that focus on the gruesome events that occurred in Redacted National Park, Alberta, Canada. Vampire in the National Park. Interview transcript of Jacob Wingate. At the request of the family members of the deceased, the names have been changed. Out of respect for the dead, the rest has been told exactly as it occurred. October 25th, 2011. Reporting Officer, Detective Adrian Wozniak. We would like to make an audio recording of the interview, if that's okay with you. Just to clarify, you're not under arrest. You're free to go anytime you wish. Just listen to us. You don't have to answer any questions and stuff like that. We just want you to relax and open up to us. We're not going to jump on you and give you a hard time or anything like that. We're here to let you talk to us, or to talk to you a little about how you've been doing and how you're feeling. I have a feeling there are things on your mind you need to let out, and I'm going to give you that opportunity. It's pretty clear that something real heavy is bothering you. I imagine things have been real tough for you as of late. Yeah, we understand that. Your family is worried about you. Your parents, your brother, your sister. You self-committed into a mental health institute. We're told you became catatonic. After you recovered, you were released and kind of dropped off the face of the planet. But you're better now and ready to talk. That's good, Jacob. We want to help. We're not here to point fingers. If you got a chance to meet the relatives of the deceased family you discovered, you would know they were decent people like you and your family, and that they deserve closure. The report says that you found the Chang family in that cave, and that they had all been mauled by an animal. But the coroner says that the bite marks on the bodies belong to that of a human being. I want to tell you everything that I saw, experienced, that I learned. I want to fully cooperate with you, but I know you're not going to believe me. I don't expect you to. I don't see how you possibly can. Even I have a hard time believing my memory. Just start from the beginning. Okay? I was a volunteer with SARVAC. That's the Search and Rescue Volunteer Association Canada. Right. We had received the call in May. It was fire season. I'm sure you remember that. Huge amounts of land were burned, communities swallowed up by flames, plumes of smoke drifting across the country, even down into the US. I remember the fire bans that were set in place. Fire permits were canceled, no open flames of any kind. Hefty fines were handed out to violators. Tell us about the call that was made that day. It was early morning when a park ranger came across the campsite that was in shambles. He happened to be driving by in his Jeep when he noticed a group of tattered tents. The windows of the SUV were shattered. The ranger thought it looked like a possible grizzly attack. The parents, 2 daughters and son, were nowhere to be seen. There was no blood, no animal hair or prints. If a predatory animal attacked them, there should have been something. I know. It could have been any number of things. Bear, mountain lions, wolves. Tell us about when you arrived. It was still morning when we arrived at the national park. Even though the sun was rising, we couldn't see it because of all the smoke that the wind carried with it. The sky was still dark and gray. In the past, people have gone missing. Hikers, seasoned outdoor people, old, young. Sometimes it was a case of someone straying off a path or making a wrong turn, but for the most part they would be found alive and shaken. But something seemed different about that day. There were multiple teams of people dispatched through the park, on foot, with scent hounds, horseback, jeep, helicopter. Hiking trails were searched, main roads, back roads. We had people going through the brush. The report says you discovered a cave about 10 kilometers south from the campsite. Yes, it was an undocumented cave. Nobody had known about its existence until recently. My team had been in charge of going through the brush on foot. The dog handlers were arguing among each other. It was because the dogs were acting strange, like something had spooked them. They were whimpering and whining with their tails stuck between their legs. Some of them were even hiding behind their handlers. It was very bizarre. The dogs seemed sure about the scent trail, but as soon as we got to a certain area, they recoiled in fear. What can you say about the cave? The cave. How did you find it? At the time, I had entirely failed to notice where I was going exactly. It's hard to describe what I felt. Like I was in some kind of trance. I almost felt like I was being called by someone. I don't mean I actually heard a voice, but I felt compelled to head in that direction. And on the ground directly in front of me, I found a pink Nike shoe, a little girl's shoe. At that moment, it was as if I returned to consciousness. About 20 yards from where I found the shoe was the cave entrance obscured by large spruce trees. After you discovered the shoe, you found the cave and you decided to check it out. The cave entrance was a hole in the ground, big enough for a person to crawl into. I stood at the entrance of the cave, staring down into it. The floor sloped at an angle. I took out my flashlight and made my way into the very mouth of the cave, shining the light into the darkness, trying to spot anything. I had to crab walk my way down the sloping floor. Listen, detective. There are things that are, how would be the best way to put it? Things that are out there. Strange things, you know. I'm not sure you're going to believe me. You'll call me crazy. I assure you, I'm not crazy or making up any of this. We don't think that. We want to help you, and you'll help us. Just tell us what you saw. Okay. The first thing I saw in the cave were petroglyphs carved into the very rock by ancient indigenous people. There are many of these located throughout the foothills, the Rocky Mountains, many of them thousands of years old. These particular ones depicted hunters chasing the mighty buffalo off of cliffs. I remember reaching out and tracing them with a finger, all the while thinking to myself, I might be the first person in ages to lay eyes on them.
What did you find next?
Several feet away, I found something on the cavern floor. It was what appeared to be a very old leather satchel. I felt my heart jump a little as I approached it. It was cracked and coated in countless layers of dust. I carefully opened the bag and found a broken compass, a rusty water canteen, a leather-bound book titled Le Demon, and a flintlock pistol with the year 1715 engraved into the side. I remember staring down at the contents of the bag, with the flashlight becoming warm in my hands. I sat there, trying to make sense of things. That's when I was startled by a noise.
What was it that you heard?
It sounded like something being broken, a snapping sound.
What did you do next?
I shined the light farther down the cave tunnel, from where the sound came from. I decided to move towards it, but it required me to go farther down the sloping cave floor, and when I got to the bottom, I saw a pair of feet. One foot a pink Nike shoe on it, the other was bare. I hurried down as fast I could and found a girl of no more than 7. She was dead. Her neck had been broken.
But there were other injuries listed.
Yes. On both sides of her neck were deep puncture marks, her arms and legs as well. All the color in her skin was gone. It was as if all of her blood had been drained. And the look on her face, that expression of complete horror. I could hear the sound of my beating heart in the silent cave. I began to feel faint. I began to cry right there in those depths. The cold indifference of the universe had hit me like a train. This child suffered an agonizing death in that inky darkness. With my trembling hands, I began reaching for my radio, but I was distracted by another sudden snapping sound.
The rest of the Chang family was down there.
They were piled on top of each other, like a heap. They suffered the same fate as the little girl, broken necks and punctures on the legs and arms, blood removed from their veins.
The report says that this was an animal attack, possibly a mountain lion.
I didn't say that. I said that it was something.
Tell us about it.
You wouldn't believe me.
Try me.
It was a thing that shouldn't be walking. Something that was once dead, but given life once more. There are cultures across the world who have a different name for it. The thing that I encountered was a vampire.
A vampire?
I'm not talking about a man in a cape or some pale heartthrob. I'm talking about a creature, a parasite, a leech. While it shares similarities to things in nature, it is a thing that should not exist. What I saw was crouched on top of the family members, directly above the father. It had its face buried in the man's neck. I distinctly remember hearing a sucking sound. The man was still alive. I could hear weak choking sounds coming from his throat. I can still hear it now.
What did it look like?
At first glance, it looked like a small human being, much like a child. I don't even know the best way to describe it. Do you watch the National Geographic Channel, Discovery, Nova? If you have, you're probably familiar with Otzi the Iceman, that 5,000-year-old ice mummy that was discovered frozen in the Alps. That is the only thing I can compare it to. It was draining the life from that poor man. Its eyes were closed, and it was moving its head from side to side. It withdrew its bloody maw from the man's neck and cruelly broke it. It turned its head towards me and opened its eyes. They were like black marbles, the pupils a bright red. I froze in place. My mind simply could not accept what was right in front of me. My body began to feel numb. I was having difficulties breathing, and my thoughts were racing through my brain. Primal fear had taken over. It was that very fear all of us inherited from our ancestors, the very ancestors that would have been scratching the dirt, very mindful of the day hours left, because the night was dangerous. That was when beasts would come out. Stealthy, like phantoms. You would never know they were there until it was too late. Now and then someone would sleep just a little bit too far from the fire and be pulled away into the long grass. Their agonizing screams would fade into the night. I think that maybe human society is like a little bubble that we like to surround ourselves in. We surround ourselves with light, noise, and other people to keep out the cold, dark, and the unknown that exists on the fringes that forms the wider universe. We shun the notion of an otherness being out there beyond the human world, waiting to come in. Maybe the reality we live in is a dark and capricious universe that allows these things to exist. Perhaps one day you're just going on about your everyday life, and the universe just points at you and says, "Oh, there you are, a curious human being. I've been looking for you." What happened next? The next thing that the creature did was to stand up, baring its sharp teeth like a feral animal. It cocked its head and smiled at me. It started to speak. It talked to you. At first, it was an incomprehensible, whispering gibberish, but soon it became clear. What did it say? "I am the past. You are the future." What does that mean? I don't know. The thing took one step towards me. In a desperate panic, I drew my emergency flare gun and fired directly at the thing. The whole chamber was lit up with a blazing red light from that sizzling flare. A moment later, I realized that the creature had actually caught the flare in one of its hands and was holding it. I bolted out of there. I scrambled back up the cavern and tripped out of the surface. A beam of sunlight broke through a clearing in the smoky sky. Next, I made contact with the rest of my team and told them about the family down in that cave. Armed officers made their way into the cavern. They found the deceased family, but there was no sign of the creature. That thing is still out there. I don't think you can hunt it down and kill it. Is there anything else you can say? Yes. I spent some time looking into the history of the park. Back in 1985, a team of geologists discovered a hidden burial chamber at the base of one of the mountains. Inside that vault was what appeared to be some kind of box, a stone and wood coffin. Radiocarbon dating places it in the 29th century BC. Nobody knows who the coffin was meant for or what happened to the remains. Ever since that encounter, I can't help but glance over my shoulder, always expecting that thing to appear behind me. There are nights where I wake up screaming from a recurring nightmare. Tell us about the nightmare. I find myself walking on a long stretch of shore next to a lake, sand-edged by surrounding forest. I know this lake. I used to frequent this place with my family when I was younger. There were campgrounds and hiking trails surrounding it. But this time, I was by myself on the great expanse of sand. It was autumn, and the sun was low on the horizon, just peeking over the edge of the lake. Everything was basked in an orange glow of the setting sun. There was a bitter wind that was whipping sand around, and I had to place my hands over my eyes to keep sand and other debris from getting in them. At first, I thought that I was alone on this lakeside beach, but I glanced behind me and found that I was in fact not alone. In the distance, there was a person who was, from what I could see, making a great effort to catch up to me. I stopped to let the person catch up, but something wasn't right. Despite the person apparently running towards me, he or she made no progress. The distance between us was not closing. I guess apprehension took over me because I decided to start moving, and that's when I heard something. It was like an electronic mewling sound, like a bass note from a synthesizer. It was coming from behind me, from that person. I looked behind me, and I really wish I hadn't. There was something different about that person now. It was the motion. It was like the person was having a violent full-body spasm. The limbs flailed about wildly. The person bent at the spine in ways impossible without breaking it. The head twitched around in much of the same manner. And in an instant, the person was directly in front of me, and I fell backwards. I remember ash-color skin, black eyes, with red dots for pupils. Thank you for your time, Jacob. We'll talk to your family members for a little after this. And if you ever feel like you need to talk to someone, or anything like that, there's nothing wrong with that. Just let your family know, and call us. All right? Okay. We're ending the interview at 1644 hours. The Quantum Vampire. The first series of papers will delve into the mythology that has persisted through the eons. Here be dragons. You are asked to imagine massive snow-capped mountain ranges that sweep the breathtaking landscape in every which way you happen to look. Visualize a high-altitude, wind-swept steep interspersed with turquoise lakes. This is the roof of the world, the Tibetan Plateau. Now, imagine for a moment that it is a breezy and overcast spring afternoon. There is a child wrapped in double-layered robes who is stomping through melting snow. That rambunctious kid is me. The year was 1988, and this is where my lifelong obsession would begin. An obsession with things that should not exist. Things that stand defiant in our understanding of the world. Things that invoke mind-blasting terror on those who would gaze upon it with naive eyes. My foot caught in a small opening in the ground, my forward momentum causing me to land on my hands and knees. I corrected myself, wiped off the snow and dirt off my clothing, and peered into the hole. Something grabbed my attention. Stuck in the permafrost was an oddly shaped rock. Fishing out my pocket knife, I removed it from the frozen soil. The object was not a rock, but rather a bronze amulet. The amulet depicted the head and face of a creature that resembled a man, but there was something distinctly inhuman about it. It was ghoulish and malevolent. I got the impression that this object was very old. A tremendous gust of wind nearly knocked me over backwards onto the ground. I quickly pocketed the amulet and made my way back to the monastery. My journey was in haste as the wind continued to accost me with its cold and bitterness, but it was the slowly increasing sense of dread that seemingly came out of nowhere. I felt as though I was being watched by someone. I stopped in my tracks and glanced at my surroundings. Not a soul was in sight. Soon pictures began to form in my brain, images of ancient ruins from some unknown point in time. In a recess, I glimpsed something that caused my heart to nearly leap from my chest. A draped form standing in the shadows. I could make out a face that was partially concealed by a hood that hung down at the brow. What I could see was skin that was pale, like freshly fallen snow, with thin cracked lips that curled back to reveal sharp teeth. And just as soon as the images blinked into my imagination, they vanished, like any other fleeting thought. It wasn't until later that night I would bear witness to a grisly and nightmarish sight. I recall tossing and turning in my sleep. I kept hearing strange noises on the wind that never let up. I was jealous and frustrated that the others were sleeping so peacefully. I was feeling very thirsty, so I decided to go get some water. Just as I began to sit up, a tall and lanky shape emerged from the shadows. It was an emaciated thing in tattered robes whose face was concealed by a hood. I spotted 2 glimmering pinpoints of red lights in its sunken black eyes. I was frozen in my bed, hoping that the thing didn't spot me. I detected a strange, low ringing noise in my ears, like tinnitus, and I swear to you, I could hear whispering. It was like a coffin chorus for the damned. A voice broke through. "I know you're awake." It was fully aware that it had an audience of one. I was frozen in place, petrified like a scared animal. It began feeding on the children. One by one, it clamped its jaws onto their necks, carnivorous teeth plunging through tissue and drawing up blood. The grotesque sound of its feeding, the sudden opening of the victim's eyes, confused and terrified at what was happening. And after it was done, it proceeded to swiftly break each of their necks. Their heads were rotated completely around, with sickening cracks. Tears were rolling down my cheeks, and the sudden realization that I was the last one hit me like a storm. I wanted to scream. I wanted to race out of the monastery. I wanted to escape. It raised a bony finger to its lips. Shh. The looming shape approached and knelt down right next to me, moving its head towards me. I became conscious of a distinctive metallic odor, mold and soil. The red shimmering pinpoints in its eyes dilated like an eclipse. It stretched out a pale hand and opened its palm. A grave and disembodied voice commanded me. "You have something of mine. Give it back to me, little one." With trembling hands, I reached under my pillow and withdrew the bronze amulet and placed it onto its waiting palm. The thing closed its fingers around it and stood up. It vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving me alone in the dark with my dead friends. Vampires. They're everywhere you look. In movies and television, literature and art, even video games and Halloween costumes. All around the world, there is a belief in vampires. Ever since the dawn of time, humans have believed in such things. There are so many ancient legends, so many variations of the vampire creature. Some are shambling ghouls who dig themselves up from the ground to feed on the living. Others are glamorous sex symbols who charm their victims. Some can even turn into bats or other animals. Legend would tell you that they burst into flames when exposed to the sun. Staking them through the heart is a surefire way of eliminating them, and that they dislike silver and garlic. We are to believe that they cower in fright from religious icons and prayers. Or to prevent the recently deceased from returning, rocks were crudely shoved into their mouth before burial. None of these things are accurate or correct. Even if you were able to destroy such a creature, their essence would be carried on the wind only to find another host to inhabit. Quantum vampires are an outside alien consciousness that can inhabit a physical form and use it as a vehicle for its own purposes, feeding off of living things to sustain its hold in their existence. But it's impossible to understand the motives of creatures from the spaces between and what they truly want. From my research, I have found that there are 13 that exist in the world, scattered across the planet. There is no secret vampire society or underground cult. If anything, they're isolated and highly territorial. While it is true that there are people out there who worship and venerate them as if they were deities, there is no alliance. We are like cattle to them. They want to draw our blood like a crimson lotus and lap it up with their tongues. Lore of the land. Just imagine for a moment that you're a time traveler, a visitor through time and space. Prairie bedrock built of layers of sediment accumulated over a period of tens of millions of years. At one point, they lay submerged beneath an enormous shallow sea. Speaking in geologic terms, a recent cataclysm, the Rocky Mountains of the West pushed upwards to the sky like otherworldly monoliths. Eventually, land would emerge, a tropical land where the mighty Tyrannosaurus and other massive beasts existed. However, there would come a time where things changed. That was when the ice would arrive. In the past billion years, there have been at least 3 ice ages, each one roughly lasting 100,000 years. The ice would advance and retreat. In the last ice age, giant sheets of ice would carry massive rocks and debris to the north and the Rocky Mountains, eroding and smothering the land. You would hardly see the land. Instead, a vast ocean of ice and snow would greet you. Then, about 12,000 years ago, the ice began to melt. The land was carved by raging glacial waters, creating lakes and rivers. In present time, the beautiful prairies are the result of such a lengthy process, a landscape that consists of gorgeous forest, grasslands, hills and valleys, canyons and colorful cliffs that reveal different sediment layers. One can see the mighty buffalo grazing on luscious grass, powerful grizzly and black bears journeying through the wilds, coyotes and wolves running about in packs, and stealthy mountain lions stalking the dense brush. It is a primitive landscape that can haunt your imagination with its elegance. It is known that First Nations people have lived in what is now Canada for at least 15,000 years, although there is evidence that suggests they may have arrived even earlier. For thousands of years, nomadic hunting people followed big animals for food in their desperate struggle to survive. Many groups of these wanderers coalesced into tribes with their own ways of life, their own cultures and beliefs. This, of course, serves as a backdrop to something which defies mankind's understanding of the natural world. There is something that exists within the Rocky Mountains and the foothills of Alberta, something that has existed for an unfathomable period of time. There is an oral tradition that tells the legend of 2 tribes who were at war with one another over sacred land. One day, the aggressor tribe attacked the keepers of the sacred land. Big Bear, the tribal chief of the Keepers, and his mighty warriors were able to drive off the attackers. But many of his people were killed in the attack. His wife and his son were among the dead. Over time, Big Bear became a diminished man who was heartbroken for the loss of his loved ones. He approached a shaman called Standsalone, who wanted to end the war once and for all. Standsalone knew of an ancient and forbidden ritual that would bring an end to their desperate situation. On a crisp winter night, Big Bear retrieved the body of his deceased son, Little Crow, and with Standsalone they journey into the foothills, where a circle of standing stones have stood since the time of the mist. Little Crow was placed into the soil at the center of the stones. Soon, green spirit light began dancing in the sky so high above. The two of them made their way out of the foothills. Standsalone explained to Big Bear that one of the great old ones would descend from the heavens and inhabit the body of Little Crow, bringing him back to life and to end the war. Afterwards, the great old one would return to the sky and Little Crow would be returned. Several days would go by. Big Bear's tribe continued to be attacked by their enemies, losing more of their people. The tribal chief began to lose faith in Standsalone, believing that the war would never end and his son would never return. One day, the attack stopped. There was no more desecration of their sacred land, no more loss of his tribe. The tribal chief and the shaman ventured into enemy territory. What they discovered was the site of forbidden horror. Men, women, old and young, were all found dead. The look of terror was frozen on their faces. There were bite marks on all of their bodies, the blood drained from them, and their heads twisted around. Only one stood in the falling snow among the dead. It was Little Crow. A great joy overtook his father's heart, and he stepped towards the boy. Standsalone stopped Big Bear. The shaman was concerned. They looked at the little boy who stood in silence watching them with what appeared to be a restrained hostility. Big Bear shouted for his son, "Little Crow!" Something was wrong with the child. His eyes were black like the night sky, with red starlight in them. His skin was unusually pale. The boy's stomach was bulging and bloated, sloshing with its contents. The boy tilted his head and stared directly at his father and grinned. His teeth were sharp, like arrow tips. The boy spoke, but it was not his voice.
Little Crow is in here, but it is not he who responds.
Standsalone got in between father and son. He knew something was wrong. Their enemies were slain. The war was over. The task completed. The great old one should have released the boy. "In the name of our ancestors, I command you to leave the boy. You must return him to his father, and you must go back." Little Crow snarled and clenched his blood-soaked hands.
I am older than men. I am older than the mountains and rivers. I am older than your world. I am eternal. Do not call things into your realm that you cannot send back.
Little Crow pounced onto the shaman and bit down on his neck, drinking his very life and snapping the old man's neck. Big Bear attempted to restrain the boy, but Little Crow threw him down into the snow.
I am the infinite thirst. I am the darkness from beyond the stars. I will return to your tribe and satiate my hunger, and you will watch.
And so Little Crow returned to the tribe later that night, dragging his screaming father by his feet. The boy, who was being driven by the great old one, began attacking everyone. Unbeknownst to Little Crow, there was another shaman who foresaw this. A box was constructed from granite and wood. It was then filled with soil from the standing stones. Soon, the song of beating drums and chanting men calling for their ancestors to aid in their time of need filled the air. Just as the sun began rising in the morning sky, Little Crow was blinded by it and forced into his prison of stone and wood and sealed within. It was hidden in a dark cave at the base of a mountain and sealed away. 300 years ago, a group of French alchemists who were obsessed with immortality heard the legend of Little Crow and began seeking out his burial site. They made a black pilgrimage into the Rocky Mountains. During their journey, they performed a hymn. They discovered the sarcophagus that was hidden away for thousands of years and loosed him onto the world. Little Crow was free once more. The Great Old One now haunts the wilderness, always questing for new horrors. It's interesting to note that several fascinating finds were discovered throughout Redacted National Park in 1985. A mass grave containing vast amounts of human remains was unearthed. There was also a strange coffin made of stone slabs and wood found within the mountains. A curious archaeologist discovery indeed. Unfortunately, there were several bizarre deaths that happened shortly after the discovery. The site of the coffin was in a cave where the soil was teeming with an unknown species of protozoa that had ill effects on the people who first entered the cavern. Swift Runner and the Mountain Lion. The never-ending flow of time would continue, and man would cross paths once more with eldritch evil. It was December 1874 when Swift Runner and a frontiersman named Boone were tracking down a man-eating mountain lion, responsible for several deadly attacks at a nearby outpost. It was a gray, overcast day with a light snowfall. Armed with flintlock rifles, the two men followed a trail of bloody footprints into the forest. Hours went by, and the sun was starting to set. They found a clearing in the trees. In the middle of this snow-covered field, they found the mountain cat perched atop a large quartz rock. The mountain lion was staring down at them with its yellow eyes. It was watching them with predatory curiosity one might expect from such an animal. The wind suddenly picked up in strength, causing the snow to drift. Swift Runner and Boone shouldered their rifles and took aim. Just as they were about to open fire, they were both distracted by a low ringing noise in their ears, followed by disembodied whispering coming from the surrounding trees. The ringing noise increased in volume and intensity, causing both men to fall to their knees. The cougar seemingly took advantage of the situation and clambered off the rock, tackling Boone and locking its powerful jaws onto Boone's face, and it began retching his head back and forth violently. The man's smothered screams echoed through the snowy forest. The world began going dark for Swift Runner, who was crying in agony from the ringing noise in his ears. Soon the fading world began to return into view. The ringing in his ears subsided, and the whispering stopped. Boone was gone, and so was the big cat. All that remained was blood and the rifle in the snow. The snowfall became even more heavy now, visibility becoming worse, and the biting wind increased with savage gusts. A moving shape appeared in the distance, moving toward him like a terrifying apparition. Swift Runner was not alone in this secluded field. It was child-sized. It was gaunt, with skin pulled tightly over its frame, like a frozen and mummified corpse. The malignant thing spoke to him.
My pet has developed a taste for the flesh of humans. It is going to be a long winter, after all.
Swift Runner trembled from the cold and the terror that stood before him.
Do you know what I am?
Swift Runner stared at the creature, his heart and mind racing, desperately holding on to his sanity.
You are the Wendigo, the spirit who feeds on men,
Swift Runner responded. He broke his gaze and stared down at the snow-covered ground.
Perhaps I am. What I do know is that I am forever bound to this land, the mountains and valleys, even the very soil we are standing on. I must return to my site of origin. It is that time again where certain stars are visible and a ritual of utmost importance must be completed. If you wish to continue your existence, you will help me cross the nearby river. The currents cause this vessel to foam at the mouth, among other discomforts. Quite an irritant.
Swift Runner would eventually return to the outpost, a man that would forever be changed. A few years later, during a particularly cold and miserable winter, he murdered his wife and children. He cooked and ate their flesh. Eventually, he would be arrested and brought to trial. He claimed that he was possessed by the spirit of the Wendigo and was compelled to commit these horrible acts. He insisted on his story being true right to the moment he was executed. The 13th Vampire. This is a continuation of a series of papers I'm working on, which detail the dreadful events surrounding the existence of quantum vampires. Strange and otherworldly occurrences have been frequently increasing in recent times around this part of the world. This is my attempt to chronicle them. Warning signs. I am a haunter of strange and faraway places. The catacombs of Paris, the mausoleums of Timbuktu. I have climbed the ancient towers of the Chechen mountains. I have descended the cobweb steps beneath Istanbul. I have visited places where ancient evil once walked. I have dedicated my life to researching and understanding things that should not be. The city the reader is asked to consider is Carswell. It is located just north of the 55th parallel north. It was originally founded as a series of trading posts in 1892. The city is surrounded by farmland to the north, east, and west. To the south is the vast boreal forest, which is populated by aspen, tamarack, lodgepole, pine, jack pine, and black spruce. All of this extends well into the foothills of the Canadian Rockies south and southwest of the city. However, the forest in and around the city have long since been reduced by human activities such as oil and natural gas exploration. The terrain around Carswell is generally flat to gently rolling, with ravines and deep river valleys. The city is bisected by the Tuscany River, which originates in the ice fields of Redacted National Park, which is located 260 kilometers from Carswell. I journeyed to this part of the world to investigate a new cycle of vampirism. We are now at a unique point in time and space to witness such an event. I met with Audrey during midsummer of 2012. She arranged to meet with me at the Royal Museum located in downtown Carswell. Audrey was aware of my research and discovered something that would be of interest to me. She was an archaeologist from Asheville University who was involved with a year-long excavation in the national park in Alberta, Canada. Audrey was an elderly woman with a weathered oblong face. Her green eyes were tired and bloodshot. Her frizzy winter white hair was hastily tied up in a ponytail. Her clothes hung loosely off her weak and frail form. Her movements were lethargic and painful. It was as if she was on sanity's edge. Her team had stumbled upon an area rich with a concentration of artifacts. The importance was clearly evident right off the bat. Her team went to the location and dug a couple of holes and uncovered archaeological materials, spear points, arrow tips, knives, scrapers, that all would have been fastened to a wood or bone handle. Her team was pulling this stuff up in chunks of boreal loam every time they put a shovel on the ground. Ancient nomadic people frequented this area about 12,000 years ago, when the glaciers were gradually retreating. Farther exploration of the surrounding area revealed a stone circle in the center of a field overgrown with beautiful sunflowers. It was constructed by the ancients thousands of years ago. It was a medicine wheel that had an astronomical significance. It was an observatory that was built specifically to point to the sunrise and sunset of both summer and winter solstices. It also marked the position of the horizon of the helical risings of certain bright stars, such as Aldebaran, Sirius, and Rigel. Audrey had noticed a patch of turf was gone, perhaps removed by an animal. She decided to probe the soil there for evidence of artifacts. She began scraping away the earth. A portion of soil collapsed inward, revealing a small cavity. There was indeed a small object within the niche, a figurine that stood 30 centimeters tall, 5 centimeters wide, and 5 thick. It was a zoomorphic sculpture. It seemed to be a sort of primeval monster, or a symbol representing ancient people's interpretation of such a thing. It had a vague overall human form, with the head of a panther, membranous wings, and a serpentine tail. The statue displayed a curious gesture with its right hand. The thumb and little finger contact one another, while the first, middle, and third finger remained straight. It was carved out of ivory from the tusk of a woolly mammoth. Radiocarbon dating determined it to be 10,000 years old. The trouble began, however, right after Audrey made physical contact with the figurine. First, she heard what sounded like a low ringing noise in her ears, like tinnitus. It would gradually begin to rise in intensity and volume until it changed into a sort of desolate and threatening cry. It sounded like a man and something else. It had a quality of what could only be described as infinite distance. Intrusive thoughts began to harass her. A series of images formed in her mind. She saw a vast expanse at nighttime. The stars were prominent in the inky abyss that was the sky. Nearby trees gently swayed from a cool breeze, and she saw a field of sunflowers surrounding a circle of cyclopean stones. It was the medicine wheel. A shuffling sound caught her attention. She glimpsed shifting soil at the sacred site. An indistinct personage began to rise from the ground, to stand fully upright with soil crumbling off its frame. The shape began to make a guttural clicking noise like some kind of prehistoric carnivore. 2 red pinpoints of bioluminescence sparked into existence in its eyes. The form raised its right hand and touched the tips of its thumb and little finger while keeping the other finger straight. The spectral shape spoke to her with a demonic voice.
I see you.
From her colleagues' perspectives, they thought she was having a heat stroke or something of that nature. She would snap out of the state and collapse to her knees, her mind reeling. The things Audrey said would make little sense at first, but in the back of my mind, the memory of the demon monk would return to me. The bronze amulet I discovered in the permafrost of the Tibetan plateau. In that position of time and space, I would become momentarily entangled with ancient evil. Immediately afterwards, a strong gust of wind would kick up dirt and dust, nearly knocking her over. The burst of wind shook the trees in the field of sunflowers. After that day, Audrey would never feel alone. She would hear incomprehensible whispering in her ears. Sometimes, She would hear footsteps directly behind her. She would turn around, only to find nobody there. She felt as if she became trapped in a spider web, and she was overwhelmed by depression and fear. Soon, she would start seeing movement in her peripheral vision, dark shapes darting back and forth, and yet again, nothing was there. Faces would appear in the windows of her home, forcing her to close all the blinds and curtains. Her phone would ring, and on the other end would be disembodied gibberish and static. When she looked at the caller display, no identification would appear. Audrey went to see the doctor and was given a prescription to calm her nerves and to help her relax. For a time, the prescription helped ease her anxiety, allowing her to focus. She felt it deep within her mind that these strange occurrences were not psychological and that something was truly happening to her. That's when she contacted me. Audrey brought with her a dusty oil knapsack. Inside it was the accursed figurine wrapped in a towel. She told me not to touch the nameless statue with my bare hands. She explained to me that everyone who handled the figurine was found brutally murdered. The cause of death was exsanguination. Afterwards, their necks were brutally snapped or their heads crushed by some unknowable strength. She handed me the knapsack and told me to lock the artifact somewhere safe. She walked away from me with her head hung low, leaving me alone in the upper level of the dinosaur exhibit overlooking a massive brontosaurus skeleton. My attempts to contact her ended fruitlessly. Her colleagues told me she'd gone missing. I questioned them if she said anything. They told me that she was speaking about strange things, ranting about shadows watching and the spirit of the lonely places. I felt my heart sink into my stomach. 1 week later, the mutilated remains of a female washed up onto the bank of the Tuscany River with deep puncture marks on her body. The majority of her blood was missing. Her head was hanging on only by a few shreds of muscle tissue. Her mouth was full of sand and stones, her teeth and jaws smashed to bits. Farther investigation revealed that her remains were infested with an unknown species of protozoa. She suffered the same fate as those who handled the figurine. And just the same, she too was shipped off to the CDC because of the mysterious biological contamination. Audrey had been visited by the wrath of the quantum vampire. It is a loathsome thing, ancient and primitive, yet more advanced than Homo sapiens. It is an outside alien consciousness that is capable of infiltrating a host body and taking complete and total control of the nervous system. It does this by entangling itself with the molecular makeup of the vessel. The body and mind succumb to the will of the invading being and is subsequently changed into a hideous bloodthirsty parasite with an indefinite lifespan. According to Eldritch tomes, it takes 1 full year for the process to complete. Afterwards, the newly formed organism is more hardy and resistant and possesses several frightening abilities. The vessel becomes the embodiment of gluttony, greed, and excess. It is never satisfied after drinking the blood of its victim, or several. It is always seeking to inflict endless cruelties onto mankind. It is the great enveloping cosmic darkness. It likes to indulge itself on the suffering of man. It likes to watch us despair. It forces us to see ourselves as animal and ugly, to remind us that we are beasts with big brains. It originates from a place that is distant yet close. It comes from the spaces between. I think there is a real possibility that one day the Large Hadron Collider may offer a glimpse into these spaces. I worry that for a brief moment in time, the barriers between the real and unreal will be down, and the great old ones might be looking in on us, perhaps to sit next to the campfire and tell us the true horrors of reality. Throughout the history of mankind, the quantum vampire has been invited into our plane of existence through forbidden and arcane rituals. There are eldritch tomes around the world that have been written about these entities. They are records of mankind's attempt to comprehend these otherworldly beings whose existence stretches back to an unfathomable gulf of night. These are the known avatars of the quantum vampire. 1. The 170,000-year-old remains of a female Neanderthal were discovered in a cave located in Italy. The skeleton had several unusual characteristics. 2. Sometime during the last ice age, a Paleo-Siberian would become the next manifestation. 3. The third would take on the form of a young Aboriginal boy named Little Crow on the Canadian plains. I believe the legend of the Wendigo was inspired by the creature. 4. During the 13th dynasty of Egypt, a pharaoh willingly summoned the being into himself to gain everlasting life. He was defeated by the Egyptian army. They decapitated him, dismembered his body, and burned him to ash. To their horror, the entity was released from the pharaoh's body and was carried away by the wind to seek another host. 5. After inhabiting the pharaoh, the disembodied being invaded the body of a slave and escaped into the wilderness. To this very day, there are stories of a lone figure who stalks the desert at night. 6. The daughter of a Praetorian guard was bitten by a cloaked fiend. She would go on to terrorize the Roman Empire. 7. A Greek astronomer who was suspected of being a sorcerer inadvertently became the vessel for the quantum vampire. 8. During the Middle Ages, the people of Central Asia were tormented by the so-called demon monk. I would have a horrific experience with a fiend on the Tibetan plateau as a child in the year 1988. 9. The southern uplands of Scotland are said to be the hunting grounds of a druid with black eyes and a torn mouth with jagged teeth. 10. There are legends of an Aztec priestess who fed on the blood of children during the night. 11. Near the Big Cypress Swamp is an ancient burial ground that is said to be the lair of a female native warrior that drinks the blood of those who dare to trespass. 12. A Polish priest who strayed from his beliefs sought out a new supreme being during the Age of Discovery. He made a black pilgrimage into the Carpathian Mountains seeking a new lord, and he found it. Incident at Gemini Lake. A young woman named Tara has spent the last several months seeking treatment for PTSD and depression at the Zenith Center for Mental Health, just an hour's drive west of Carswell. I was granted permission to interview her. This is her experience. We had an Indian summer in the autumn of 2012. Imagine 28.9 degrees Celsius around this part of the country in the middle of October. That doesn't happen very often. Me, Emma, Dalton, and Rusty, his Rhodesian Ridgeback, all piled into the Subaru Outback and made the 40-minute drive to Gemini Lake for one last dip in the water before the cold. The lake was abandoned at this time of the year, and we had the place to ourselves. It was ideal. There was still some light in the sky when we arrived. Dalton barely brought his car to a stop when Emma yanked off her hoodie and cracked open a beer. Dalton let Rusty jump out onto the sand as he lit up a smoke. The sunset behind Sentinel Mountain was such a beautiful sight, the way the light rippled on the water. On the lake, I could see a flock of common loon preparing for their winter migration, the black and white tuxedo birds indifferent to our presence. Have you ever heard the haunting call of the loon? It travels for a long distance. It sends shivers down my spine every time I hear it. We were all transfixed to the song on the lake. I spotted something just a bit down farther on the lake shore. I pointed it out, and we made our way down to take a closer look. It was just a stack of flat stones. From the way it was piled, it kind of resembled a human figure, with its arms stretched out facing the lake. There was something wrapped around it. I knelt down next to the stone pile and picked it up. It was an old necklace made of bird skulls. They looked like they came from crows. It was something an indigenous person might have worn a long time ago. Rusty was circling it with intense curiosity, sniffing it and wagging his tail. I pocketed the bone necklace. Finders keepers. Dalton turned to face me with a weird smirk on his face. Halloween is going to be here in a few weeks, you know. Emma punched Dalton on the shoulder and laughed. Rusty jumped on his hind legs and playfully pawed at Dalton with his forelegs. Emma motioned towards the lake with her can of beer. Maybe some weirdo in a hockey mask is going to jump out of the lake and hack us to pieces with a machete. Dalton flicked his cigarette butt out onto the water and grabbed a beer from the cooler. He took a long swig of it and let out a burp. If anyone even thinks about messing with you girls out here, I'll rip his head off. Dalton knocked over the stone man with his foot and chugged down the rest of his beer. Just then, a breeze of wind came out of nowhere. I thought nothing of it until it became a sudden gust that nearly knocked me over. All of the trees swayed in the wind, causing the dry autumn leaves to crumble off the branches. And just as fast as the wind came, it stopped. Rusty froze in place and perked up his ears. It was as if he heard something that we could not. In fact, everything became quiet. Even the song of the loon stopped. Rusty began to whine and whimper, tucking his tail between his legs. He was spooked by something. That's when he started digging into the sand with his paws and pushing it aside with his nose. Rusty bit down onto something with his teeth and yanked out an object of some sort. It was an old and cracked leather wallet. He brought it to Dalton. "Would you look at that? Good boy." Dalton brushed off the remaining sand and opened up the wallet. He pulled out crumbling banknotes and some coins. There was also a driver's license. Dalton examined it. "Looks like a Mr. Jacob Wingate forgot to take his wallet. Poor sucker." Emma grabbed the license from Dalton's hands and took a look for herself. "I thought that name sounded familiar. Wasn't he the guy that went missing just a while ago? My dad was part of the search team looking for him." Emma put the license back into the wallet and placed it next to the knocked-over stone man. She had a weird look on her face. I'd never seen her look so nervous before. We stripped down to our swimwear and raced down the wooden dock with Rusty not far behind. Although I noticed something strange about him, he kept pausing to look back at the trees. Dalton was the first to jump off the dock and dived right into the lapping water. Emma let out a hoot and jumped right in after Dalton. She resurfaced and let out a scream from the cold water. I stood on the edge of the dock with my arms crossed, hesitating. Dalton had a big grin on his face as he stared up at me. I reminded them that there was snow on the forecast for the following week. Emma was doing a backstroke and scoffed at me. I was distracted once more by the whimpering of Rusty. I turned around to look at him, to see him looking back at the dark trees again. I saw, or rather at the time, thought I saw something. It was just for a blip of a nanosecond. For the briefest amount of time, I could have sworn I spotted a flash of red moving between the trees. Before I could get a better look, cold and wet arms wrapped around me. Dalton's grinning face pressed up against the side of my cheek, and the next thing I knew, I found myself falling into freezing cold water. My heart skipped a beat from the temperature shock. Afterwards, when we finally had enough of the water, we made our way back to the shore. Dalton built a small fire. We all huddled around the dancing flames, basking in the gentle glow of the beach fire. Emma rested in Dalton's arms as I sat across from them, staring into the flames with Rusty at my side. I remember gazing up at the sky to see the first stars of the evening twinkle into view. The Big Dipper became clear as the sunlight began to fade behind Sentinel Mountain. Emma slowly stood up and stretched. "Well, I gotta pee." I watched Emma make her way towards the nearby brush for some privacy. Rusty was curled up on the sand next to me, staring off into the distance. I'd also noticed that Dalton was unusually quiet, staring into the fire. It was as if he was in deep thought, like he had entered some kind of a trance. He started singing to himself.
This old man, he played one. He played knick-knack on my thumb. With a knick-knack, paddywhack, give a dog a bone. This old man came rolling home.
A blood-curdling scream startled us, bringing Dalton out of his trance. Rusty jumped up, letting out a whine. He took off running towards the source of the scream. Once again, another scream sounded. It was the high-pitched scream of a woman. It was Emma. I glanced at Dalton with concern, and he looked back at me with wide eyes. We got up and rushed towards the brush on the trail of Rusty. This time, there was another cry, a loud, painful yelp. A dark shape came flying towards us from the brush and landed on the sand between us. The crumpled and mangled heap was Rusty. The dog's body twitched and convulsed violently. He was broken in half, folded like an accordion. Dalton let out a sorrowful cry. "Oh my God, what the hell?" Amid the chaos and confusion, Emma emerged from the brush, shambling towards us, holding the side of her neck with a hand. There was blood spurting out of a wound on the side of her neck. She was sobbing in complete horror and shock. Dalton took one step towards her. "Emma?" And just as soon as she appeared, there was a powerful gust of wind. It happened so fast. The sand next to her just exploded, as if something massive landed right next to her, and in the next instant, she was just gone. Emma's desperate cries echoed through the twilight on the shores of Gemini Lake. Soon, the screams stopped. There was now only total silence. We had no idea or understanding of what had just happened. I think our minds were swirling in a daze of shock and confusion. Childhood memories of the monster under my bed returned to me. I could feel a deep chill creeping throughout my entire body. I think the fight or flight animal instinct was kicking in. A cold burst of wind kicked up sand and debris around us, and the next thing you know, a shape appeared several meters in front of us. It was a person standing barefoot on the sand. He was wearing a red zip-up jacket with a hood up and blue jeans. His clothes were frayed and tattered. They were covered in dirt and mold. It was as if he climbed out of the ground or something. He had a shock of blonde hair that wildly poked out from under the hood. There was something very wrong with him. His skin was really pale, like ash, and there was something wrong with his eyes. The whites of his were black like obsidian, and his pupils were red like the glowing embers in a campfire. That's when I knew who or what we were looking at was not a human being. I know that sounds crazy. It had the appearance of a man, it stood like a man, but there was no way it was a man. It was something that just passed off as a human at a glance. The stoic look on its face suddenly changed into a grinning smile, revealing sharp teeth. It started to sing. Its voice was deep and gravelly.
This old man, he played too. He played knick-knack on my shoe. With a knick-knack, paddywhack, give a dog a bone. This old man came rolling home.
Dalton was knocked onto the ground by the thing in the red hoodie, pinning him down. Its movements were frenetic, like a rabid animal. Dalton let out a high-pitched, agonizing scream. I remember the sound of tendons ripping. Dalton writhed in pain and torment. The thing suddenly buried its face into Dalton's neck. I was completely frozen in place. I couldn't move. All I could do was stand still and watch the violent act before me. I knew my heart was racing. I could hear it beating against my chest. I started to feel numb and weak. My breathing was becoming labored. After the scream stopped, after Dalton stopped struggling, the thing that looked like a man reached for a nearby rock and caved Dalton's face in with one powerful, swift blow. Its frenzied state lessened, and its mannerism changed. It almost seemed to become drowsy or relaxed, like all the tension in its body left. It became lethargic. It stood up and slowly turned to face me. I could hear a weird clicking sound coming from its throat. It gradually became deeper until it changed into a rumbling bellow like what I imagined a dinosaur must have sounded like. Not only could I hear it, but I could also feel it in my bones. The thing approached me. The smell of mildew and decay, blood and dirt came from the creature in waves. I collapsed to my knees, sobbing. The world around me began to phase in and out of existence as if I was going to faint. I swear to you, I could feel the air around the thing rippling. It was like there was some kind of charge in the air. It spoke to me.
When a man looks at an animal, what does he see? He sees a source of sustenance. What do you think I see when I look at mankind?
It sat down cross-legged on the sand in front of me. It stretched out an open hand, palm facing skywards.
You took something that's mine.
The thing was referring to the bone necklace that we found on the pile of rocks, the stone man. I reached a trembling hand into my pocket and retrieved the bone jewelry and handed it over. The creature put the necklace on, the crow skulls resting on its chest. It spoke once more.
How fortunate for you. I'm allowing you to go on and live a long, happy life until you return to ash and dust. But never forget that I am everywhere, and everything here is mine. I am the land. I am the wind. I am the trees and the animals. I am everlasting. In the blink of an eye, it was gone. I was all alone on the beach of Gemini Lake. The music of the common loon began to resonate across the lake once again, like a coffin choir for my dead friends. Those aquatic birds with red eyes that were witness to the events that occurred on the sand. I gazed up at the sky with teary eyes and caught sight of the northern lights rippling and dancing across the night sky. Journal entry. People still remember that year when a young woman was found wandering alongside the highway 3 days later, so deranged by what she encountered that she had to be committed. Urban legends have sprung up among the youth living in the region. The Thing in Red, Johnny Angel, and the Carswell Ghoul are just some of the nicknames given to the being. Nobody wants to admit it, but there is an air about the place. Something beyond our comprehension has been going on for a long time, and things are only going to get worse. I asked Tara if she could take a look at a picture. She agreed. I withdrew a missing persons poster and presented it to her. Missing, Jacob Wingate, age 23, was last seen around 9:00 p.m. on October 28, 2011 at Carswell Public Library. He was seen leaving the parking lot driving a blue 1977 Pontiac Ventura. He is 6 foot 1 inches tall,
weighs approximately 198 pounds, has blue eyes and blonde hair. He was wearing a bright red hoodie with blue jeans. Anyone with information should contact the Carswell RCMP detachment or call 911 if seen. The expression that showed on Tara's face after I showed her the missing poster was one of abject horror. Final entry. Cycle of the Vampire. I saw him on a moonless night while desperately clinging to my sanity. It was the summer solstice of 2017 when a young couple decided to go on a Pleasant Summit hike to Sentinel Mountain. It is a relatively easy scramble on the eastern slopes which overlook the tranquil waters of Gemini Lake. These slopes can be reached by following a steep fire road from the parking area at the lake. Upon reaching the top, they took in the surrounding beauty of the landscape. There, they enjoyed a small snack and beverage. Afterwards, they made their way to the Standing Stones. On the summit of Sentinel Mountain is an archaeological site that was believed to be a medicine wheel and burial site. There is a mound surrounded by a ring of crumbling boulders with stone circles and effigies nearby. The mound was excavated in 1975 by a team of archaeologists from Asheville University, which uncovered a burial pit with human remains and a myriad of artifacts. The site was dated to 15,000 years ago. The wife caught sight of a cleft in the ground not far from the ancient site. Upon taking a closer look, they discovered the entrance to a small cave. The cave was no more than 5 feet high and 11 feet wide and 25 feet deep. The husband noticed a slightly raised portion of the floor was bordered by a circle of rocks. Just outside the circle was a neat pile of flat stones which were stacked in such a way to resemble a human being with outstretched arms. Nagging curiosity compelled them to dig into the soil with their bare hands, and brushing the dirt aside, they discovered human remains. The couple reported their find to the RCMP, who dispatched officers to investigate. Shortly afterwards, the RCMP contacted the Asheville University located in the nearby city of Carswell. A team of archaeologists were assembled to excavate what were the remains of an ancient mummified child. A small bone fragment was collected from the mummy, and radiocarbon dating revealed that he died nearly 5,000 years ago. This is what was officially released to the public. There are several anomalies that have been kept secret. An individual who wishes to remain anonymous contacted me. This person explained that the burial site itself was not ancient, but rather it was dug up very recently, and that the remains were placed in there. Things would take an even stranger turn when the autopsy was performed. Inexplicable discoveries that would defy our understanding of biology and the natural world. The first thing to note were the physical characteristics of the child's mandibles. All of the teeth were razor sharp. The jaws were rigid with tendons, muscles, and ligaments that gave it flexibility comparable to that of a snake. Despite the apparent outward appearance of the withered corpse, the musculature beneath showed little decay and was still red. Truly a curious find indeed. It was revealed that the brain and several other internal organs were fresh as well as not desiccated as one would expect. Both circulatory and nervous systems were also in relatively good condition, although the heart was abnormally enlarged. It was double in size compared to that of a normal heart. All of this was sealed in by the leathery and petrified exterior outer flesh. Analysis of the stomach contents revealed a copious amount of partially digested human blood. Farther analysis revealed that the stomach was teeming with an unusual form of protozoa that were actively consuming the blood. The parotid salivary glands, the spleen, and cerebral spinal fluid were also infected with scores of these microscopic organisms. The farther they investigated, the more bizarre things became. The investigation was brought to a sudden stop when a group of men in hazmat suits stormed the university and confiscated all of the research and evidence, including the cadaver. Everyone involved with the find were harassed and threatened by men dressed in black suits, ordering them to keep quiet. Sadly, the young people who made the discovery atop Sentinel Mountain fell victims to a rare and highly aggressive form of anemia. Both of their lives were extinguished by the very same protozoa found inhabiting the hellish mummy. The very act of disturbing the dirt with their bare hands allowed the invading microorganisms to access their bodies. One startling find revealed that the white blood cells of the deceased were mutating into the vampire protozoa. Their very biology was being rewritten, even in death. Their remains were shipped off to the CDC for farther study and containment. Inquiries from families and friends have gone unanswered. The body that was discovered on the summit was that of an innocent child from a forgotten time. Little Crow was killed in an act of war. His lifeless body was brought to the top of Sentinel Mountain by his father, accompanied by a shaman whom performed a forbidden ritual that called forth an ancient evil from beyond the stars. It never had a physical form of its own before. It stood up in the shape and characteristic of a human being. It became a profanity against the natural world. Little Crow has haunted the mountains and surrounding landscape since time immemorial. The indigenous people were particularly aware. They constantly incorporated depictions of this creature into their carvings and statues. They believed that this iconography would ward off the spiritual and psychic circumstances that would precipitate in attacks by enemy tribes. They placed spiritually charged items at burial sites for protection and strength. But what of the child himself? Did any part of his true original self remain? Sadly, yes. He was fully conscious of what was going on and the existence he was leading. But it was the will of something that emerged from an unknown gulf of night that was driving his body. He watches himself committing unspeakable acts upon human beings, unable to resist and unable to prevent the death and destruction that he caused. Little Crow was being used as an avatar by this eldritch personification who invaded his mind and body, turning him into a bloodthirsty vampire. Something happened. The lifeless husk of Little Crow was found buried on the summit of Sentinel Mountain. Vampires never die, except through violent means. But that doesn't mean it's the end of a vampire. According to eldritch tomes, the outside alien consciousness is able to disengage from the carcass, to be carried off by the wind and desperately seek out a new vessel. My informant saw no obvious cause of death. There is another way. A nameless ritual can be performed where the quantum vampire can transfer itself into a new host body of its choosing. The being saw something in Jacob that made him its next host body. Little Crow and Jacob Wingate, separated by nearly 50 centuries, both forever binded to the madness from beyond. Summer 2018 was when I made a pilgrimage of my own onto the summit of Sentinel Mountain, located southwest of Carswell. I arrived safe and sound early in the day. I believe this was the site where Little Crow was taken to be revived by the forces of darkness thousands of years ago. There was a slight stench in the air that wafted about by the mountain breeze. There was also another odor that I could detect. It was ozone, that distinct smell detected during an electrical storm. I found it strange, seeing as it was a clear and cloudless day. During my time on the summit, I couldn't help but feel an oppressive discomfort in my head. It was almost as if something was sifting through my thoughts. I approached the entrance to the small cave where the remains of Little Crow were discovered. Before entering the cavern, I put on a surgical mask, protective glasses, and disposable gloves. I didn't want the risk of being invaded by the mysterious vampire protozoa that may or may not have been present in the black soil during my visit. I had to take a stooping posture in the mouth of the foreboding den due to the low ceiling of the cave. I switched on my flashlight to illuminate the way. The darkness of the chamber became overwhelming as I neared the former grave site of the ancient vampire. An eerie feeling began to invade my mind. It was the old saying that I felt like I was being watched. On the right side of the passage, I caught sight of something on the wall. It caused me to instinctively jump back in fright. On the wall next to me was what appeared to be rock art. The art was not ancient, but very recent from the color and freshness of the paint. It was a mural that depicted the face of a hooded man with light skin, blonde hair, black eyes, with burning red orbs for pupils. Its mouth was agape, revealing rows of sharp teeth. I stared into the eyes of the mural. The face seemed very familiar to me. It bore a striking resemblance to the avatar of the 13th vampire. There was no mention of the mural from the couple who found the ancient mummy, nor from the team of archaeologists who excavated the area. It must have been someone with a keen interest in the rising ghoulish myths in the area, tales of a boogeyman who stalks the night questing for new horrors and determined to quench its infinite thirst. In this case, the truth is stranger than fiction. Nobody wants to admit that there's been something going on in these lands for a very long time. Mention the word vampire, and people will scoff. But that works in favor of the vampire. Its power relies on darkness and obscurity. It is a thing with no shape or form, but it exists the same way that wind exists. You can see its effects. Once the quantum vampire takes a host, you can also see its effects. It is alien. It is the other. Its very existence cannot be encompassed. It is said that Copernicus took Earth out of the center of the universe. Darwin took humans out of the center of the biological world. But it is the quantum vampire that takes humans and uses them for its own means. Humans who believe they are above everything and are at the top of the food chain. How wrong we are. I became fixated on the mural. I carefully examined the details of the image. I began thinking aloud. Are you awake, Jacob Wingate? Are you asleep, Jacob Wingate? My mind was busy with so many intrusive thoughts. Once I brushed them aside, I noticed the surrounding darkness became thicker. I became aware of that ozone smell from outside. I must be very deliberate now and choose my words carefully. Perhaps it was the cave acoustics. It started off as an indistinct pulse or rumble. It changed into a whisper. Imagine for a minute if somebody walked up right behind you and got right up close to your ear without your knowing.
What are you looking for, little one?
My skin began to crawl. A shiver ran down my spine like bony fingers. I spun around frantically, shining the light. Nothing was there. I was alone. I listened carefully, my hearing sharpened by the silence of the cave. Not a footfall, not even a peep. Satisfied that I didn't have unexpected company, I pressed on. A place like this can easily wreak havoc on a person's imagination. At the end of the passage was a shallow depression in the cavern floor. It was the burial site. A ring of stones surrounded the hole with a stack of flat stones neatly piled in the shape and aspect of a human being. I shined the light into the empty grave and spotted a layer of charcoal and partially burned items on the bottom. I gazed up at the roof and saw where the flames licked. I carefully reached into the grave and pulled up the charred remnants of a photo album. I flipped it open and saw family photographs of a father and mother, a girl, and 2 boys. The girl was named Samantha. She was the elder. David was the middle child, and Jacob was the youngest of the 3. A single photograph slipped out from the album onto the ground. I swiftly picked it up. It was another picture of Jacob. He was holding a large black cat with piercing green eyes. I turned the picture over. Written on the back was Jacob in Salem, 2008. Little is known about Jacob. He was a very secretive individual. He was born February 14th in the year 1988 to Robert Wingate and Matilda Dombrowski. Jacob had a very happy childhood, according to his parents. They gave him just about everything he wanted. He received good grades in school and was often described as a quiet and polite student. He got along just fine with his older siblings. They would spend countless summer afternoons playing on the shores of Gemini Lake. Other times, he would go to the local arcade with them and sink coins into the machines. He was deeply passionate about astronomy. He would often spend many nights gazing up at the cosmos. Jacob was a bit of a loner. He seemed to live in a world of his own. He would go on long solitary walks or bicycle on the local trails. He was also a lover of all things ancient and strange. He was also said to possess a quirky sense of humor. Later in life, he earned a living working at a sawmill where his father was a respected foreman. Jacob was also a member of the Search and Rescue Volunteer Association of Canada. He was known to be proficient at finding people. Other members of his team joked that he had a sixth sense. There was a suspicion that he had a mental disorder of some type. It became even more pronounced after his horrifying encounter with Little Crow in the national park. He did seek treatment at the Zenith Center for Mental Health. Jacob felt the need to help others because of a childhood event. Samantha, the oldest of the Wingate children, explained to me when Jacob was making his way home from school one day, he decided to take a shortcut through a nearby thicket. It was autumn, and there were leaves everywhere. There just happened to be a nice pile of leaves waiting to be kicked. What little kid couldn't resist? Jacob went for it, and as he did, the sound of breaking sticks startled him. He found himself falling into an open drainage hole. Fortunately for him, he reacted fast and was able to catch onto the edge of the opening. Below him was darkness, with the sound of flowing water. Jacob summoned all his strength and pulled himself up and out of the hole. Ever since that experience, he felt compelled to help those in need. But now, he's become an abomination that preys on the weak and the wounded. A profound feeling of sadness came over me. The sound of crumbling rocks startled me. I forgot my bearings and swiftly stood up. I bashed my head against the low-hanging roof of the cave and collapsed to my knees. Jolts of pain radiated through my skull and down my spine. I turned the flashlight to see where the sound came from. It was the stack of flat stones. They'd been knocked over. Just beyond the heap of crumbled rocks was something I hadn't noticed before. There was a small hole in the wall, another passageway. A stealthy rustling sound came from that opening. That's when I saw it. 2 yellow eyes. Have you ever seen the glowing eyes of an animal when you shine a light in their face while they're off in the distance? That's exactly what I saw. It emerged from the opening and approached me. I saw a spotted brown and silvery coat a wide face and tufted ears. It was a medium-sized wildcat, a lynx. A deep guttural growl emitted from its throat. It darted towards me. I instinctively brought my arms up in a defensive position in anticipation of a mauling. To my relief, the wildcat bounded over me and sped off towards the outside world. It's hard to say how long I sat in that darkness, but the throbbing agony in my skull and neck urged me to conclude my search. I slowly and painfully stood up, careful not to bump my skull a second time. I made haste out of the tomb and was greeted by welcoming sunlight where vampires cannot follow. To clarify, vampires are not harmed or killed by sunlight. It simply hinders their vision. It's more of an irritant to them. Although they can withstand the low light levels during dawn and dusk, they very much prefer the dark of night. I was alarmed by the sudden cawing and chirping of a solitary magpie perched atop one of the standing stones. The curious black and white bird watched me intently. One for sorrow, as the old nursery rhyme goes. A slow and cold horror grew within me. Later, I found lodging in a nearby inn. I was sore and exhausted from my ordeal in the cave. I decided to eat a light dinner and go to bed early. It didn't take very long for me to doze off after my head hit the pillow. Pictures come to the eyes of one trying to sleep. A dream, a nightmare. I was a disembodied observer slowly drifting through the gutted remains of an abandoned building surrounded by forest. Next, I found myself moving through a gloomy tunnel. I was following a black cat with bright green eyes. It was carefully moving across a floor littered with countless human bones. I followed the cat until I reached a chamber where it darted into the shadows and out of my sight. Smoke was rising and swirling from a semicircle of burning barrels. The orange glow from the flames danced on the cement walls. They were lined with rows of rusty steam pipes and valves. A large mound of soil was in the middle of these burning barrels. A malevolent figure stood firmly on the top. It was something that had the appearance of a person, but it was not a person. It wore clothes, a red hood and blue jeans, frayed and tattered, caked with dirt and grime and gore. A necklace of bird skulls hung loosely around its neck. I knew what was inhabiting the shape and form of that young man. It has many names. The Great Old One, the Otherness, the Dweller of the Gulf, the Demon from the Stars, the Wendigo. The thing was not alone. A cowering shape was also at the top of the mound, a homeless woman. Her hair was wild and tangled. Tears and mucus dripped off of her face in the dim orange haze. The look on her face told me she was on the brink of insanity. The hooded figure loomed over her, its burning red pupils dilated like a camera aperture. It was studying her. It got right into her face and said a single word.
So.
It suddenly knocked the helpless woman down onto her backside and looked at her leg. It bit down with razor-sharp teeth, and the woman howled in unimaginable agony. The creature ripped a huge chunk of tissue and spat it out. It went for another bite, and this time bit directly into the femoral artery. It began drinking. I could see the life gradually slipping from the poor woman as her fluids were drained. Once she was extinguished, the fiend withdrew its dripping maw from her leg. It swiftly wrenched her neck. The human abomination remained knelt next to its finished prey and stared into the darkness. A deep guttural clicking sound came from its throat content with a blood meal. It gently rolled the body down the mound. The hooded figure made a kissing noise. like it was trying to get the attention of a pet. A large mountain lion lumbered from the inky recess. Its coat glowed in the dim orange light from the nearby fire. There was something peculiar about this animal. It was immensely old. Its fur was faded and gray. The ancient panther sniffed the dead woman and started pawing at her remains. It clamped its powerful jaws around her head and yanked her away into the shadows. The hooded figure shifted its gaze on me. It spoke with power and authority.
Are you awake, little one? Are you asleep, little one?
I opened my eyes. I remember staring up at the ceiling, back at the inn. Everything was vast and the orange glow from the setting sun beaming through the window. Eventually, I would return to my slumber. My eyes would snap open once more. Darkness would greet me. I could sense that something was wrong. I tried to sit up, but found that I could not move. I was paralyzed. There was a slight glow coming from the front of me. Something materialized on the dresser. An object. There was some kind of distortion to it, like the heat shimmer on a road during a hot summer day. It was a small ivory statue, a vague human form, membranous wings jutting out from the shoulder blades, a panther head with a mouth stretched in a feral grin, a serpentine tail poised to strike, the right hand displaying some kind of gesture, with the thumb and pinky finger making contact while the remaining three were straight. Upon realization, a sharp and intense burning pain in my chest began. The pain radiated into my jaw and my left arm. I was having difficulties breathing. It was the accursed figurine carved from the ivory of a woolly mammoth 10,000 years ago, unearthed by archaeologists in the national park. It was the idol given to me for safekeeping by an elderly woman, the head archaeologist. She made it clear to me not to touch the figurine with my bare hands, just like she and her colleagues did. A curse was transmitted to them, allowing them to become entangled with the quantum vampire. It brutally killed each of them, one by one. I had placed the object inside a heavy-duty lockbox made of lead for safekeeping. I then stored the lockbox in a self-storage facility. There was a whisper, a voice. Something was speaking to me in my head. It was singing.
Oh, what a night for sweethearts, stars in the sky above. This is our chance for sweet romance. Let's make this a night of love.
The mechanical growling of a vehicle pulling into the parking lot caused my heart to flutter. The room was flooded by the blinding headlights of a car parking next to my rental. The engine was shut off, and the glaring lights faded. Dread and foreboding and fear began to manifest within me. I became overwhelmed by confusion. A car door was opened and then shut. I heard the room door being unlocked. Silence. The door slowly creaked open. I became conscious of the earthy smell of soil and mold mixed with carrion. A presence. Suddenly, I could feel the end of the mattress buckle under the weight of something. In my frozen state, I could see a hooded shape walking up on the bed. Next came the crushing pressure of immense weight on me. The thing sat down on my chest like a gargoyle. Dry earth rattled down onto the bedsheets. The situation was reminiscent of the nightmare the oil painting from 1781 by artist Henry Fuseli. I could now see the identity of my guest. Tendrils of blonde hair stuck out from beneath the hood. A disk of flies angrily buzzed around its head, picking at the sticky coagulated blood smeared around its mouth. The skin was pale and white, like freshly fallen snow. Jet black eyes with blazing red pupils fixated on me with curiosity. It placed a clawed finger over its lips. I uttered its name. The expression on its face was remote. It responded. A low, cracked voice.
Jacob is in here, and so is Little Crow. I am their master.
It stared at me, contemplating.
You do good work, little one. Write the new gospel.
It playfully poked me on the nose with a forefinger. The world went black. I sat up, gasping for air, covered in cold sweat. Salty tears rolled down my face. My pulse pounded in my temples. My mind was wild with a tsunami of horrifying thoughts. I was trembling with uncontrollable fear. I grabbed my keys and got into the rental car. I sped out of the parking lot. I was compelled to drive over to the self-storage facility. I accessed the storage unit and opened the lockbox. To my complete horror, the statue was missing. It had been reclaimed. On my way back to the car, I saw something that startled me. It was a large domestic cat. It was sitting on the hood of the car. Its black fur rippled in the gentle breeze. It stared at me with glowing eyes, maybe a trick of the streetlights. It watched me with intense curiosity as I cautiously approached.